have a fully integrated data set connecting homelessness, behavioral health, and recidivism, available territorial data and service providers' testimony reflects patterns consistent with national trends. Recent point-in-time counts identify approximately 300 to 318 individuals experiencing homelessness territory-wide, with many unsheltered and shelters operating at or beyond capacity. Providers emphasize that these figures undercount hidden homelessness, including individuals cycling between incarceration, temporary placements, hospitals, and informal housing. Behavioral health service capacity in the territory remains limited relative to need. Ongoing staffing shortages and constrained residential treatment capacity, including the need for occasional off-island placement, limit continuity of care. Territorial and federal reporting further indicates that justice involvement and homelessness are common among individuals receiving mental health services. The territory currently lacks dedicated transitional housing for justice-involved individuals and has very limited permanent supportive housing. As a result, individuals with untreated mental health or substance use disorders are often released without stable housing or adequate treatment connections. These gaps contribute to repeated law enforcement contacts, short jail stays, and ongoing system cycling. Repeated incarceration is often driven not solely by criminal behavior, but by unmet housing and behavioral needs. Addressing this cycle requires coordinated housing stabilization, treatment capacity, and reentry planning that extends beyond release. The Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections addresses education and vocational preparation, employment planning, housing readiness, behavioral health needs, and benefits access as core components of its pre-release reentry planning process. Individuals are screened at intake and again prior to release for mental health and substance use needs. When services are available, the Bureau coordinates treatment through the Department of Health and community-based providers to support continuity of care. Prior to release, BOC identifies individual needs and make referrals to key partner agencies, including the Department of Labor for job placement and workforce services, the Department of Health for behavioral health services, the Department of Human Services for public benefits, the Continuum of Care for housing referrals, and nonprofit providers for reentry support. The Bureau also supports referrals for essential public benefits such as healthcare and nutrition assistance. It is important to note that the Bureau of Corrections does not operate housing programs or benefits enrollment directly. We rely on external partners and existing service systems to connect individuals to these supports. Despite these efforts, significant challenges remain. Limited housing inventory, constrained behavioral health capacity, and the absence of dedicated transitional housing for justice-involved individuals often limit the availability of stable placement and services at the time of release. Addressing these gaps is critical to successful reentry, reduce recidivism, and public safety, and will require continued interagency coordination and expanded community resources. Without targeted statutory authority, sustained funding, and expanded housing and behavioral health capacity, the Bureau of Corrections remains limited in its ability to prevent releases into being unhoused and interrupt the cycle of reincarceration. Reentry cannot remain solely a referral-based process. Legislative and interagency action is needed to shift reentry towards a coordinated, prevention-oriented system that improves public safety and community stability across the U.S. Virgin Islands. Key actions include establishing dedicated reentry authority and funding within the Bureau, expanding transitional and permanent supportive housing for justice-involved individuals, and strengthening in-territory behavioral health and substance use treatment capacity. Additionally, authorizing pre-release enrollment into Medicaid, SNAP, and other benefits would reduce service gaps at release. Formalizing interagency governance through shared planning, memoranda of understanding, and data sharing is also essential. Together, these steps will allow reentry to function as a true public safety investment rather than a last-minute response. Conclusion. Chairman Blyden and distinguished members of the 36th Legislature, as I close, I return to the central truth that underpins today's testimony. Every release is a public safety decision. When individuals leave our custody without housing, without treatment, without employment pathways, and without coordinated support, the risks do not remain within correctional walls. They shift to our neighborhoods, our healthcare systems, our law enforcement officers, and ultimately to the taxpayers of this territory. But when reentry is structured, resourced, collaborative, the outcome changes. Recidivism declines, families stabilize, communities become safer, government operates more efficiently. Reentry, when done correctly, is not an expense. It is a public safety investment that prevents far greater downstream costs. The Bureau of Corrections has taken meaningful steps within its current authority, yet systematic gaps remain that we cannot close alone. For that reason, we respectfully put forward several priority actions for legislative partnership. First, we ask for statutory authority and dedicated recurring funds to establish a formal reentry service unit within the Bureau. This would allow specialized staff to coordinate housing, navigation, behavioral health services, interagency case planning, and benefits enrollment prior to release. Second, we request targeted appropriation to expand transitional and permanent supportive housing for justice-involved individuals in coordination with the Continuum of Care and the Interagency Council on Homelessness. Without dedicated housing options, individuals continue to exit custody without stable placements. Third, we ask for increased investment in territory behavioral health and substance use treatment capacity, including step-down services to reduce reliance on incarceration as a default response to untreated conditions. Finally, we request statutory authorization for pre-release enrollment in Medicaid, SNAP, and other benefits, along with directions to formalize interagency agreements, shared planning timelines, and data sharing across corrections, health, human services, labor, and housing partners. Together, these actions would allow reentry to move from a referral-based process to a coordinated, prevention-oriented public safety investment. We can continue allocating resources to manage the consequences of instability, or we can make deliberate investments in the systems and supports that create lasting stability and safer communities. The Bureau of Corrections stands ready to work alongside this legislature, our agency partners, and community stakeholders to build a reentry framework worthy of the people we serve and protective of the communities we all call home. Thank you for your leadership, your oversight, your commitment to public safety across the U.S. Virgin Islands. I am prepared to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Director Testamark. Next, we will have Continuum of Care. Continuum of Care, Mr. Darima, and then right after that, you can continue in respect to meeting the needs of our community incorporated. So you may proceed.
Good day, Honorable Chair Blyden, members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, Infrastructure, and Telecommunications, other members of the 36th Legislature, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Dan Derima, and I serve as the chair of the Virgin Islands Continuum of Care on Homelessness. The COC is the federally designated regional planning body under the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, responsible for coordinating housing services for individuals and families experiencing homelessness. The COC is a coalition of nonprofit providers, government agencies, faith-based organizations, and individuals with lived experience that oversees the homeless management information systems, implements the coordinated entry system, and manages applications for federal COC funding. These funds are intended to support permanent and transitional housing, rapid rehousing, supportive services, and homelessness prevention. The COC uses HUD standardized nationwide definition and methodology to assess homelessness, and HUD relies on this data to inform federal funding decisions and policy priorities affecting the territory. The most recent point-in-time count, conducted on January 24, 2025, identified 304 unsheltered individuals across the Virgin Islands, an increase from 252 individuals in the 2023 point-in-time count. The point-in-time count represents a single night snapshot and does not capture individuals who are temporarily staying with others, meaning overall housing instability is likely understated. The housing inventory count measures the numbers and types of beds available to serve individuals experiencing homelessness, including emergency shelter, transitional housing, and permanent supportive housing. The most recent housing inventory count, conducted on January 30th, 2026, identified 190 beds dedicated to homelessness across the territory, compared to 92 beds identified in the 2023 housing inventory count. This increase reflects improved inclusion of housing resources that were not fully captured in prior counts, as well as incremental growth in inventory. However, the territory has experienced a loss of bed capacity following the closure of Liberty Place due to fire damage and 10,000 helpers after the hurricane impacts. HUD requires a full unsheltered point-in-time count every other year. 2025 was a point-in-time year. 2026 is a housing inventory count year, and the next point-in-time count will occur in 2027. Despite overall growth reported in capacity, available beds remain insufficient relative to documented need. Observations indicate increased visibility of unsheltered individuals across the territory, including displacement following site clearing of the former Cancrane School on St. Thomas. Of particular concern are reports of unsheltered households with minor children. Homelessness is not illegal, and while individuals may be offered assistance, they retain the right to refuse services. Since our appearance before this committee last year, the COC has incorporated as a nonprofit and now serves as its own HUD collaborative applicant, a role previously administered through the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. This transition has increased operational flexibility, strengthened accountability, and improved the COC's ability to respond efficiently to federal requirements and local needs. The COC currently includes 192 members, meets monthly in an open virtual forum, and welcomes community participation. The COC has made steady progress towards HUD compliance. The 2020-2023 COT planning grants were approved for transfer to our organization. Applications for the 2024 and 2025 planning grants are pending, and the 2026 planning grant application was submitted on time. Currently, the federally mandated coordinated entry system is not fully implemented. The CES ensures that individuals and families experiencing homelessness are assessed consistently, prioritized by vulnerability, and connected to appropriate housing services. The COC is working with HUD technical assistance to finalize the coordinated entry system requirements and expects implementation by the end of March. Until HUD compliance is achieved, HUD funding is limited to renewal projects. The COC was also awarded $185,000 through Act number 8759, appropriated to the Department of Human Services, and is coordinating with DHS to ensure timely access to these funds. At the federal level, litigation involving HUD and continuums of care followed proposals to eliminate the COC program structure, and shift funding under the Emergency Solutions Grant framework. Although these changes were not implemented, the resulting uncertainty continues to disrupt planning and create instability in the COC funding environment nationwide. This uncertainty is compounded by recent federal policy exchanges expanding work requirements across safety net programs such as SNAP and Medicaid, and ongoing discussions about extending similar requirements to housing assistance. In some states, these policies have resulted in individuals losing benefits, raising concern that if applied to HUD programs, vulnerable households could lose critical supports. At the territorial level, the reestablishment of the Virgin Islands Interagency Council on Homelessness is a positive development, and the COC is actively engaged in this forum to help align policy, funding, and implementation across agencies. To strengthen the territory's housing stability system, the COC recommends expanding participation across nonprofit and governmental partners, ensuring universal use of the homeless management information systems to improve coordination, data quality, and accountability, and fully implementing and integrating the coordinated entry system using a no wrong door approach. The COC further recommends integrating the CES into the territory's broader emergency and crisis response framework and establishing a centralized point access or hotline, potentially partnership with the United Way. Together, these actions would significantly improve system coordination, efficiency, and outcomes for individuals and families experiencing homelessness. Consistent with prior testimony, the COC's strengths include committed partners, improving system organization, and alignment with national best practices. Weaknesses continue to include limited housing inventory, insufficient supportive housing, and administrative capacity constraints. Opportunities include stronger interagency coordination, expanded HUD funding eligibility upon CAS compliance, and improved data integration. Threats include funding volatility, federal policy uncertainty, and unmet behavioral health and housing needs. Chair Blyden and members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. We appreciate your continued partnership as we work to strengthen housing stability across the Virgin Islands, and welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Testamark. You may continue with your next testimony, or your next hat.
Good morning, Chair Blyden, members of the committee, legislative staff, and members of the public. I bring you greetings on behalf of the Board of Directors, management, and staff of Meeting the Needs of Our Community, formerly known as Methodist Training and Outreach Center. thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and share our observations, concerns, and recommendations related to housing and housing stability in the Virgin Islands. My name is Dan DeRima, and I serve as the Executive Director of Meeting the Needs of Our Community. I have testified previously before this committee and appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on issues related to homelessness and housing instability that directly impacts our organization and the population we serve. Housing instability in the Virgin Islands has reached crisis levels. Individuals experiencing homelessness in our community include, but are not limited to, people with mental health disabilities, substance use disorders, unemployment challenges, ineligible veterans, and other compounding factors. At present, there are insufficient homes, shelters, or government-operated facilities to adequately address the varying needs of this population. The situation has not improved, as no new homeless shelter beds have come online in recent years. Additionally, because no passport is required to enter the territory, individuals are able to travel freely to the United States Virgin Islands, further increasing the population and placing additional strain on an already limited local resource. Meeting the Needs of Our Community is a nonprofit organization and, as such, does not have the capacity to provide uninterrupted or comprehensive assistance without collaboration with other nonprofits, government agencies, grant funding, and legislative support. MTOC operates primarily through designated grant funds that serve specific populations, including homeless U.S. veterans and persons living with HIV/AIDS. Unfortunately, these grants do not address the full scope of individuals experiencing general housing instability in this territory. Currently, MTOC houses 3 males and 5 females in our single-room occupancy facility located at number 29 Contant. This is our only housing unit with shared living accommodations, including bathroom, kitchen, and common living space, while each resident maintains a private bedroom. This SRO consists of 2 separate buildings, one for males and one for females, and is subsidized by the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Participation in this transitional housing program requires compliance with HUD eligibility requirements. In addition, MTOC operates 2 Continuum of Care Permanent Supportive Housing Grants, which collectively houses 8 individuals who meet the eligibility criteria of being homeless and having a documented disability. MTOC does not operate emergency housing or shelter services due to the lack of funding and available units. However, I want to emphasize that MTOC has the organization structure, policies, and trained personnel necessary to manage such a facility should funding and physical resources become available. MTOC closely monitors federal policy changes as the majority of our programs are federally funded. Our support services for veterans and families and housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, HOME-ARP programs, rely on federal funding. Additionally, our permanent supportive housing and homeless management information system grants are funded through the Federal Continuum of Care Program. Recent proposed changes by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to the Continuum of Care Program raised significant concerns, particularly potential funding cuts to permanent supportive housing, which would directly impact households and services in the territory. In response, a coalition of 20 states led by Attorney General Letitia James in New York, along with organizations such as the National Alliance to End Homelessness, filed suit challenging the proposed changes. In December, a federal judge issued a preliminary injunction blocking HUD's use of the November Notice of Funding Opportunity. HUD subsequently rescinded those changes and issued a revised funding opportunity applicable to fiscal year 2025 only. The submission deadline for this funding was February 9, 2026, and I'm pleased to report that MTOC submitted all required applications on time. Any future changes in federal funding for the continuum of care programs will have a direct and immediate impact on services for individuals with disabilities in these Virgin Islands. Effective collaboration requires resources. While the implementation of a coordinated entry system is a positive step, the absence of sufficient housing and supportive resources limits its effectiveness. Coordination alone, without the capacity to respond meaningfully to identified needs, leaves individuals without viable solutions. We must ensure that any temporary housing solutions remain temporary and that the territory prioritizes the development of long-term permanent housing options. Sustainable solutions require strategic investment, interagency collaboration, and legislative support. Thank you again, Chair Blyden, and members of this committee for the opportunity to provide this testimony. MTOC stands ready to continue to work collaboratively with the legislature, government agencies, and community partners to address homelessness and housing instability in the Virgin Islands.
Thank you so much, Mr. Derima. Next, we're going to have Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands. Ms. Mason, please proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Blyden, members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications.
Pull up your mic. Pull up your mic.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Blyden, members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication, members of the 36th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, staff, fellow testifiers, listening and viewing audience. My name is Sandra Thomas Mason, the Assistant to the Executive Director of Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands, an agency of the Roman Catholic Diocese of the United States Virgin Islands. On behalf of Andrea Shillingford, the Executive Director, I will be presenting testimony today. First, I would like to thank you for the invitation to appear before you today to provide a comprehensive briefing on homelessness and housing instability in the territory, and to share Catholic Charities' operational perspective during this period of increasing demand, fiscal uncertainty, and evolving federal policy. Homelessness in the Virgin Islands is not a single condition. It exists on a continuum of instability. Through our daily work, we see individuals who are chronically unsheltered, individuals who recycle repeatedly through emergency shelters, families and seniors who are couch surfing, and people who are one expected expense away from losing housing entirely. Housing instability is being driven by several interrelated factors: a shortage of affordable and accessible housing units, rising rent and fixed or declining incomes, loss or reduction of government assistance, chronic health and behavioral health needs, lack of appropriate placement for seniors and medically fragile individuals. We also continue to see elderly individuals remaining in emergency shelters or hospitals because there are no appropriate long-term care or supportive housing options available. These are not isolated cases. They represent system gaps that require coordinated solutions. Every person experiencing homelessness lives a unique situation with a unique story. Because of this, it is essential that strategies we pursue reflect the lived experiences and perspectives of individuals we are trying to help. Catholic Charities maintain daily direct contact with individuals experiencing homelessness through our soup kitchens, street outreach programs, emergency shelter, and transitional housing programs. While statistics are useful, it is these daily interactions that give us the clearest understanding of emerging trends and unmet needs. Despite the compounded hardships brought on by hurricanes, the COVID-19 pandemic, and prolonged economic disruptions, Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands has never closed our shelters, soup kitchens, or outreach services. We serve a population that depends on us for daily nourishment, safety, and human connection. However, our capacity to continue this work is increasingly strained. With federal funding cuts and ongoing funding uncertainty, Catholic Charities has been forced to reduce staff from 22 employees territorially to 14. Some staff hours have been cut, and remaining staff are routinely required to double up on responsibilities to maintain essential operations. We are stretched thin. We continue to show up every day for our people we serve. If Catholic Charities, an organization with deep experience, community trust, and a history of resilience, is operating at this level of strain, it is important to recognize that what this signals for broader nonprofit sector and for individuals who rely on these services. Federal policy shifts are already shaping both current and future services delivered in the territory. Uncertainty surrounding temporary protected status, the TPS, places family at risk of losing employment and income, which directly affects housing stability. When work authorization is lost or threatened, housing loss often follows. Changes or instability in SNAP, MAP, Medicaid, and other assistance programs increases food insecurity, worsen untreated health conditions, and accelerate pathways into homelessness. When benefits are delayed or reduced, individuals turn first to nonprofit providers for support. At the same time, federal reduction to nonprofits funding diminished the very organizations relied upon to observe these impacts. This creates a compounding effect, increased community need paired with reduced provider capacity. Even as resources tighten, Catholic Charities continue to work collaboratively with government and community partners to mitigate housing instability whenever possible. Catholic Charities continue to operate housing programs, including the Bethlehem House Shelter. I would call it the Bethlehem Shelter 1 for homelessness on St. Thomas, which has a capacity of 40 beds. St. Teresa of Calcutta House of Hope Transitional Home on St. Croix, which has 11 single occupancy units, including one ADA unit. We also have 2 construction projects that was previously mentioned in partnership with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. On St. Croix, the renovation of the Light of Christ facility, which will replace the Bethlehem House Shelter on St. Croix that was destroyed by Hurricane Maria. Light of Christ, once completed, would provide 15 double occupancy units, 2 family units, and 2 ADA units. On St. Thomas, the reservation and construction of Bethlehem House Shelter 2 facility, once completed, will provide 8 double occupancy units, 1 family unit, and 1 ADA unit. In addition, Catholic Charities continues to partner with Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands to assist individuals and families through the Rapid Response Block Grant and to support seniors through the Hodge Senior Citizens Assistance Fund. These partnerships are critical in addressing immediate needs, but they cannot replace sustained public investment. Many of you may remember when Ms. Shillingford previously appeared before this body and reported that the Virgin Islands received 20 emergency housing vouchers. Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands serve as the lead agency for this initiative, and all 20 vouchers were successfully assigned to individuals experiencing homelessness. We have since been informed that this program has been discontinued, and participating clients are being transferred into the Housing Choice Voucher Program. While this transition may appear administrative in nature, the practical implications for participants are significant. Under the Emergency Housing Voucher Program, Catholic Charities and other nonprofits provided hands-on case management, guiding participants through the process, assisting with documentation, ensuring compliance with program requirements, and helping individuals navigate the many barriers that often prevent homeless housing placement from being sustained. With the termination of this program, the level of support is no longer funded. For participants, this effectively means there is no longer a nonprofit in between to walk alongside them. They are now expected to navigate the system independently without the structured support that was specifically designed to help individuals with complex needs to succeed in housing. So simply put, there is no middleman anymore. They got to do it on their own. For individuals who have experienced long-term homelessness, behavioral health challenges, or limited system literacy, the loss of this support significantly increases the risk of voucher loss, housing instability, and eventually returns to homelessness. This is not a reflection of unwillingness on the part of the participants, but rather a reminder that housing alone is not always enough. Support matters. I want to emphasize this. The decision made by this legislature directly determines whether organizations like Catholic Charities can continue to prevent homelessness, or whether more Virgin Islanders will fall into crisis with nowhere to turn. Legislative funding is not simply a budget line. It is a difference between prevention and emergency response, between stability and displacement, between dignity and despair. Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands remain committed to serving our community with compassion and accountability, but we cannot sustain this without reliable, timely, and adequate support. We respectfully ask for your continued partnership and for funding decisions that recognize the essential role nonprofits organization plays in maintaining housing stability across the territory. Our guiding principle is the preservation and enhancement of human dignity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mason. And before we take a quick break for the testifiers, I just want to mention, in terms of the testimonies, there was a lot of testimony, but I want to actually thank all of the testifiers for your due diligence. You did your homework, you did your research, you gave recommendations, suggestions. I really, really appreciate that. We do, because it shows that you do care and you understand the seriousness of this housing crisis we have in the territory. I know folks are wondering why we have the police department here, corrections, but as we all know and have heard through the community, there was a young man that asked to go back to prison. How profound. What did that say about us, and what are we doing for those individuals? What it said about us, and that's very important. Also, there's a young lady that's been walking around with a young child. Everyone is talking about it. I mean, it sends a message to us. And that's why I'm so happy. That's why we are all here, all the stakeholders, and we're going to have a very serious discussion this morning. We're going to have to get some answers and try and see how we can move forward together to solve this situation of homelessness in the territory. It affects all areas and all aspects of our community, even though we don't think about it. But as you have heard in different testimonies, it touches every area, and it's very important. So we're going to take a quick 2-minute break, and we'll return. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications stands in recess. We're back on the record. Before we go into our line of question, I want to put in terms of the order. The first senator will be my co-chair, Senator Clifford Joseph. Second will be Senator Kurt Viale, the majority leader. Third will be Senator Ray Fonseca. Fourth will be the secretary, Senator Averil Lewis. Fifth will be Senator Novell E. Francis. And sixth will be Senator Carla Joseph. And I will chime in as necessary. I would not take time. Before I go to your point, Senator Fonseca, let me just, well, you know what? Let me get your point right quick. Point of information, Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, I wanted to ask if the information is not available, Eugene Jones, Housing Finance, the Homeowners Assistance Fund, you got 8.5 million and you've only spent 4.3 million. So there's about 4.2 million that's left to be spent in 7 months. It's due in September is the final date. Can you give us a plan? Do you have a plan of how that was planned to spend that additional $4.2 million? Thank you. Through the chair.
You first me. No problem. Edie Jones?
I'll submit one.
Mike, please recognize the mic of it.
I will submit a plan for the remaining $4.2 million.
Very well. So you don't have a plan in place as yet. That's what you're saying. Or you have a working document.
Yes,
Which one?
yes, we do. We have a budget for that.
But you don't have a plan in place as yet as exactly how it's going to be spent.
Yes, we do have a plan. I'll just have to send it to you. And it has a budget for the $4.2 million that's left.
Is there any way you can get a copy of it before you leave so we can actually look at a plan? And because we might have recommendations also and suggestions.
Before I leave here right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
If anyone in the office can send it to you?
I'll do that.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Viale, point. Okay, very well. I anticipated you were going to say that also. Okay, very well. Before I go to Senator Joseph, I have a couple of quick questions I want to ask Edie Jones in respect to your testimony, because you stated that the status of programs to combat housing instability and homelessness. You mentioned several different sites in terms of emergency housing portfolio. You have Charlotte Apartments, Anna's Hope, Campadico Emergency Housing, Prophet Hills. I counted them, there's about 80 units, but they're all waiting on FEMA funding or what have you, federal funding. Where are we at with any of those projects that's coming online? What the status in terms of FEMA? Because all of them are funded by FEMA. Is there anything going on in that space? Is there any movement? Where are we at?
Ms. Hector, will you answer that question for the Senator, Chairman?
And please speak into the mic. Ms. Hector,
Nicole.
Croy?
Go ahead, Nicole.
Or Nicole? Okay. Please state your name before you speak.
Nicole Johnson, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Senator, I'll just give you a quick update in regards to each property on each island, St. Croix and St. Thomas. Starting with the St. Thomas properties, Stable and Apartments. That property was rehabilitated with FEMA funds and it is completed. And those are 3 units.
Okay.
Charlotte Apartments is currently undergoing site assessments through FEMA. The Tannenberg Emergency Housing, which will be funded through CDBG, DR, and local funds. We're hoping to have 11 units there.
By when? Time frame. For all of these units, I want a time frame. That's what I'm looking for, time frames.
So in regards to the Tannenberg Emergency Housing, we are in the application phase, and we're hoping to be able to have approval before the end of 2026.
Continue.
St. Croix, Anna's Hope Emergency Housing. We are currently under contracting for rehabilitation of those 16 units. We're expected contracting to be finalized before the end of the quarter. Camparico Emergency Housing. We are currently rehabilitating 8 of those 16 units, which is funded by FEMA. We are also anticipated to complete by the second quarter of 2026. Prophet Hills Emergency Housing Project, that's on St. Croix. 4 of those units are currently funded by FEMA, and we're anticipated to be completed with those units by the second quarter as well.
Very well. Okay, thank you for that. And Edie Jones, in respect to the HOME-ARP program also, I know there were 200 applications. How many have been approved to date?
I think about 45 of those have been approved to date.
45 to date. And people of the Virgin Islands have been pushing and advocating for this program. This is a very, very good program. Why? Because I remember when I saw the listing and my colleague from Bavoni and Housing spoke adamantly about that in respect to the amount of individuals that owe taxes in the territory that was in the newspaper. And here it is, we have a program that actually assists with taxes, assists with insurance, assists with mortgage payments, assists with many areas in terms of preventing homelessness. And in my opinion, this fund should have been done a long time ago because it is such an important program and a much needed program. But I'm glad there is still funds available, and I'm asking for those that's really in dire strait and those that need help to apply to the program for assistance, because it's very important in terms of housing, because homelessness is a real problem. And we all fall on hard times based on a medical situation or what have you. But at the same time, these programs are here to assist individuals. So please, if you are facing some hardship, apply and see what type of assistance you can get. It helps with principal reduction, foreclosure, mortgage payment, property taxes, homeowners insurance, and other housing expenses, to include counseling for those that are going through challenges with their mental health. Okay, so I just want to put it on the record. Senator Joseph, my co-chair, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the support staff here, and good morning to my staff. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. My first question will be for Mr. Eugene Jones. What are the requirements to obtain emergency or temporary housing?
I'll have Ms. Hector respond to that. Oh, Nicole again. I'm
Johnson.
Sorry. Go ahead, Nicole.
Yes, she's Johnson.
Nicole Johnson, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. So for emergency housing, the requirements are that the individual has to be affected by some sort of catastrophic incident, a victim of domestic violence, extreme financial hardship, or just experiencing homelessness based off of eviction.
And as far as how does a person go from transition from emergency or temporary housing to stable or permanent housing?
So an individual transitioned, so let's just take it a step back. When they apply, that individual has to apply with a referral from an NPO, a government agency, and when they have that referral, then we go through the application process, we place them. It is temporary, it's 6 months, and then the agency that actually assisted that individual based on the referral is responsible for aiding that individual with putting them into permanent housing. But of course, we understand the challenges as well at the Housing Finance Authority, so we also assist in aiding to be able to transition them into permanent housing as well.
Senator, may I add to that?
Yes.
I think this is what we've been saying around my...
Before you speak, Edie Jones, the stenographer, is remote, so please mention your name every time you speak. Thank you so much.
Okay, Eugene Jones, Executive Director, HFA. I think, Senator, what we've been resonating around with my colleagues around here is about the lack of housing, affordable housing. And it's not getting any better, and it's getting worse. And the problem is that connecting those dots is just tough, because when you move someone in transitional housing, we've had the instances where we can't move them out of transitional housing because there's no permanent housing. And so when you can't move them out of transitional housing, those individuals that need it can't go anywhere. And that's what we've been saying around here with my colleagues. Says that's the problem. We don't have enough supply. We have lots of demand, but we don't have enough supply. We can keep building and building and building. I don't think we'll ever get to the point where we say we've eradicated homelessness. It's just not going to happen that way, to be realistic.
I heard, okay, thank you for your response. This one is for you, Ms. Johnson. The question, you spoke earlier about Campo Rico and Anna's Hope and Profit. Any of those apartments available or everything is under construction?
Nicole Johnson, Virgin Islands Housing and Finance Authority. In the Campo Rico property, we currently have 2 residents that are occupying that property. In Prophet Hills, it is completely vacated to be rehabilitated. In Anna's Hope, that is also to be rehabilitated as well. On St. Thomas, the Stableland community is currently completely vacated, and the Shredded Apartments community, we have residents that are currently occupying that community as well.
Okay. Edie Jones. Does the VA Housing Finance Authority have any relationships or agreements with other governments or non-government agencies or organizations to assist families who are without housing to ensure they are placed in a temporary facility?
Yes, we do, Senator. We have many collaborations with nonprofits and government entities on the territory.
And could you explain how these relationship works? Because I want to make sure if somebody doesn't know and they're listening right now, they could.
Well, when we, like CDBG and the Home Dollars, when we put out grants, when we put out RFPs, we ask them to respond to that. And so after they're rewarded based on the criteria of the RFP, then we make a selection. And then after we make the selection, everyone agrees, we make a sub-recipient agreement, and then we go through the conditions of what that is, the term, how much the grant is, what's the qualifications, and making sure that we enforce or that we monitor those sub-recipients to comply with the scope of services.
Okay, and thank you for your response. Mr. Jones, you also mentioned in your testimony that this might just be your last visit here to us, unless the chairman.
It's never going to be my last, Senator.
No, I'm talking in your capacity, since you say you're planning you're resigning your post. You said it, but as far as what would you consider that would you like to be your biggest achievement during your time in VI HFA?
30 seconds.
Well, Senator, that's a great question. The only thing that comes, well, there's a lot of things that come to my mind. The biggest thing is probably my staff capacity. They've achieved some things that no one thought they could do. We've come together as a team. We built morale, and we're working to support the territory as being housing providers.
Mr. Chairman. Okay. In wrapping up, as far as the co-chair in this committee and the chair himself, for me personally and the folks at LBJ, I'd like to see that you make an effort to meet with us so we could put a closure to those folks in LBJ. I will salute you and your departure for sure, and I always remember you if we could come to a closure on that one before you leave.
I promise you that, Senator.
Okay, and thank you. Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator Clifford Joseph. Before I go to Senator Kurt VLA, let me ask you, Edie Jones, in respect to the home funds, because you also spoke to the 535 families to attain home ownership as a result of this program over the last 5 years, which is, they can get up to 100,000 average. How many have been assisted in the last, say, 5 years? 3 to 5 years. 3 years. I'll go to 3 years, not 5, 3. And I'm asking that for a reason.
Ms. Hector.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
This is Janine Hector, Director of Federal Programs at Housing Finance Authority. So the HOME program, as you say, we assist persons who are in the process of purchasing homes, eligible low-income persons according to HUD's definition, providing subsidies to bridge that gap between their mortgageability and what the home costs. We can do that not just with homes that the authority is developing, but also we do spot loan assistance programs as well. So persons can have, a lot of our collaborations are with clients who are being financed, primary finance under USDA's program, and then HOME provides the secondary financing. Obviously, when VIHFA is also building and developing homes, some of those homes that are clients that are purchasing homes are also assisted with home funds. The production of homes has been, I think as we all know, the production of homes over the past couple years has been lower than we had seen, let's say, before the storm. One of the issues that we are encountering is that under the HOME program, HUD has what is called maximum value limits, and that limits the price of the homes that can be assisted with home funds. There is a misalignment between HUD's limits and the cost of homes here in the territory, particularly since the storms. So that has diminished the number, but we continue to assist households, families to bridge that gap as they purchase homes.
Okay, Ms. Hector, thank you for all that information about the program, but I actually have a specific question. How many individuals have you assisted within the last 3 years in respect of home from the number? What number are we talking about? How many individuals?
Within the past 3 years, we have assisted 5 home owners, who, including one that's in process now, to get the subsidies. And like I said, the subsidies have been increasing over the years. So that also limits the numbers.
Understood, and that's my headache right there. And because I know we also, my colleague, the majority leader, myself, and others actually introduced a first-time home buyers program also. And we gave $4 million for the program. How many individuals have we assisted with that program in terms of the first-time home buyers program?
Senator, I am unable to speak to that because I'm the federal programs director, and so I can tell you about the home program.
Ms. Hector, hold up.
The program is under our home ownership
Ms. Hector,
division.
you cannot talk while I'm talking. Once I start to speak, you need to just relax. Please. It was not for you. I asked a question. That question was not for you. I asked a question. That was to Edie Jones. Edie Jones?
This is Eugene Jones, Executive Director, HFA. None of that money has been spent yet.
Is there a reason why?
We had discussed this the last time we made a presentation, and we were going to reallocate that because of the stringent requirements to reach out to those individuals. From my recollection, Senator.
I believe we, in terms of the requirement, we made it actually accessible for individuals, especially from first-time home buyers, and that's the reason why we actually brought the legislation based on the stringent rules with the federal funds, and that's why we actually implemented that program. Let me ask you a question, though, in respect to home ownership opportunities and homelessness. I know your thing is price point, and I do agree with that. What's the price point in respect to actually attaining progress moving forward with home ownership opportunities and building homes? Say in the St. Croix district, what the price point we're looking at the sweet spot for St. Croix and what the sweet spot for St. Thomas?
This is Eugene Jones, Executive Director of HFA. The sweet spot in St. Croix was probably, I want to say, between 280 and 300,000. In St. Thomas, it's between 350 and probably 380.
St. Croix, how much for St. Croix? Two what?
St. Croix is between 280 and probably 300.
Wow, that's almost unattainable with the price of construction these days, and that's the issue. That's a serious issue because then, if someone build a house for that price, it's going to be inferior, basically. So we're going to have some further discussion. Senator Viala, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Testa. Thank you.
Please recognize Senator Viala's mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Mr. Jones, you can't reallocate the money for the First Time Home Buyers Act. Only the legislature could do that. It was a line item to provide home ownership for individuals that were trying to get a first mortgage. So if there's some plan that the Housing Finance Authority has, you need to make sure that we know what the plan is, and we would have to agree to move those monies. Do you have a plan as to how you want to utilize those monies?
No, I don't.
So the money just sitting there. These are the general funds. Or
The money is not in my bank account, Senator.
So you have never received the monies.
Okay, we have received.
So
Yes, we have received.
I know you have received it because I've heard that testimony before, that the monies are sitting there. And these are general funds. So this didn't go under all type of federal requirements. The Housing Finance Authority had the authorization to develop the requirements. So if you develop requirements that nobody can meet, that's on the Housing Finance Authority. This body gave monies outside of federal funds to help local first-time home buyers. And all we needed a finance authority to do was to develop those guidelines and utilize the monies.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you, Senator, but again,
No,
we
I'm not
stated,
getting that. You don't need to
Of course
explain.
not.
Your
Okay.
explanation was already clear.
absolutely.
You have not used the money, and you have this.
So you're not going to want, you don't want my explanation?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I honestly don't. It's every year we have the same conversation.
And I
So
don't know
why am I
then
gonna-
I don't know
am
why
just-
you're asking me all the time.
Well, you
Why
don't need to
keep
interrupt
asking
me when I'm speaking because you're just sitting there with this smug look after receiving $4 million 5-6 years ago, and you have no explanation as to
I'm
why
not
the
going to
money
be
is not
disrespectful
utilized.
from you, Senator, okay?
You can say whatever you want.
You can say whatever you
on
want to
your
say
way
too,
out.
okay?
So now you have
Eddie
another
Jones,
mouth.
Eddie Jones, please.
You on your
let
way
us-
out.
let us
So
senator
now
speak.
you have all to say. But you made comments in reference to homelessness, and you say, no matter how much we build, we will always have homelessness. But you ain't building. The Housing Finance Authority is not building. And you can't be upset for senators being frustrated after passing $6 million 6 years ago and the monies are not spent. 4 years ago, whatever it is. Then let me go to Catholic Charities. Have you received your government allocation?
Speak into the mic, please. And state your name before you speak, please.
Good afternoon again. No, good morning. Sandra Thomas Mason, Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands. Yes, we have received our funding
For this fiscal year.
for this fiscal year. Let me check.
Okay, and that is a good thing, if you have, because I want to make sure that those entities that assist this government, that they have received their monies. Now going back to the home program, and you could give me after. Your data says you have, from 1995, you have helped 535 families. That's 30 years. So that's an average of 17 families per year. But when the chair asked the question as to how many individuals were helped within the last 3 years, the answer was 3 individuals. 5 individuals. Say 6, you could say 10. The data here is saying that the average of 17 per year. But in the last 3 years, you have helped around 5 individuals. Do these monies expire and go back to Washington?
No comment.
Do these monies expire and go back to Washington?
No.
So they're made available until expended?
Yes, unless they deobligate. That would be HUD.
Have any of these monies been deobligated?
No.
What is the total in this particular home program fund?
I don't know off the top of my head, Senator.
Who knows what is the total in this home program fund? Ms. Hector, what is the total still available in the home program fund?
25.
Janine Hector, Federal Programs Director. Senator VLA, please give me one moment. Let me look the information up. I have it here, but it's a little
Okay.
small. Let me get it.
And have any of these monies been deobligated, Ms. Hector?
Senator, we faced the obligation of some funds at the end of the previous fiscal year. Funds under the HOME program are generally available for up to five years, basically. And so we did face some the obligation at the end of the previous fiscal year, unfortunately.
How much did we
1
face
minute.
the obligation?
One moment, please.
Going on to the emergency solutions grant, I'm seeing. I'll come back to you when you get the number, Ms. Hector. But I don't want to. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Hector.
I have the number. It's about $320,000.
That was up for the obligation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you have
30 seconds.
you have the number as to how much is in the fund.
Yes, sir.
And what's that amount?
Right now, $8 million, sir.
$8 million. So
Yes, sir.
what is the average amount that we receive every single year?
Under the HOME program, our annual allocation, let me switch to my other sheet here. Our annual allocation
Time.
has been about, hold on, sorry, scrolling. Has been about $700,000, $745,000 per year.
So let's call it 800,000. You have
Yes,
10
sir.
years worth of money. 10 years worth of money sitting in an account, and you sitting there getting an attitude. 10 years of money sitting in an account that could be utilized to help homeowners, and you sitting with an attitude. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bailey. Ms. Hector, you want to say something? Ms. Hector?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator. I just wanted to clarify that the home funds are not in the custody of the Housing Finance Authority. So those funds are in the federal line of credit, because you don't just get the funds. You have to commit the funds to eligible activities, which in this case is the individual homeowner that you're assisting, and you draw those funds as the homeowner's project is being done. Most of the projects are construction, so as you're subsidizing the construction as it is occurring.
So, Ms. Hector,
For the opportunity to clarify.
but thank you for clarifying, but let me expound on that. In respect to the HOME program and assisting folks and giving them up to $100,000 per individual to actually help them qualify for a home, how have we been advertising or putting up information out there to actually help people who are in desperate need at this time? Because right now there's a lot of people that most likely would qualify for this program if they knew, because there are a lot of people coming to my office every day with different situations, and these type of programs that I send them to can help. Can you explain what does the advertising or marketing look like with these type of important, impactful programs from the HFA perspective?
Yes, Senator. So for the HOME program, since we're providing secondary financing, banks and the USDA Rural Development, which is the primary lender of monies for low-income households, because home is restricted to low-income households. So those partners will refer clients that they're working with who need that gap to be bridged. Persons who come to Housing Finance Authority as a source where they come to apply for housing, for homeownership training and counseling, etc. As part of that process of home buyer education, we make them aware of these funds that are available and explain to them how they access those funds.
What I'm hearing, honestly, we need to connect the dots. There's a disconnect somewhere. We talk about gap financing. We talk about many different agencies that collaborate with each other. But apparently, I'm sure that the information is not there in terms of these individuals knowing exactly who, what, when, where, and why. So I look forward to further discussion and in terms of how we can collaborate and coordinate better moving forward. Senator,
if I may, one more quick clarification.
Of course.
One other thing that we do is our homeownership division is actively goes out to employers, large employers, et cetera, to do presentations.
Yes.
And this is the type of information that we bring to employees, et cetera, letting them know how they can get assistance to get homes. And we also obviously do the housing fair annually, where we also disseminate that information. Thank you.
Yes, you do, and I appreciate that. And thank you so much. Before I go to Senator Fonseca, Ms. Mason, I had a response for Senator Viale.
Yes, I do. Sandra Thomas Mason, Catholic Charities. Senator Vele, we did receive all our 2025 allotments for 2025, so we're good for now.
Recognize Senator Viale's mic, please.
Yeah, I was trying to find out about your FY26 because we're now in the second quarter of 26, and I wanted to know whether or not you have received any of the monies based on the fact that you have had to reduce your number of individuals working from 22 to some 14, and they're literally doubling up. So I'm trying to see, is there an issue with getting the funds that were allocated to Catholic Charities, Bethlehem House, Lutheran Social Service, and we have the individual here who's over that. So if we can get some information as to whether or not there's some challenges in being able to provide the funding for the nonprofits that are doing the work with the homeless and the mentally ill.
Senator, thank you for your question.
Your name, please?
Laverne Marsh, Department of Human Services. Senator, we have not received our miscellaneous funding from OMB as yet, and so therefore we are unable to have our nonprofits paid for their 2026 budgets.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, that's what I wanted to get on the record. Okay, because the Senate goes ahead and appropriate monies for various nonprofits that are doing good work in the community. And then a lot of time the nonprofits don't receive the monies until the 11th or 12th month in the fiscal year. They get it around August, September. And the reason why we have hearings is so that the Senate could probe and see what needs to be done to make sure that those agencies that are helping the government of the Virgin Islands receive the funds on a timely basis. So now that we know from Human Services that it hasn't been allocated from OMB, we can have the discussion with the OMB director to make sure that those monies are released. Okay, because a lot of time things aren't happening and everybody don't realize why it's not happening. But Catholic Charities and those Bethlehem House, Lutheran Social Services, Methodist, all of these entities, they provide good work for the government. And we got to make sure that we are able to provide the funding, because a lot that used to receive federal funds, some of the federal funds are being reduced.
Correct.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viale. And not only we were speaking to gap financing, but all of these non-for-profit organizations fill the gap for the government. That's what they do. They fill a gap, and their role is critical in terms of assuring that we can help our people in whatever way. So it's important that OMB recognize and realize the importance of assuring that they get the funding on time. Because once they don't, it affects everything in between. It's like a chain reaction. It affects everything. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to my colleagues and all of the listening audience, and also to the full panel of testifiers. And Mr. Chairman, congratulations on this very, very important meeting today. I want to follow up on the question of the majority leader, and also what you mentioned, Mr. Chair, because with the HAFP, the $8.5 million in funding, we learned that it was $4.2 million left, and it has to be spent by September. We asked if we can get that so we can finish it, and Mr. Eugene Jones from Housing Finance was a time set. Can we get that information now, or we can't get it today?
I'm still trying to get it to my staff so they can give you your information today. Senator Eugene Jones, Executive Director, HFA.
You see, that's what I don't understand, Mr. Chair. We have to spend $4.2 million by September of this year, and we can't get the information on how that's going to be spent today when you come in before the committee. If you come in before the committee and you have a plan to spend this $4.2 million, because what you're seeing around this table, Methodist Training, Outreach, Continuum of Care, Catholic Charities, Lutheran Services, Lutheran Social Services. There's a big need. And you mentioned, Mr. Chair, that some of this money, this grant can even go to pay property taxes. So if of those over 200 applications, if any one of them had a property tax and they qualified, then that money can go to the government property tax. So there's money that can be used. But I want to go quickly to Mr. Dan DeRima of MTOC. And also the VI Interagency Council. I had some questions. And I also want Ms. Sandra Thomas Mason to answer this, both of you. Okay, you mentioned that of the 199 beds that was dedicated to the homeless, in 2023 it was 92. And so give me the details on why it increased. And then also for Ms. Mason, right, you mentioned that you continue to see the elderly individuals remaining in emergency shelters and hospitals, because there are no appropriate long-term care. It was mentioned that in the count, some of the elderly and the children are actually living with families, et cetera, et cetera. So is that part of it? Because my understanding is if you're elderly, you're homeless, whoever, if you're shacking up, is that officially counted? So, Mr. Derma, can you give me the 199 beds?
Good afternoon. Dan DeRima, Executive Director, MTOC. Based on that count, it's actually 190 beds. The methodology of counting was done differently, which included the veteran beds. Based on the rules in terms of counting through the HUD, and the veterans are homeless, and we put them in either emergency housing and utilize rapid rehousing services through the SSBF program. Those beds are counted with that housing count. So that number would look upwards. But they're in scattered sites. It's not one facility, and it's across the Virgin Islands.
Okay. So now with the VI Interagency Council, you mentioned the HUD funding is limited until compliance was achieved. Give me a little bit more information on that.
With the Dan DeRima, Virgin Islands Continuum of Care and Homelessness Chairman, with the COC compliance issue with HUD, once the CES, the coordinated entry system is in place, hopefully we would have that done in place by probably end of March, April. We could apply for more funding based on its compliance. Now, that would have been done sooner, but the federal government shutdown
1 minute.
slowed down the process with our technical assistance.
Okay, thank you. And, I also want to congratulate you and the VI Interagency Council being reestablished. I know me and Madam Rules Chair have discussed that several times, the importance of it. And I would like to, if there's no conflict of interest, I would like to know as a senator, if I could be on that council, I'd love to attend those
30
meetings.
seconds.
Quickly, I wanted to go to Catholic Charities because, it's very important when we get the nonprofits that come before us, because we see the government agencies all the time, but we know the important work the nonprofit do. So give me what you're finding out, Assistant Director Masons, particularly with the elderly and the homelessness of the elderly.
Time.
Right. Good afternoon again, Sandra Thomas Mason, Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands. With the elderly, a lot of them that are either evicted or living in abandoned homes, etc., and we're contacted through Human Services to assist with these individuals. We bring them into the shelter most of the time, and they end up being there long term. They stay there because most of the time when we try to reach out to other partner agencies, nonprofits, etc., it's very hard to find space for these elderly. So they end up in our facility for a very, 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 very long time, sometimes until we're able to maybe find family members. Some of them are from the States as well, and we're able to reach family members and send them back home. And they put them in a facility, wherever they're from. But we know that there is a lot of seniors that are couch surfing, as Mr. DeRima said, and in those report of numbers of for the homeless count, those are not counted. So those numbers are going to go up. A lot of them are, we have gotten some visits to our office for individuals who are looking for rental assistance, and thank God for CFVI, one of our partners who has a grant program that we're able to at least help seniors pay at least 1 month rent. But the issue with seniors is increasing.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would, Mr. Chair, like to know about that 4.2. If we have to spend 4.2 million in 7 months, I'd like to know if we can use it and make decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Senator Fonseca. He did say that he reached out to his staff and he's waiting for a response back in respect to that. Edie Jones, quickly before I go to Senator Averil Lewis, let me ask you in respect to your challenges. You spoke of challenges and you said another significant challenge that the CDBG program faces impact of local legislation that requires us to onboard the CDBG grant fund equally by district each year. You spoke to it being granted equally by district each year. And you spoke at the example in a delay in the start of construction for years until a required amount of funding has been allocated to the project to cover the estimated cost of the project. And 2, exploration of the environmental review, thus requiring completion of a new review before the project can proceed. Can we just allow parity, say within 2 to 3 years in that period by districts? Would that help? Can that help?
Eugene Jones, Executive Director, VIHFA. Yes, Senator, that would help tremendously.
Okay. I'll put in the legislation. Senator Averil Lewis, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Good day to colleagues, good day to the testifiers, good day to the people of the Virgin Islands. Commissioner George, on page 4 of your testimony, I was the section that says eligibility and public assistance services, right? And I've been doing a little research these past couple of days because something came to my attention. And you talk about some certain things that would impact your Medicaid, being able to provide that service, continue to be providing that service, right? And one of the things I want to ask you is, to you and the team, I've noticed that in my research and what the president called the big beautiful bill, that these individuals pretty soon have to start recipients between the ages of 19 to 64 will need to start to complete 80 hours per month of work, whether volunteering, schooling, or approved community services. But the troubling part to me is that some of them don't have the capacity to find work. So what is going to happen then? That's a bill that we, my colleagues and I, must have to find that additional funding to provide, because some of these people go for counseling, they go for different things, and Medicaid reimburse the physicians and so forth. So if we don't have the proper funding and we don't have the Medicaid coverage, then what happens?
Commissioner Averil George, homelessness doesn't apply to that part of the bill, but I'll have AC Dorset speak more on that since that's the division she runs.
Okay.
Good morning, Senators. Tasha Phillips Dorset, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Human Services. So for the big, beautiful bill on the Medicaid requirement, there's no work requirement. It's not applicable to the territories for the work requirement. But the work requirement is applicable under the Food and Nutrition Service, which funds SNAP. We do have a work requirement of 20 hours per week of work, volunteerism, et cetera. And we just released a press release, I believe, yesterday on that for the single able-bodied population.
Good. And again, Commissioner George, in your testimony, you talked about the budget or the cost to adequately fund the Interagency Council on Homelessness. What would that look like?
I will refer that over to Mr. Danny DeRima, my vice chair.
So DeRima, you want to put on the record, please? What would that budget look like to get this agency up and going?
Dan
Not
DeRima,
up and going, it's up and going, but to adequately fund.
Dan DeRima, Virgin Islands Continuum Cure Homelessness. I am the vice chair of the Interagency Council on Homelessness. Looking at it, the framework of the Council on the Interagency Council on Homelessness, maybe we need to form some programs to give to those other nonprofits. I would have to.
Mr. DeRima, in the commissioner's testimony on page 7, she said, based on the data, program experience, and ongoing collaboration with partners, the Department of Human Services recommend continued legislative and executive support to formalize and adequately fund the Interagency Council of Homelessness. What kind of money you talking about? Through the chair, could I please request that?
George, I will get that information from Senator.
Thank you. Now, moving forward to a different scenario that's real. And it's become really have become a big social media talk. And, you know, people hone in and there's a young lady pushing a cart with a young boy, right? I know the police department have been inundated with calls, human services have been called, MTOC have been called. I walked into MTOC personally to see what we can do. I've sat with this young lady for 3 to 4 times. And I was so glad when Mr. DeRima said in his last sentence that
1 minute.
they have the right to refuse help. So it's not that we don't offer the assistance. I won't call the officer name, but one day I stopped there, and this officer brought Wendy's. She said, I tell you, are you hungry? She said, no, you're probably not, but I see you here, but I'd like to offer you something.
30 seconds.
She told me playing out. I said, but, you know, I would really like to at least see about getting the child into school. Whether the community want to hear it, and she tell me, I homeschooling. Okay, but I'm just saying, we just can't walk home because we see certain things, and my heart goes out to it. And just pick up people and just think we could corral them and just carry them somewhere. You know, I have all of you here. Maybe you could help me help the community. Let's educate them. VIPD, when you run into these instances, what is your next course of action?
Deborah Hart, Chief of Police for the St. Thomas, St. John, Water Island District, VIPD. So in this particular instance and anything similar, of course, our goal is always public safety. But in this instance, VIPD has been involved with this young lady and her child for over 4 years. This is not new for us. We have a victim advocate here who has assisted her on many occasions. A lot of times it is not received well. Initially, she was not...
You don't have to get into her. When you run into these scenarios, your officers, what is the training? What is the protocol?
Protocol.
Because everybody calls 911, your officers respond. What happens?
If there isn't a criminal nexus, The next protocol is connection, connecting those individuals to the service that each person respectively needs. And every case is different, every need is different. So we train our officers to recognize what the needs are and to be able to provide the recommendation to those individuals accordingly.
Mr. Chair, just let me complete the thought here. Commissioner George, what's the next step? I call Commissioner George, there's a homeless man here, whatever. What does the agency does? What's the role of Human Services?
Department of Human Services then goes out and assess an assessment of the situation. If there's a child involved and the child is in danger, then I want to put it on the record that DHS does not have the legal right to take a child from a parent without going through the court system. We have been dinged on that many times before. Mm-hmm. In this particular incident, the child is not just just turned birthday. There's no education violation with this young lady and her child on the street. We got the calls. We are responding to the situation, not us alone. VIPD and all other collaboration is being done. We have engaged both parents in this matter. I cannot sit here and provide specific details.
No, I don't want you to do that.
Specific details
I'm just
on this
asking,
matter
before you go any
because we're
further,
going to
I don't mean about the young lady.
Okay,
I mean,
so-
when we encounter homelessness, or we encounter individuals with issues, what does your team
My
do?
team go out and assess the situation and see how we could provide assistance with finding them a place to go by calling all the nonprofits that we deal with. And then if there is a place, we transport them there. If there are individuals that land on the island and don't have any place to go, our next step is to contact family member, whichever state they came from, put them up overnight, and then we buy an airline ticket and put them on the next flight out of here the next day. It's cheaper to send them back than keep them here and have it be an issue for the Virgin Islands. Mm-hmm. So we respond, when we get every call, we respond and assess the situation to figure out what's the next step to make sure this individual is safe as well as our community is safe.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Point of information, Senator Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief Hodge, what percentage of the officers are trained in the critical management?
100%, sir.
Okay, thank you for your response.
Thank you. Before I go to Senator Novell Francis, let me ask you, Director BOC, I have a question for you. What percentage of released inmates currently experience housing instability after release? And how have those numbers changed after, say, the last 5 to 10 years?
Director Testamark, Bureau of Corrections. We have about 5% individuals that when they come into our system, they're homeless. When they leave, unfortunately, about 3% of those, that 5% remains homeless. I don't have the data for the past 10 years. I'll have to go before 2019, but I can get that data for you.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. Point of information, Senator Averil Lewis.
Hello, good. Ms. Mason, good afternoon. All your last year, I realized that you have this mobile laundry and washing station. Mm-hmm. I reached out through Senator Blyden and so forth and realized it needed a vehicle. He told me he provided funding for this vehicle, a truck. As to date, I haven't seen this thing pull anywhere. I had a private donor that was willing to buy a truck. Senator Blyden said, no need for it. Could you elaborate and tell the public where we at with this truck? You know, it's still manufacturing. What's happening?
Not manufacturing. Good afternoon. Sandra Thomas Mason, Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands. Catholic Charities did, how to say it? We went out to the different
Dealerships?
Yes, dealerships. And we did get some quotes. When we finally got around and got the funding from DHS released and we got the check, we went to purchase this truck. But when we got the truck, it wasn't, I mean, when we went to purchase a truck, it wasn't sufficient to pull the laundry truck up the hill. $50,000 cannot purchase a truck to carry it up these steep hills in the Virgin Islands, right? So we did talk to the dealership, Ford. They're trying to work with us in giving us a fairly decent quote, and hopefully we should see that truck soon.
The last thing I heard, I went to Toyota. Toyota had bring in a truck.
Oh, sorry.
And you were supposed to have this truck from Toyota. I mean, thank you for your response.
Thank you so much, Senator Lewis. And it was the rare end, okay? The rare end was not big enough in order to carry the weight. And I thought I was taken care of. That had been a while. I wish I had reached back out because that should have been taken care of a long time ago because the purpose was to assist those individuals. I know Senator Clifford just want to point, but I'll go to Senator Francis first for his time, and then I'm going to come to you. Senator Nova Francis, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you very much to all of the testifiers for this very important testimony given here today, and thank you for putting the time in to do the necessary research to be able to provide us with the data that you have provided us with today. As leaders, we are ultimately evaluated by how well we are able to care for the most vulnerable among us. I hear individuals getting a little bit frustrated here this morning, and I want to say that I appreciate everything that's being done for us to recognize what's needed to address those issues. Our government entities as well as the nonprofit have done a lot to address this particular issue. But Commissioner George said it, the level of urgency that can no longer be treated as a peripheral concern. As a call to action. So please, when you talk about being frustrated, who should be frustrated? Is those individuals that's being denied, don't have access to the services in this community. Those individuals that continue to leave our shores and go abroad because they can't get a house, can't buy a house, can't pay for a house. Those functional homelessness that we have were individuals that are sleeping in their car, getting up in the morning, going to a gas station, going to McDonald's and all these places to use the bathroom, to wash themselves up, to be able to go to work, and then come back home and go on the beach and sleep. Those are the ones that should be frustrated here this morning. When we hear that government entities that have millions of dollars sitting in a bank account, $4 million appropriated in 2021, Act 8465, August of 2021, not a dime has been spent from that. When we hear that there's $3.3 million for a HOME-ARP fund, not a dime has been spent from that. When we hear that there's balance of $4 million, when you hear that $5 million have been provided to our nonprofit organizations to help, to support our nonprofits by this legislature, and still what we hear, that we need a legislative mandate every single day. That's why we're here today, so that we could be able to provide that legislative mandate and oversight. So let's not get frustrated. Let's do everything possible for us to be able to collaborate, communicate, and compromise on those things that will be necessary to be able to move the needle. Because guess what? Our numbers are trending in the wrong direction. Numbers are trending in the wrong direction. And they're our brothers and sisters, they're family members, they're teachers, they're nurses, they're veterans, those individuals that paid their dues in this community, and now they're homeless. No, they're couch surfing. And we could stay here and get upset? Come on. Come on. Executive Director Jones, we hear where the HFA talk about St. Thomas, there's 44 beds, in St. Croix there's 36, and we still hear that there is a need for us to have additional beds being made available. Whose responsibility it is to build houses in this community for the homeless population?
Eugene Jones, Executive Director of VIHFA. We're not responsible for building. We're responsible for providing grant money to our subrecipients so they can build and they can fund these beds.
Very well. How many such grant funding have been made available to developers to do this?
To the subrecipients, Ms. Hector?
Am I permitted to respond?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Senator?
Well, that's yes.
Thanks. Okay, yes, sir. Okay, so presently the VIHFA through the CDBG program has awarded funds to several projects that will be creating emergency shelter. St. Thomas, we have the Catholic Charities of the VI, what we call the New Bethlehem House Shelter, allocated $2.8 million for that project. On St. Croix, we also have the Light of Christ Shelter, which we've allocated $1.59 million for that one. And on St. John, the Our Lady of Mount Carmel Shelter, to date, we have allocated $891,000, just shy of $892,000 for that project.
How many houses or development have we realized thus far on those awards?
So these projects are all in various stages of development. We mentioned that the Catholic Charities St. Thomas project has, we started the first phase, and now we're getting ready to move into the major construction phase.
So would you say none is currently available? They're all in the work to be completed at some point in the near future?
That would be accurate, Senator.
Thank you. Hence, we can't get frustrated. We really can't get frustrated. As leaders, we are ultimately evaluated on how well we are able to care for the most vulnerable among us. So our conversation today, I'm hoping that the takeaway is that how are we going to support the interagency council? How are we going to support the various entities and the nonprofits so that we could collaborate, so that we could really start to move the needles? We haven't even spoken about the borders. The 17 borders that's in the Roy Lester Snyder Hospital. They're homeless. They're being housed there because they have no place else to go. We haven't spoken about the ones that's over here at the JFL North. We got work to do. Very quickly, I don't know if my time was called, Mr. Chair, was it?
Yes, it was. You can conclude, though.
Okay, just real quickly. I wanted to ask you, Commissioner George, and thank you for your testimony. It's really a call to action. And I was hoping that you were going to drop the mic after that because it was so on point. In terms of the absence of a permanent physical address that you mentioned is not a barrier for those individuals that's accessing services, especially for homeless. Can you speak to how they're able to achieve, how are they able to receive their benefit in the absence of not having a physical address? What is the mechanism by which they're able to get their funding done to them?
Good afternoon, Commissioner George. I'll defer that question to Assistant Commissioner Tasha Dorset, who is in charge of that division.
Good afternoon, Tasha Phillips Dorset, Assistant Commissioner, DHS. At times it's dependent by program. I'll use Medicaid and SNAP as an example. For the Medicaid program, we do collect information on our homeless beneficiaries. When they do receive a benefit, they can come to the department and pick up their notice of decision. Since they don't have an address, we can't mail that notice of decision to them. So they're able to come to the office. Sometimes for Medicaid and SNAP clients, the homeless individual or temporarily unhoused individual, sorry, that's the better term, may be able to assign a family member, a friend, or a neighbor as their proxy or beneficiary proxy. So that individual then has the ability to receive mailed information or receive telephone calls on behalf of the unhoused person. Our goal is just to make sure that if we issue a SNAP EBT card to an unhoused individual, they're able to come and pick that card up and utilize it as soon as possible. And in the commissioner's testimony, she mentioned on the SNAP side of the house, we expedite their application. So our goal is to have it finished, a determination made on it, whether it's denied or approved, within 7 days.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. We're going to go to Senator Carla Joseph, but before we go there, the last senator spoke to takeaways. One takeaway I really want to emphasize today is data. Data drives policies, and we are missing data. I will implore all agencies and not-for-profit organizations, please, in terms of data, make sure we store the data, we put the data on our website, etc. Because if we had the data, many questions we would not be asking. We would have already put the policies together, and we would have already moved forward in terms of coming up with solutions. So moving forward, data is critical in terms of getting anything done. I just wanted to put it on the record. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Mike, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. I definitely am concerned about the level of services we are providing. First of all, I want to thank everybody for being here today and making your presentation. There is a quote by a gentleman named Hubert Humphrey, and he states the moral test of government is how that government treats those who are in the dawn of their life. That's our children. Those who are in the twilight of the life. That's our elderly. Those who are in the shadows of the life. That's the sick. Those that are needy. That's our homeless people. And the handicapped. This is a measure how each one of us, each agency that is represented, an NGO here, is going to be measured. And so I'm going to start to measure this and ask first. Question is going to be to Catholic Charities. Catholic Charities, I know you've been doing an outstanding job. My office have partnered with you over the years, providing young people to add to your human capital to help address the needs in our community here in St. Thomas. So tell us, how many persons have you seen transition since you've been there to a stabilized home? Because that's the first thing. They need to be in a home that is stable and that they are comfortable, and they have not returned to you for services. Have you been tracking them and seeing what elements that were provided to them that made them now stable, contributing individuals to our society, our community?
Good afternoon. Sandra Thomas Mason, Catholic Charities. Yes, we track. We are required to track because most of the funding that we receive, federally funded, we have to do reports. So as far as those individuals that we helped to receive or get into an apartment, into stability, have their own, living quarters, etc., I would say most of them we check on monthly, and they are doing well, especially with the help of the emergency vouchers that we had given to us through HUD.
But just to interrupt, I'm sorry. How many of them you have tracked and are doing well? I'm trying to get the number.
The majority of them, let's say.
Just a number, if by your estimation, since you're tracking.
Those that are in permanent housing now, I would say about 15 of them.
15?
Yeah.
I have a student from the Youth Build program who was in your shelter. I could always talk about it. Graduated. He doesn't live here any longer, but he got employed by FedEx, and within a month, he was Employee of the Year. So I know the good work your organization do, and I just want to commend you. Now, I wanted to go to Housing Finance Authority because you have a lot of money and you have it sitting on, and we have a need. And to ask you regarding the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. I know you've worked in the past with the Department of Human Services to expand their low-income water and energy assistance program, and that's geared to some persons who come into human services for a great need. We have a high energy cost here in the Virgin Islands, high water cost. You noted in your August 28th testimony that you have worked with them for and spent down 1.9 million of this amount of funding. That's what I got from the report here. Have you been using, was that the top amount that you have given them, or did that increase? The amount, was that increase? Mr. Chairman, hold my time, please.
That's how much we got. That's how much we received.
That's how much you received, and that's how much you gave them?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner George, how much do you need? Because I know at one point a lot of your clients were coming to us stating for this particular program that they were lapses in getting
30
payment
seconds.
to WAPA, etc. Are your clients still receiving their payments and being served? Because this is the least among us.
Commissioner Averil, George, yes, our clients are still receiving payments and getting served. And if there's any issue, we always reach out to WAPA to see what's the best action we can take to make sure there's no disruption in service.
Okay, thank you. Now, thank you. Mr. Jones, back to you.
Time.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to ask a question regarding the HOME-ARP program. And I didn't get clear from you when your funding was awarded in your statement. When was your funding awarded?
Ms. Hector?
The HOME-ARP, not the HOME program
Good day.
itself. Ms. Hector.
Yes, good day, Senator.
Good day.
Janine Hector, Federal Programs Director. I can just give you a brief because the other person, Ms. Frances Gardner, is unfortunately ill today. But the HOME-ARP program, we had to write a plan which had to be approved by HUD. I believe the plan was finally approved by HUD in 2020, late 2024. But it was understood that these funds, well, the funds are available until 2030. So what we have here in the update that was provided is that at this point we have the Housing Finance Authority did a solicitation for subrecipients, and 4 subrecipients have been chosen for the program, and then the program will roll out soon. But it was always anticipated that it would, not be happening immediately as the plan was approved. It was a rollout. that would take some time.
Okay, so thank you for clearing that up. And these subrecipients will be providing what services? Because I also noted that they have identified through consultations with HUD specific partners that HUD has prescribed you to have partnership with. Who are those partners? Are they local partners? Who are your partners on this grant as prescribed by HUD?
Okay, so Senator, I think what it says is that HUD, when we were developing the plan, HUD required us to consult with various types of entities throughout the territory. So we did extensive consultations with various nonprofits, general nonprofits, as well as ones that serve specific populations, veterans, homeless, substance abuse. We met with Human Services, Housing Authority, an extensive list. And that's what informed the needs that would best be met with the funding. And based on the needs, it aligned with everything that we knew from other consultations, as well as what we've been discussing here. So the funds will be awarded to the subrecipients to be used for tenant-based rental assistance, as well as supportive services, because that is, as we've been saying here, that is what is really critical. Yes, we need housing, and the tenant-based rental assistance will help with that, but we also know that with these populations that that we see as homeless, that supportive services are critical to them being able to retain housing once they are put into housing.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, because that's a vital program that could also be utilized by many of the nonprofits that are here in the room to meet the needs of our most vulnerable in our community. Thank you so kindly, Ms. Hector, for your explanation.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. Colleagues, we have a tight ship to run today. We have a long schedule. I know it's a very important topic. What I'm going to do is do a rapid round. One question. Be succinct, please, and be succinct with your responses, and then we're going to close out and bring in the next set of testifiers. So I'm going to start with you, Senator Fonseca. One question.
Yes, I don't want any personal details be revealed, but the freshman senator from St. Thomas had asked a question regarding an individual, and I understand the individual had some contact with Catholic Charities. So through the chair, if you can provide us, if it's not the case, but through the chair, if you can provide us the details on that individual so we can see what's happening.
Please recognize the mic of Commissioner George.
Good afternoon, Commissioner George. Senator Fonseca. I'll respond. We can't provide that right now on the floor because that's a HIPAA violation.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
We have some legal action going on.
Yes, it's through the chair. I'm not asking to provide any personal information. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
All right, thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Lewis, you recognize for your one question.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
All right, any of the funding you have, any of the pools you have, could go to demolishing any dilapidated buildings or anything? Structures?
Good question. I don't have a response. I'll have to look at each one of the grants to see if we can modify or make some substantial movement to get that included in some demolition if there's a need here on the territory.
I have a particular property in mind, the Mitchell Motel, and I really, really would like to bring some prosperity to that neighborhood. That building have been a blight, and there's a lot of issues for that neighborhood. And there's a lady live next to it, and as administrator, I would say annually, from time I was in there, each year we spend about over $60,000, between $60,000 to $80,000 to clean that property and do different things. So if we could work together to get that property, dilapidated and do something with that property, man, it will do my heart good, because I mean, just to the verge of making legislation to whoever wants it, whatever, to do something with that property to bring some easement to that neighborhood.
Eugene Jones, Executive Director, HFA. Yes, Senator, we can work with you on that.
One last thing before you go, April. there's a lady in Roundfield. There was a program where when your house had in lead paint or asbestos, that the HFA would assist them with the demolition, the abatement process, and rebuilding a new home. It's been nearly 8 years now, and those people, those people have been waiting. I mean, the lady died waiting. I mean, even if her family could inherit it, the new structure, please, let's see how we could work on that, please. The Fremonts family in Hospital Ground area, that'll do my heart some good. And the Mitchell Motel area. That's 2 hours before you go through April, through the door. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Before I go to Senator Joseph, Clifford Joseph, for his final question, I want to add to what you stated with both incidences in terms of the elderly, in terms of asbestos. Yes, we have actually put money for a program every year, and they did work on those homes. I didn't even know you had anyone outstanding in respect to that. But that's automatic, and for sure, they will assist that individual. And most of the folks were elderly individuals who needed assistance. And in terms of Mitchell Motel, right now they're about, and you're correct, Senator, and we've been trying to find different ways of actually acquiring a property, because right now there's about, I would say, at least 15 homeless individuals living there and causing havoc to that elderly individual that lives right there, also to the elderly community that's right there in the area. So that will solve a big issue moving forward. Senator Joseph, you recognize for your final question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to BOC, Ms. Director Testamark. As far as the re-entry into the community, are we using the small, tiny homes you have in front of the facility?
Director Tess.
Could you, Chair, or Mike? Here, the mic for there.
Please.
Good afternoon, Director Testamark, Bureau of Corrections. Yes, we are. As of a week ago, we had an individual that was released from prison after 20 years. He came back, he had nowhere to go, and he resided in that house for a couple of days.
Wow.
So presently it's in use, or he already moved on?
He moved on
Good. I just want to make
2
sure.
weeks ago.
Okay, good. And there's only one we have, right?
We have one. Currently, we have 2 on the way, just looking for some property to create a community.
Wonderful. Thank you for the response.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Clifford Joseph. Senator Fiala, you recognize for your point of information and your 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. What's the cost of those tiny homes?
It's called a happy home, Senator. They gave me a special cost of $50,000.
Okay.
That was my price at that time.
And it comes furnished?
No.
Okay.
BOC, we furnished it, but
Okay.
it came,
So
everything.
getting everything done, plumbing, electricity, furnished, what was the total cost?
About $75,000
Okay.
total.
Commissioner, you see that as an option for the homeless population if we're supposed to be able to appropriate some money for tiny homes?
Happy
homes. We have been having discussions, and one of the things that we were looking at is property, government-owned property.
Okay, so hold on. The government have hundreds of acres.
Yeah.
We could close our eye and pick.
Yeah,
So-
that tiny homes might be something that we can work with based on happy homes. Based on the logistics and having the collaboration and conversations.
Definitely.
Yeah, and the reason why I bring it up, and I know I heard all of the testimony this morning, but I am beyond frustrated with seeing homeless Virgin Islanders on the street. We have a number of individuals from other jurisdictions, but we have a number of homeless Virgin Islanders that are on the street. Okay, former students that I see on the street every single day. And I drive across, and I am in the Senate, and I can't even stop and come up with a solution as to how we're going to be able to help these individuals because a lot of the resources are not there. So this institution We purchased behavioral health van to go out into the community. We have two, one on St. Croix, one on St. Thomas. It costs $1 million each. And we funded $700,000 for staff to be able to go in those behavioral health vans and go out into the community to the homeless population that has mental issues and be able to administer drugs and everything else. And it's sitting there. You know, the senator that's not here, he passed some $18, $20 million for a facility, and then I read that we are moving away from building a facility. We don't want to build a Taj Mahal. We want to do something basic to be able to take individuals off the street who are endangering themselves or the community. Sometimes we think they're not endangering themselves, but if you're walking in the middle of the street, you're endangering yourself and the community. We to the point where we just drive in and it's normalcy. We pass 5 cars and we say, oh, it's normal, turn your head, we're going up the hill, there's a next one on the left, you go. All of this, but we have no real tangible solution as to how we are going to deal with this population. And it takes Department of Health, Department of Human Services, the police department, everybody to be able to come together and we have a specific plan as to how we can deal with them. Because the police department picked them up, they dropped them to Wang Louis, they dropped them to Snyder. They take care of them for 2 or 3 days, they release them, they're back on the street. You know, they don't pick up a lot when they drop them. If we had a plan as to how we could treat them, and those that might need some additional help that we could house them for X amount of time, then we will be dealing effectively with reducing that population. These are our children, you know. These are our family members, and they don't deserve to live that way. And I know a lot of some of them don't want help, but we have to find a way to provide help for those individuals. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Viale. Before I give you guys a closing statement, 30 seconds each, let me ask you, Commissioner George, the Interagent Council, how many times have you guys met, and how is it going in the last year?
We have met, I will say, approximately 3 times. 3 times. We are trying to make sure that board members know that is their duty and responsibility to attend these meetings, not just to be on a board for namesake. So we have some processes and procedures put it in place as chair of the Interagency Council to get this together.
How have the attendance been in terms of participation?
We might have not have quorum one time. Is it one time? Well, about one time we didn't have a quorum, and then we had to eventually reach out and call some people in on the call to make sure that we reach quorum. So it's a work in progress. We just reenacted the council, and we're looking forward to make the changes necessary to make it work.
I appreciate that. It's critically important for folks to understand once you're on a board and you're a member, you're there for a reason. You need to participate and contribute. Okay, in terms of 30 seconds closing statement, I'm going to start with you. Yes. We need to move on, Senator. I'm never unfair. Again, Senator Joseph, you recognize your burning question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to assure that, I'm the single female here, and I know here in this committee today present, and I know you are a fair man, and I really appreciate you recognizing me for my single burning question. I appreciate it deeply. I just want to say that. I want to go back to Miss Hector in St. Croix. I just want to follow up on a question I was unable to ask before for the HOME-ARP grant. How many sub-recipients have been awarded?
Senator Janine Hector, Federal Programs Director. The information is that four organizations have been selected to be subrecipients under the HOME-ARP program.
Are you allowed to state who those 4 subrecipients are on the record?
No, not at this time. We do have the information, but they have not been notified and gone
Okay.
through the subrecipient process.
Okay, good.
Subrecipient agreement process.
And it's balanced between each island district.
Several of the subrecipients operate territorially.
Okay, good. Good show. Thank you so much, Ms. Hector, for the work they've done. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. We're going to start with Edie Jones for your 30-second closing statement.
I just want to say thank you for this opportunity to present our issues and our concerns and our recommendations, and also information about HFA and what they're doing to try to eradicate the homelessness. I have a great staff. I continue having a great staff. I continue to make this a matter of urgency to help and assist our colleagues around this table to find resources, to find opportunities to eradicate homelessness in the territory.
Thank you, Edie Jones. Commissioner George.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner George, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I especially want to recognize the staff of the Department of Human Services, particularly those on the front lines who answer the late night calls, conduct outreach in the field, respond to crisis situations, and work directly with individuals and families experiencing a variety of issues, including homelessness every single day. Their work is not always visible, but it is constant, compassionate, and deeply impactful. I also want to thank our nonprofit organizations across the territory, the leadership and staff at VIPD, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, the Bureau of Corrections, the Brian Roach administration, and the legislature for your continued partnership in addressing this issue. This is a shared responsibility, and we remain committed to working collaboratively to strengthen our system and to protect our most vulnerable residents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chief Hodge.
Chief Hodge, VIPD. Even without a criminal nexus, we remain committed to working with our partners. So at this time, I'd like to thank you for inviting us, and I'd like to thank the entire VIPD that although many calls that they receive do not have a criminal nexus, they continue to be committed, very often going into their own pockets to assist many of the persons that we are serving on a daily basis. So thank you to VIPD.
Thank you so much, Chief Hodge. Director Testamark.
Director Testamark, Bureau of Corrections. Chairman, I want to thank you and the committee for having Bureau of Corrections here. Bureau of Corrections, we stand ready to work alongside this legislature, our agency partners, and community stakeholders to build a reentry framework worthy of people we serve and protective of the community we all call home. And I want to say thanks to the entire Bureau of Corrections family, those who work 24/7. VIPD picks them up, but Bureau of Corrections is the one that takes care of them 24/7. So I want to say thank you to them that work tirelessly every day.
Thank you, Director Testamark. But before I go to Mr. DeRima, I also want to add, in respect to mental health, and a great job that you guys do with respect to mental health, especially with the prison, with our inmates. It assists in many ways also in terms of those individuals when they are released. So I want to thank you for the great work you guys do. Mr. DeRima?
Good afternoon. I would like to thank this committee for allowing me to share thoughts and ideas. I would like to thank my great staff at MTOC, both St. Thomas and St. Croix, for all the hard work that they do. And of course, on behalf of the COC, I would like to take the time to thank Executive Director Jones and Ms. Janine Hector for their continued partnership in the transition of the collaborative applicant process. Without their help, especially Ms. Hector, we wouldn't have achieved some of those goals. And Ms. Director George, Thank you for your partnership. And I want to thank all of the nonprofit partners in the COC for participating and contributing to this cause.
Thank you so much. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands, Miss Thomas Mason. You get the last word. I apologize.
I can't imagine that you forgot us and you call us all the time,
Never-
right?
never-
And you
never-
send people to us all
I
the time.
saved the best for last. I didn't forget you.
Oh, good afternoon again. Sandra Thomas Mason, Catholic Charities. I want to thank the committee for having us testify today. I want to also thank all of our partners, whether nonprofits, government agencies. We have fantastic relationships with all of them. So I want to thank them. I also want to thank the 12 staff that I have for the territory, St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John. They have been awesome, work hard, and I don't even think that it's ever possible to ever thank them for all the work that they really do. We appreciate them, and we're happy that they're still with us. So thank you again for having us.
And thank you for being here. Let's get the truck on the road, okay? That's important. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication stands in recess for 3 minutes. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication is back on the record. Mr. Clerk, can you please read Block 2 onto the record? Please recognize the clerk's mic. Please recognize the clerk's mic.
Testing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Block 2 of the agenda, beginning at 12:30, consists of the following. Jackson Development Company, LLC, is requested to provide testimony regarding ongoing maintenance and repair deficiencies at tax credit residential properties acquired in 2004, including serious housing code violations at the Calabash Boom Housing Complex, as well as the Bellevue and Grandview Apartments. And Loveland Apartments, where residents have been without sanitation facilities since December 10, 2025, creating an unresolved public health hazard. This hearing will assist the committee in evaluating compliance with statutory housing standards, determining the need for legislative or oversight action, and examining the role of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority in the approval, monitoring, and post-transfer compliance of the subject properties. The invited testifiers are Mr. Eugene Jones, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and Mr. Bob Jackson, Executive Director, Founding Managing Partner of Jackson Development Company, LLC.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clerk. We're going to do a mic check, starting with you, E.D. Jones.
Check. Eugene E. Jones, Jr., Executive Director, VIHFA.
Alana Lavenier, Deputy Chief Disaster Recovery Officer, VIHFA.
Jamili Perez, Director of Housing, VIHFA.
Can we recognize Mr. Graham on Teams, please?
Good afternoon, Clifford Graham with Jackson Development.
Please turn up Mr. Graham's mic. Good afternoon, sir. Okay, very well.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, loud and clear.
Okay.
Mr. Graham, are you allowed to turn on your camera this time? Can you, or not?
I didn't hear you, Senator.
No, Graham. I want Mr. Graham.
I can.
Yeah, I want you to go first, Mr. Graham. Good afternoon.
Can you see me?
Yes, I can. Well, you may proceed with your testimony.
Ready for me?
Yes, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senator Marvin Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication, other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Clifford Graham, and I'm a partner with Jackson Development Company. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding our progress on the acquisition, rehabilitation, and long-term preservation of Bellevue Village, Calabash Boom Apartments, and Loveland Apartment. I do apologize for not being at this hearing today, but because of a previous scheduled personal matter, I'm out of the territory this week. With respect to JDC's involvement with Bellevue, Calabash, and Loveland Apartments, our work is guided by three core objectives. One, stabilize and rehabilitate long neglect housing assets to safe, modern, and code-compliant standards. Two, preserve long-term affordability, ensuring public and private investment continue to serve the Virgin Island residents. And three, expanding affordable home ownership opportunities, allowing existing residents to build equity and remain rooted in their communities. Historic background and need for intervention. These properties were originally developed with funding from low-income housing tax credit. Under the original agreement, the developer, VIHFA, and the tax credit investor committed that After 15 years of the initial tax credit period, the properties will be converted to affordable home ownership, allowing residents to purchase a unit at an affordable price and applying a portion of the rent paid towards the eventual purchase. The original developer, Reliant Housing Foundation, ceased operation in 2015. AIG, the tax credit investor, assumed control with property management handled by a third-party company based on the mainland. Under AIG's ownership, the property first suffered from absentee management and did not pay keen attention to daily work orders. Then this was compounded by the damages from Hurricane Irma and Maria in September of 2017. Residents face long delays in repairs and inadequate responses to urgent housing needs. When residents tried to hold AIG accountable, the company made some repair but failed to honor the commitment to homeownership. Senator Blyden, as chair of the Housing Committee, secured the commitment from AIG CEO to complete repairs and honor homeownership conversion. However, AIG subsequently sold its entire housing portfolio, approximately 80,000 units, to Blackstone Real Estate Income Trust in 2021, leaving these properties in a continued downward spiral of neglect, poor management, and continued refusal to act on the premise of homeownership. Recognizing the urgent need for intervention, Jackson Development Company, led mainly by partners Bob Jackson and myself, who, as you know, Senator, previously worked at Reliance Housing Foundation and HFA when these properties were originally developed, took action to restore the properties and fulfill the residents' long-standing rents. Over 3 years, Jackson JDC negotiated first with AIG, then with April Housing, a Blackstone subsidiary, culminating in a purchase contract signed in June of 2023. Securing financing from VIHFA required an additional 18 months, with the purchase finally closing in January of 2025. During the past 12 months, GDC focused on preparing the properties and organization from renovation and homeownership conversion. Restaffing property management team to provide resident-focused oversight, including continuously working to catch up on the long-standing outstanding work orders. Sorting and organizing property files previously in disarray, developing comprehensive scope of work for renovation and restoration work, preparing bid documents and procuring contractors and the HUD compliance procedures, and obtaining VIHFA's approval to proceed with construction work. JDC acquired Bellevue Village, Calabash Boom Apartments, and Loveland Apartments from April and January 2025. The acquisition, renovation, and long-term preservation are financed through CDBG Disaster Recovery and CDBG Mid-Loan provided by VIHFA, with a total funding commitment of $74,360,605. $52,864,024 was used for the property acquisition and soft costs, due diligence, closing, design, permitting, and planning. $21.5 million is budgeted for renovation and rehabilitation allocated as follows. Bellevue Village, 72 units, $5.3 million. Calabash Boom Apartments, 48 units, $2.4 million. Loveland Phase 1 Home Ownership, 99 units, $5.3 million. And Loveland Phase 2 Rental Preservation, 96 units, $8.5 million. Across the four properties, JC is responsible for the stabilization and long-term affordability of 315 total units. All residents have the right to remain as tenants if they choose not to purchase their unit. This combined approach allows the territory to expand the affordable housing homeownership opportunity while preserving critical rental housing. Affordable Homeownership and Rental Preservation Plan. Bellevue Village, Calabash Boom, and Lovenland 1. Eligible residents will have the opportunity to purchase their units at an affordable price with a portion of the rent credited towards purchase. Affordability is preserved via long-term restriction and soft second mortgage where applicable. Lovenland Phase 2 will remain long-standing affordable rental housing with comprehensive renovation, income-based rent protection, and professional property management standards. The dual-track approach ensures that all resident housing needs, whether homeownership or rental, are met while maintaining long-term affordability and stability. The overall project is to be completed by February of 2028. Key milestone and current status includes the following. Acquisition was done in January 2025. On November 7, 2025, HFA issued the second notice to proceed for the Lovenland Phase 1 construction, with small axe construction mobilized and beginning work in December. Lovenland Phase 2 notice to proceed is pending under Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery, and Custom Builders is the successful bidder and await the mobilization upon the second notice to proceed. On January 29, 2026, Bellevue Village and Calabash Boom received the second notice to proceed from the VIHFA under the Community Development Block Grant Mitigation Program. Bellevue Village Cutting Edge Construction mobilizing the week of February 23rd to begin the long-standing renovation work, and Calabash Boom Custom Builders began mobilizing this week of April and February 9, 2026. In conclusion, Bellevue Village, Calabash Boom, and Lovenland Apartment represent more than individual properties. They are critical component of the Virgin Island affordable housing infrastructure. Jackson Development Company is committed to restoring these properties to high-quality code-compliant housing, honoring the long-standing homeownership commitments, preserving affordable rental housing where needed, and maintaining transparent, compliant use of public funds. We appreciate the committee's oversight and support as we continue this complex and vital work for the residents of the Virgin Islands. I remain available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Partner Graham. Before I go to E.D. Jones, I want to say thank you. I know you were not available and you have some very important matters to handle, but it shows me that you really understand the seriousness of our situation and you do care in terms of making yourself available, and I want to thank you. And that's why he's in a vehicle right now, but I told him it don't matter. The point is we got to get the work done, and he agreed, so thank you. Okay, so we're going to go to E.D. Jones at this time.
Eugene E. Jones, Jr., Executive Director, Housing Finance Authority. Good afternoon, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman, Committee on Housing, Transportation, Telecommunications, members of the committee, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Eugene E. Jones, Jr., Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Today, I appear before you accompanied by Valdez Shelford, our CFO, Alana Lavenier, our Deputy Chief of Disaster Recovery Officer, Janine Hector, Director of Federal Programs, and Jamil Perez, the Director of Housing Programs. The authority's involvement in the acquisition of Loveland Phase 1, Bellevue Village, and Calabash Boom was executed in accordance with the requirements of the HUD Community Development Block Grant Mitigation Program. Under this program, Jackson Development Company demonstrated that each property met HUD's threshold for long-term resilience investment and is in alignment with the territory's mitigation action plan. JDC's development agreement was executed in December 2024 with the first payment made on January 2025. Soon thereafter, an adjustment was made to the scope of work, which triggered a re-evaluation of the environmental review. The authority continued providing technical assistance to the developer. JDC was issued a notice to proceed on November 7, 2025 for Loveland Phase 1 and January 29, 2026 for Bellevue Village and Calabash Boom. CDBG MIT governs acquisition and mitigation activities. All three properties simultaneously remain subject to the extended low-income tax credit agreement, which addresses affordability, tenant protection, and minimum property standards. Homeownership conversion has not yet occurred, and as such, JDC continues to operate the properties as rental housing. In December, the authority received a citizen complaint regarding conditions at Calabash Boone property. VIHFA initiated a formal review and communicated all concerns to JDC. JDC has since addressed the issue with the wastewater treatment plant, It is JDC's responsibility to fully address the complaint. Senators, this concludes my prepared testimony.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Edie Jones. Colleagues, we're going to do a 6-minute round of questioning, but before I go to my colleague, I'm going to ask a few questions first. Partner Graham, good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, in respect to your testimony, right, I want you to put something on the record for me and make it very clear in respect to where we at when it comes to, first of all, the treatment plant. Can you speak to that, please? Because I know there's been a big bone of contention. And when it comes to this treatment plant, speak specifically to us at what accord and how did you rectify that situation based on the challenges? I know I spoke to you in person, but I need to put it on the record for me, please.
Okay, and thank you for the opportunity. On about sometime about early December, we had a motor at the wastewater treatment plant at Calabash Boone that went out. And that was a single motor that was in use. Usually in wastewater treatment plant, you have dual motors. So when one goes out, you have an alternate motor that you can turn to. A blower motor is what actually went out. The wastewater treatment plant at Calabash Boone is a single-phase treatment plant because there's no three-phase electricity to that site when it was constructed, and up to this date, there's no three-phase out there by the Water and Power Authority. So we first tried to source the blower motor in the Virgin Islands and was unsuccessful, and we pretty much had to source this blower motor on the mainland. And then when we sourced the blower motor, we had to have it air freighted into the Virgin Islands because we realized that this was a critical component to the wastewater treatment plant, and we needed it here and installed to get the wastewater treatment plant back up to create the gray water to flush for the toilet flush. The blower motor came into the Virgin Island. We got it up to St. John and we got it installed on the treatment plant, only to discover that the existing pulleys that was there with the blowers were not responding well with the blowers, and the blowers were tripping offline. So, and we not only bought a blower motor, but we bought a blower motor and a spare, so to have the backup redundancy that is necessary. So we then turned around and tried to source the new pulleys in the Virgin Islands and was not successful in obtaining pulleys in the Virgin Islands. So found them on the mainland and air freight them into the Virgin Islands and got them installed. And once they were installed, and everything was working 100% at the wastewater treatment plant, you have to allow the blowers and the wastewater treatment plant to work to create the clean water that's necessary for the water for the toilet flush. And this takes about anywhere between 7 to 10 days. Now, during that 7 to 10 day period is when we had the issues with the Water and Power Authority and the rolling blackout and St. John being offline. So, of course, this made matters worse for the treatment plant because the process that we thought would have taken a particular time period ended up taking longer when the generator was not in use, and generators will be replaced with the renovation work, but at the present time, the generators are not working. So the wastewater treatment plant was offline for hours at a time when the treatment Water and Power Authority was off. Now, we did everything under our power to try to see what we can do to even create the opportunity for fresh water in the gray water cistern for individual to have a means of flushing by calling our waste haulers and say, listen, can you empty the gray water system so that we can fill it with fresh water, so at least we can allow a temporary relief to the residents there, only to discover from the wastewater hauler that they are limited in what amount of treatment they can take to waste management authority in St. John, and everyone in St. John is limited to 1 truck a day. So the wastewater treatment plant in St. John could not handle the load of taking all those truckloads to the wastewater. So we pretty much had to wait until the blowers was corrected, the problem was resolved, and we were able to create water again. This by no means affected fresh water to the property or fresh water to the tenants. The only thing that this affected was the gray water flush to the toilet.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that explanation. So based on what you just said, HFA, I have a couple questions for you. The first one is, what monitoring tool, site inspections, owner certification, tenant interviews has the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority used at Calabash Boom and Bellevue in 2025-26? And how many findings have been issued? That's the first question.
Alana Lavinier, Deputy Chief Disaster Recovery Officer. The monitoring tools that we've taken, the Calabash Boom Bellevue project has not yet fully commenced. In the beginning, we did do sample set inspections where we went and we looked at some of the apartments as a sample set. My team they do check in with JDC on a regular basis, ensuring that we have scopes, KPIs, things of that nature in place. Now that the notice to proceed has been provided, we are getting ready and scheduling to go on and do an in-depth inspection, site monitoring of the property, now that it is currently going through the construction phase of it.
When is that scheduled date?
We are currently looking at a date in February. We have not yet solidified that date.
Okay, very well. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening public. I was just listening a while ago to Mr. Graham. But were there any issues prior to, was there any issues with the water treatment plant other than what was briefly explained?
Not really, but what we found since taking acquisition of the properties, let me just use an analogy so you will pretty much understand what we inherited. Just imagine that you're in the process of selling your house and there's some issues that you have with your roof and different components of your house. You're not really going to spend the thousands of dollars to replace your roof, but you're going to get up there and do patchwork on your roof to make sure that when someone comes and they look at your roof or look at your house to buy your house, they don't see the leaks or anything that is occurring. However, when the person do in fact acquire your property and they start living in it, that's when they realize that your roof is in worse condition than they anticipated. So I say all of that to say is when we took acquisition of the properties and we got ownership and start peeling back the layers, we discovered that there were lots of issues with the properties. Nonetheless, we know that these issues can be resolved. These issues will be resolved because we do in fact have money set aside to change out all the equipment, all the blowers, all the motors, all the pumps and everything for the wastewater treatment plant. But we could not begin to do that process until we were given the second notice to proceed, because any dollars that you spend short of giving the second notice to proceed cannot be funded with the federal dollars. So now that the second notice to proceed is issued, all of the other components that are aged, like motors and blowers and pumps and stuff like that, will be ordered, will be installed, and will have redundancies.
Noted. Good. Back to you, GDC. On page 2, you mentioned that in 2025, that in 2025, Jackson Development Company was focused on restaffing property managers, team sorting, and organizing property files, developing comprehensive scopes of work, and preparing bid documents and procuring contractors. Has the company completed these preparation and organization steps?
Pretty much, yes. And we've gone through the process of the scope of work for all of the properties, and we have went out to bid and identified contractors, and have since then executed contract with all of the contractors. And like I said, further on in the testimony, Love and Land, one of the contractors have started there for Love and Land Phase 1 that was given a notice to proceed. Bellevue Calabash Boom was just given a notice to proceed at the end of January. And those contractors are mobilizing and beginning work on St. John. And then we're still awaiting the notice to proceed for Love and Land Phase 2 from CDBG TR.
Okay, and on page 4, would you be working with the VIHFF to assist those current renters who would like to transition into home ownership?
Oh, definitely. This is part of the whole initiative to allow those that are living in Bellevue, Calabash, and Loverland Phase 1 the opportunity to move on into home ownership if they so desire. The only statement that was highlighting there is if you are residing in these properties and you do not want to partake in the home ownership opportunity, you can remain as a renter. So by all means, if you do not want to partake and become a homeowner, you can remain a renter at the same restricted rents that you see under the low-income housing tax credit program.
And do you have any unoccupied units currently?
Some of these developments do have vacant units, and we are not filling the vacant units yet because we may need some of the vacant units to do temporary relocation.
Well, that was a real question anyway. I think that's about it for me. I think that's it for me, Jackson.
Okay.
Jackson. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your response.
Thank you, Senator Clifford Joseph. Let me ask, based on the last senator line of questioning, to VIHFA in respect to Loveland, the notice to proceed. When do we anticipate that the notice to proceed for Loveland will occur?
Jamili Perez, Director of Housing Programs. This week, we became in receipt of the actual updated KPIs and budget requests from JDC through Office of Disaster Recovery, who is currently administering those funds. So based on the information provided to us, notice to proceed is expected sometime this month in February.
Oh, very good. That's good news. I'm very happy to hear that, and I'm very glad to see that things are finally moving after after a year, basically. I mean, that was a big deal, but after time moved on, people was getting discouraged, frustrated, etc. And also, Jackson Development also was also getting frustrated because they couldn't really do anything with all these complaints and issues that's occurring throughout that year. So I'm very, very happy and look forward to the meetings that we're going to have moving forward because we all need to be on the same page and have a clear path moving forward. So that's good news. Also, in respect to Jackson Development and or HFA, whoever wants to answer, because I think it's important for folks to understand, especially, I'll let you respond, Graham, because especially for those individuals in St. John, and during our discussions, you made a point which I knew what you drew at home. Those individuals would never, ever, 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 ever have an opportunity to own their homes based on the price point on the little island of St. John, and you told me something that you are right. You say anyone that decide they don't want to own their home based on this once in a lifetime opportunity, they will regret that for the rest of their lives. Can you speak to that, Mr. Graham, and then Mr. Edie Jones, you can wrap up on that. Can you speak to that, please? The importance of that opportunity.
Sure. Sure, but it's actually twofold because if you did not preserve the affordability of these 315 units, can you imagine what would happen if the previous owner, after the end of the compliance period of the low-income housing tax credit, had they decided to sell these units or renovate them and rent them as market rate apartments? If you displace one affordable resident on St. John, there is no other facility, no other community for them to go to. Similarly, when we go forward and we renovate and do all of the renovation work and move forward with homeownership opportunities, if you decided that you do not want to take this opportunity to become a homeowner and the program has concluded and the money is returned as program income to HFA, even if you come a week after that program closes out and money is returned, you would miss the boat because there would be no funding there unless you go through another program with HFA to obtain your home. So imagine that you have the ability to get subsidy dollars right now to buy down the cost of your home based on your need and your income. So you really don't want to miss an opportunity to own a piece of the rock, especially on the island of St. John, where it's extremely expensive and extremely hard to own something on your own.
And Edie Jones, what does that mean from the agency standpoint and what you guys have actually done in terms of this partnership moving forward on behalf of those residents on Love City?
Eugene E. Jones Jr., Executive Director, VIHFA. I really want to focus on those individuals who don't want to purchase their home because we want to talk to them individually because we want to understand why not. Because of all these different avenues of program resources, why don't you want to buy? So I want to focus on them. The ones who are going to buy, they're figuring it out. They have a way, they have a pathway. Is that I'm going to take our home ownership staff, we're going to go individually and look at those individuals and say, why can't you buy? Because like you said, this is a great opportunity. This is a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it's legacy for you to buy these units. That's what we're going to stress.
And in addition to that also, based on what you're saying, look, moving forward, Mr. Graham, I look forward to the listing of those who want to buy and those who do not want to buy. And I know, in addition, what you're planning on doing in terms of getting them prepared, in terms of the credit scores. Can you speak to that, please, Mr. Graham, in terms of assuring that everyone has an opportunity to purchase their home? Can you speak to that part of it, please?
Yes, certainly, and we do have one-on-one homeowner counselors homeownership coordinators that meet with the residents and go through the process of owning your own home. And if in fact that you do have some credit or debt issues, we have counseling that we pay for that give you the one-on-one counseling, what you need to help turn around your situation. And you do have time because while we're doing the renovation work, if you do have some credit issues or some debt issues, your one-on-one counseling will help you repair these issues. So by the time 6, 8, 10 months from now, when you're ready to convert and become the homeowner, hopefully you should have a lot of your credit issue resolved and be a prime candidate to execute your closing document and become the homeowner.
Very well. And Edie Jones, you want to add to that?
Eugene E. Jones Jr., Executive Director, HFA. I had to put a moratorium on charging the residents if they're going through home ownership counseling. It was $75, and I said we're going to waive that because we want everyone to be encouraged. And those who have gone through the program and it's been over a year, I'm still going to waive it so that we can recertify them so there'll be no excuses.
Very well. We appreciate it and respect that. Thank you so much. Senator VLA, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Graham, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Not bad at all. I want to get right into it. I'm reading that initially the developments were funded from the low-income housing tax credit. And that tax credit was for an initial period of 15 years. And after the 15 years, the property will be converted to affordable home ownership. How long has these properties actually been built? How long has Calabash been built? The 15 years have already passed, have already expired?
Yeah, all of the properties, I think the 15-year period has expired for the low income housing tax credit compliance period.
Okay,
Yes,
so
the oldest one is Love and Land. Love and Land was built in 2000, started construction in 2002, if I'm not mistaken.
okay, so then when you transition to the home ownership component, what has been the actual discussion with the residents living in those establishments in terms of home ownership? I know you spoke about credit recovery, etc., but has there been any discussion in reference to the overall price of each of the units? What is going to be the cost? Did any of the 15 years of rent or 20 years of rent qualify in any way to offset a deposit? What is the whole financing mechanism?
Okay, and initially what the agreement was is once you pay your rent and you paid your rent on time, 5% of your monthly payment will be credited towards your home ownership opportunities.
So,
now, we took possession of the property in January of 2025. It's impossible for us to know who paid the rent on time and what length of time you've been living in the property. So we're just going to assume that you paid your rent on time, and for the time that you were living in that property, we will give you credit all the way back to that. So we give you that opportunity up front for that down payment initiative that was promised and was never kept by the previous owner.
Okay.
So that's one off.
So hold on a minute. So each resident is going to get 5% of the cumulative amount paid thus far?
Correct, as a down payment initiative.
Okay.
And then on top of that, the CDBG dollars that was used to purchase and renovate stays in the property for subsidy, and then at the end, when you convert the home ownership, that's when the dollars go back to HFA as overall income.
Okay, so have you been able to work out a base price for the units?
They are in various stages of the base price and qualifying each resident as to how much they would be able to afford and how much subsidy will be afforded to them to bring down the price and make it affordable for them.
Okay, so the subsidy would be coming from the MID funds, the funds that were given to them, the $74 million that you received? Or that have been promised to Jackson? Okay. So what is the percentage of individuals in these units who want home ownership? Have you been able to poll all 315 units?
And that 315 units will be home ownership. The 96 unit at Love and Land 2, because that is funded with CDBG disaster recovery money, those will remain as affordable rentals. So the 99 at Love and Land, the 48
and the 72 at Bellevue?
72 at Bellevue that will be moving forward.
And what is the percentage?
Yes, we'll be moving forward as well. So far, we've seen averaging between 50 to 60% that show desire of home ownership. Of course, we have not rolled this out entirely yet in St. Thomas. We started first on St. John, so we really don't have the statistical numbers for Love and Land Phase 1, but that's what we've seen thus far from what we have seen in Bellevue and Calabash.
Okay, so for St. John, you've seen only like a 50% response rate in terms of wanting home ownership?
And I stress so far because, you know, it's really hard to have someone sit down and concentrate on becoming a homeowner, and you're talking about renovation
1 minute.
work that they're being driven, they haven't work being started at the unit, so it's really hard for them to really commit to that. But now that the second notice is issued, and we start construction work, then you would get the opportunities for people to see that we're really doing the renovation work, and this is the opportunity to purchase your home as renovated.
Okay, I would, and I'll come to you, Mr. Jones. I would think that living in St. John, knowing the extremely high cost of housing in St. John, that every single resident, whether or not the renovations have taken place or not, would be jumping up the opportunity to purchase, because, I mean, the cost of property in St. John is exorbitant. So even if you had a unit that need X amount of repair, you're still going to come out better than those who are looking for new units. So I think we really need to do a lot of work with those individuals on St. John. Is that an issue? Did you have a lot of, you didn't have any Section 8 in Calabash Room and all of that? You had, did you?
There are some units that are subsidized through the Housing Choice Program, but like one of the credit counselors called me an evening and explained to me that one young lady was hesitant about moving forward with the home ownership opportunity, and when she really sat down and broke it out to the individual, the young lady, like, oh my goodness, I didn't realize that this is the opportunity I was getting. So sometimes it just taking that initial step to hold their hand and explain to them what you're going through, the value of what your house will be worth and what you'll be paying for your home, and the equity in which you'll be walking away with at the end of the day when you sign your lease document.
You don't have any zero renters in Calabash?
That I am not 100% sure, and I'm at a disadvantage because I'm on the road, so I don't have my files in front of me.
Okay, because I'm just wondering if there are instances in which just the financial situation of a particular family is what is limiting them from proceeding forward with this venture. Because I don't know in terms of them qualifying and being able to pay back a mortgage payment, but I know it is a really great opportunity. And Mr. Graham, I hope you get all those renovations and we don't be receiving all the complaints from Calabash Boom, people saying that, you know, the Jackson development isn't doing what they're supposed to do. So I know that you're going to correct all of those issues and make sure that when you come back before us that everything is A-okay.
Yes, definitely. And you know, in this great world that we live in, I have staff in that's already communicated to me that we do not have any zero renters. So I answered your question.
Okay. And your maintenance entities, I see you have the contractors that are listed. They are the ones that are doing the renovations, but they're also doing the maintenance of the facility?
No, we have on staff maintenance employees, but that too has been a challenge because we found that there were several months, if not years, of work orders that would not process correctly. So we just had a backlog of work orders that we're working through.
Okay, so you need to expedite the process of the maintenance issues, because we are getting numerous phone calls in reference to maintenance. And if someone is paying rent and they have a maintenance issue, it shouldn't take months for that issue to be addressed. It should be immediate. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bialy.
I totally agree with you.
And before I go to Senator Fonseca, let me add to that. First of all, in respect to the work orders, how many maintenance workers did you add, though? Because I know they had an issue with maintenance personnel, period. How many maintenance personnel did you add to your stock?
It all depends because, I mean, I can tell you, like, at Love and Land, we added, I think, 3 personnel, but 2 left. 2 of the older maintenance person left as well. So the dynamics of the staff has changed over the year that we own it, but now we got to a point where it's stability. And even at Love and Land, when we recognized that there were a lot of outstanding maintenance issues, we brought in some contract maintenance personnel to assist in that as well.
What about support staff?
Support staff, we are pretty much 100% with our support staff now. Property managers, assistant property managers, we are at 100% now.
Okay, and I look forward to the upcoming meeting with the residents of St. John and Loveland. But let me ask in respect to Bellevue in particular, and we're speaking about not 100% thus far have stated that they want to buy their home. And you are correct, especially when they start to see the work going on, because many of them had challenges. But once they see that, I believe you should be fine. But I know I did a tour a couple of weeks ago with the Federal Home Loan Bank of New York in respect to those communities in conjunction with Love City Strong, looking at what stock we have in St. John, because it's rare. And when they saw Bellevue, they were like, could not believe that that opportunity presented itself for individuals to be homeowners, because that's like top of the line in terms of view. That's a $1 billion view. $1 billion view. You know, you can't pay for that nowhere, less than $1 million easily. You know, so it's important that we really work with those individuals to have them understand what prized possession they have in their hands, and they need to hold on to that because of generational wealth. It's very important. Let me ask you in respect. Go ahead, Mr. Graham.
Oh, definitely, especially when Bellevue Village was built, the property was zoned R1. So each of the homes that you see, each of the buildings that you see there is really sitting on a half acre of property. So that's one of the unique affordable housing development in the Virgin Islands, because it is not a high density like that you see in Loveland or maybe a Calabash, but it's 2 units and a half acre of property.
Correct. And what restrictions are there, though, in respect to these homeowners? What the restrictions, or are there any restrictions once you become a homeowner? Do you have to wait a certain amount of time if you can want to or can sell the property? Because I believe that's part of the situation you have also. Can someone speak to that? Are there any restrictions, first of all?
Well, there is no restriction. Well, let me just say there's no restriction on if you want to sell your home. What you will have is restriction on how much of the federal dollars you may be able to profiteer off of. So it will be a sliding scale release of restriction over the years. So if you, let's say you afforded the opportunity to purchase your home and you sell it in your first year, you will not walk away with 100% of the sale proceeds in your pocket. But over the years, it's a sliding scale where you get a higher percentage towards the ending of the.
Okay, let me let HFA chime in also. Please mention your name before you speak.
Jamili Perez, Director of Housing. So based on program guidelines, the affordability period for using this funding is about 15 years.
Okay.
If the home is sold prior to the 15-year period, then the federal funds would have to be paid back.
Very well. Very well. Thank you so much for that clarification. Point of information, Senator Viale.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just want to go back over the monies quickly. The 74,360,605. How much total is CDBG DR, and how much is MIT? What's the breakdown?
It's in there.
Alana Lavinier, Deputy Chief Disaster Recovery Officer via HFA. 25,990,563 is for DR.
Say it again.
25,990,563 is from CDBG DR. 20,571,055 is CDBG MIT for Lebanon. 27,798,987 is for CDBG MIT, Bellevue, and Calabash Boom.
Okay, and which of those tranche of fund is considered a loan?
Jamili Perez, Director of Housing, the entire amount.
Okay, so can you tell me how structured you're going to repay that particular loan? The loan is paid back through the sales of the property?
Jamili Perez, Director of Housing, that is correct.
Okay, and then the difference is going to be considered program income, or the money goes back to the Fed, or the money becomes program income for Housing Finance Authority?
The money becomes program income for Housing Finance Authority. So a portion of the money is going to be used as a buyer subsidy, as Mr. Graham had referenced, and then the remaining portion of the money will come back to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. In accordance with regulation, we will use that money for CDBG eligible activities.
Have you worked out a percentage?
Currently, we have estimates. I can provide those to you if you'd like.
Yes.
So for Loving Land Phase 1, the estimated amount that is going to be used for the buyer subsidy, assuming that everything goes as planned, is right around 14.5 million. The estimated program income that will be returned to VIHFA is 6 million. And I'm estimating the numbers. In terms of Bellevue and Calabash, we do count those properties together because one application was submitted. So I'll give you those numbers together. So the estimated amount that is going to be used for the buyer subsidy for Bellevue and Calabash combined is right about 13.9 million. And the estimated program income that should be returned to VIHFA is 12.9 million. So in total, the estimated amount of program income that will be returned to VIHFA is $18.9 million.
Okay, thanks. And the amount that's being subsidized is more than $28 million.
Correct. The amount that's being subsidized is 28.4.
So I think you need to continuously, and Mr. Chair, I know you've been pushing this for a long time, but that's a subsidy that these homeowners are going to be receiving. So it needs to be said over and over and over again. This is $28 million in subsidies. So it is very important for them to take advantage of this home ownership opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Point of information, Senator Clifford Graham. Senator Clifford Joseph.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a Jackson question from Mr. Graham. What percentage of units you're willing to utilize for home ownership and what percentage for rental? Do you guys have a stack set already as far as what's going to be rented versus what's going to be sold?
Yeah, the only restriction is Love and Land Phase 2, which consists of 96 units, are to remain as rented units, affordable units under the program. All of the other units, the 72 at Bellevue, the 48 at Calabash Boom, the 99 at Love and Land Phase 1 can convert to home ownership. The percentage of what amount will be home ownership is all dependent on the amount of tenants that take advantage of the opportunity to own their unit.
Wonderful. Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to Eugene Jones, Director, and your crew. Okay, I wanted to follow up on a statement that the chairman had asked earlier, and you was talking about the recertification of the program. First, right now, how many, recertification of those homeowners that's eligible for homeownership program where you waive the $75 for the fee. How many is on the list right now that's eligible total?
Eugene Jones, Executive Director, VIHFA. Senator, I don't think that Jackson Development has made a discussion with all of the residents who live on those properties. And so they may have talked to maybe 50%, but not all of them, to understand what they have. We have a list of who's eligible on those properties in our database, and when they're ready to use them or they want to qualify, we'll waive that $75 so then they go through homeownership counseling and really force the issue to get them to buy those homes.
Okay, so you're saying now there's probably residents in those communities that wouldn't qualify for your home ownership, the counseling program that you give them, so they wouldn't be eligible ultimately?
No, we don't know that.
You don't know that?
We have not talked to, Jackson Development has not made a discussion with all the residents of those properties to talk about their eligibility or their opportunities to purchase those properties.
Okay. Well, part of this hearing today is to discuss the housing finance role in monitoring. So what are you doing about that?
Well, based on the housing tax credit that we're abide by, we're only looking at minimum requirements when it comes to compliance. We're looking at compliance issues, that the units are what they're supposed to be like. They have tenant protections, that they're not throwing out tenants of the development. So we're looking at that aspect of it. All the maintenance issues and so forth is just like when you sell a home. We sell a home and somebody else has it, that's their problem. But because this is a different type of situation and we want to make sure the residents are very, very informed, we're going to get involved in these situations so that we're going to make sure that everything is what should be happening at those developments.
Okay, so
hold
I
on,
know,
Senator. Can one of my staff members give you some more information?
on the chair's time, yeah. I want to go to a couple other questions. So there's going to come a point where they formally converted from rental to home ownership, right? When do you expect that date will be?
I think Mr. Clifford can be in better position to tell us those dates.
Clifford Graham, yes.
Yeah, the whole program is supposed to be completed by February of 2028.
Okay, and that's the date they're going to actually convert from rental to home ownership? So then...
No. It would start prior to that, but everything will be completed by 2028. So homeownership will go in phases. So as we move forward with renovation and complete buildings, and people are prepared and ready to move forward, they will be able to begin closing on their home. So to give you an example, for Bellevue, for example, some of the residents there may be able to convert to homeownership sometime later this fall of this year.
Okay, and so those that will convert to home ownership, Mr. Jones, those would have to have tenants in them that have completed your program.
Yes, sir. Yes, Senator.
Okay. So then it would seem to me then that you would now be monitoring those that are in those units, that they would be in the program so that there wouldn't be any additional delays when that date certain has already started. What do you think about that?
That would be correct.
So what are you doing about that? We don't want any delays. If they can qualify for home ownership this month, I don't want to wait 2-3 months. That's 2-3 months of rent wasted.
Go ahead.
Jamili Perez, Director of Housing. So the IHFA is working collaboratively with Jackson Development Company. The homeownership program for Bellevue and Calabash launched in July of last year. So we have been gathering data from those programs. The homeownership program for Lovingland Phase
1 minute.
is set to launch at the end of this month. So then we'll be able to have data regarding what is going on in terms of interest to purchase. So we are working collaboratively to make sure that we get everyone through the pipeline. I think one important thing to mention is instead of them having to come to us or relocate, these sessions are actually being conducted within the communities. So a resident can make an appointment and see their housing specialist within the community that they live.
Okay. And I always have to ask this, how is the payment process going? How long does it take to actually get a pay request process? How much wait time is there, Mr. Graham? We can't hear you. Mr. Jones, how long does it take to?
Yes.
Okay, Mr.
I'm sorry.
Time.
Yes. That's all a work in progress. It all depends on the pay request itself. So we may submit a pay request on, let's say, the first of the month. HFA normally reviews it within 7 to 10 days. And if there is anything that questionable item or correction that they need, they send it back to us in the portal. We do the correction and then we send it back to them, and then it goes through the process. So it can somewhere between 30 to 40 days to get paid.
Okay, so you don't anticipate any delays due to payment issues with the completion?
Well, anticipating the whole process of the time it takes to process pay requests through the HFA system, we pretty much have a line of credit that we have in place. So once we submit a pay request to HFA, we can draw on our line of credit and use that money to keep contractor paid, keep vendor paid, and when HFA finally processes the payment, we pay back the line of credit.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I can wrap up real quick. Okay, yes, I want to go to Loveland Phase 1, those 96 apartments. I think it was 96, 91.
99 in Loveland Phase 1.
Yeah, 99. So those are still going to be rented, and tell me if there was a possibility for home ownership. I wasn't too clear on that. I thought that eventually that was going to be a possibility for home ownership as well.
You're correct. Loveland Phase 1 will be converted to home ownership for any of the tenants that so desire to become homeowners. Loveland Phase 2, the 96 unit, will remain as affordable rental.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for that time.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Averil Lewis, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you. And again, good afternoon to the testifiers, good afternoon, colleagues, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Welcome. Mr. Graham, how are you doing today?
I am good. How are you?
So you're doing a cross-country drive on us today?
Yeah, I'll be better if I wasn't at this hearing, though.
We'll try to get you out as soon as possible. Mr. Graham, let's get to the, company name? Jackson Development, sorry. JDC was one of the original owners of Loveland, right?
No, not JDC.
No?
When Loveland was built, it was built by Reliance Housing Foundation.
But JDC was
I think no, the Mr. Jackson, who's part of JDC, was the president of Reliance at the time when it was built.
Okay, got you. Thanks for that clarity there. But now moving forward, fast tracking to present now, you're the current owners of Loveland and Calabash Boom and Bellevue.
That's correct.
All right, so you inherit some years of some problems of lack of maintenance in those buildings.
Correct. Lack of TLC.
Yes. So moving forward, what's the process if I have an issue, a plumbing issue? What's the process now moving forward, for a tenant to get it rectified?
For any issue, basically put in a work order through the property manager's office.
Mm-hmm.
Manager send maintenance out to address the issue.
All right, and that's currently happening now?
That's currently happening. I must say that there's still some backlog, but it's currently happening.
Okay. So then we're going to do some extensive work on both properties, listening to the young ladies I'm here today to talk about intent to proceed and notice to proceed, sorry, not intent, notice to proceed to give you the permission to do renovations and so forth to these buildings, right?
That's correct. And until we got the notice to proceed, we couldn't use any of the federal funding to do renovation work or construction.
So because you couldn't use the federal funding, you were hesitant to do any repairs, period then?
Well, we'll have to use the operating dollars that we had, and some of the properties have very limited operating dollars.
Good. So regardless if I'm purchasing, if I want to be a homeowner, I want to continue renting, these units going to be repaired?
That is correct.
Suppose I don't want you in my house doing the repairs. I want to bring my own contractor. What could happen there?
Well, a lot of the repairs that are being done, and it all depends on the type of repair that are being done.
I want some new cabinets. 1 second. Let's use cabinets as an example.
No, that's a good example. Now, if you're renting right now and your cabinets are falling apart or they're in bad position, we would have to replace your cabinet. But if your cabinets are okay and you are moving forward as a homeowner, we will not be coming in and replacing or repairing cabinets, but we will give you an interior credit for you to do your own interior repairs.
Okay, but if the cabinets were bad and I say, well, I have a contractor that could repair these cabinets for me, whatever, could you give me the money? Let me repair it myself?
Yes, because, in some cases, if we're coming in to, let's say, repair a cabinet, we're going to repair your countertop with similar material. But you may have a cousin or your brother or your uncle that may be a granite installer, and you say, boy, you just achieved home ownership. I'm going to give you a gift of a granite countertop. Why would I want to put a plastic laminate cabinet in for them just to tear it out and put in a granite top?
Okay, so then there's some negotiating between you and the tenants could happen.
That's correct.
Good. How does the tenant know what's actually going on now? How does the tenant know, other than listening to today's hearing, how does the tenant know what's actually going on, the time frame, the timelines of construction and so forth?
Well, we're going to have residential meetings or residents meeting with all of the tenants, and we're starting with Bellevue and Calabash, and then we're going to jump back and do Love and Land later on this month or probably early in March.
All right, so what about the tenants that, okay, fast tracking.
1 minute.
I go through the program, I own my home now. 20 years from now, I decide 10 years from now, I want to move to my big son in Atlanta. I could sell a unit?
There are certain restrictions on what you can and can't do within a certain time period. But yes, the long and short of it is there is provision in there later on for you to sell your unit, but there is restriction in there.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Jones, before my time is called, outside of Calabash, Love and Land, Bellevue, let's look at HFA. Do we have any other opportunities similar to this in HFA where we have housing currently ready?
Yes and no. We have some, a limited amount, that we're getting ready to turn over and hopefully provide some home ownership. And now we have something in the process on Pineapple Hill and some other places that we have on St. Thomas and on St. Croix.
Good. The reason why I ask that is because a lot of numbers been tossed around here today. And the community is listening. And, everybody going to say, what? Mr. Jones sitting on a lot of money, nothing happening. HFA have a lot of funding, nothing happening. So this is your one time of fame and my time, chairman time, to say what's happening. So tell me, because I was there when we had the groundbreaking for Wild Pineapple. And I really was saying, cooping the view and everything, not just for me, but for others, people want to own a piece of the rock. Whichever the rock is, St. Thomas, St. John, or St. Croix. People want to own a piece. Are we hearing these numbers and we're looking at HFA like the big God brother, like, hey, help me. So let's tell the community, in your version, when we could be able to turn a doorknob, put a key in a doorknob and say, this is mine. Outside of Mr. Graham and Jackson Development Company.
Okay. So just to give me let me give you a couple of examples. Tortuga, we're getting ready to close that deal and hopefully.
Where Tortuga is for you going?
Tortuga?
Yeah.
St. Thomas. St. Thomas.
What island?
Wrong. South St. Croix.
Okay, good.
St. Croix, right? St. Croix.
Go ahead now.
Tortuga's in?
St. Thomas.
St. Thomas, excuse me. Tortuga's in St. Thomas.
I'll go move in Tortuga sometime, so we'll figure
we're
it
getting
out.
ready to hopefully doing a ribbon cutting ceremony probably around April. We have Wild Pineapple. We hopefully going to start doing that the third quarter of this year and start doing a groundbreaking ceremony for that. We're looking at something at Thatch Farms over there by the airport. And we got a number of developments that are in the queue right now over St. Croix. So we're talking about, since we have not done anything in the last 3 or 4 years, now we're gearing up. Now there's going to be development after development after development coming to fruition.
Let me wrap up here. So you were saying to me, by third quarter, because we're in the second now, we're going to be seeing shovel in the ground.
Yes.
Okay, you leave in April, but them smiling faces next to you are going to still be here, so I'm going to hunt them down.
Hopefully I can do one before I leave, but they're going to come after I leave.
Thank you, and I really appreciate to hear that because, you know, when I look at, I would say your sister agency housing, they have a lot of development going on here. You know, I see Dunu blazing out the ground. I see a couple other things happening. So I want to see the same for HF. I want us Virgin Islanders to be able to say, thanks to Mr. Jones, he makes sure that one development started. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Mr. Graham, in respect to the restoration of Bellevue, Calabash, and Loveland, you said that the properties are going to be restored to high-quality, code-compliant housing. I love how Megan's Junction look. What type of repairs we speaking to, and what type of amenities we speaking to in terms of the interior?
Well, a lot of what is happening with these properties has resulted in like water infiltration through people's windows, people's roofs, and stuff like that. So we have companies like Rooftop that will be on site to do roof repairs in Loveland and roof repairs at Bellevue. We have windows that will be removed, fixed, and then replaced back in the condition and caulked to prevent water infiltration and stuff like that. So a lot of intensive work. All of the scope of work has been executed and put it on the drawings, and contractors have been bid, and they once the notice of proceed have been signed from HFA, we turn around and give the contractors their notice to proceed the following day, so work can begin. So that's what we see now. Exterior doors will be changed from those rusting doors to reinforced impact-resistant fiberglass doors, so there's no more days where your door will be rusting and stuff like that. So comprehensive work like that.
Thank you. So would you say over the last year, have you basically learned from your experiences in terms of what's happening on the property with all of these different issues in respect to repairs moving forward?
Yes, we have. And I mean, we have a lot of items that we need to do, like purchase, like reverse osmosis, pump, motors, tanks, at Bellevue, at Calabash, not Bellevue, but Calabash, at Loveland. And some of those items we couldn't do until the notice of proceed has been issued. We have a generator right now at Loveland that just went out with all of these power outages. So we working and get that temporary backup and then changing that generator as well. So it's a lot of things that we did over the last year. A lot of it, of course, some of it is trial and error. We learned of more items that we didn't know that were really working or up to par, but we face it as we go forward, and we add it to the list of stuff, add sometimes add it to the contractor scope of work as we move forward and try to do the renovation.
Point of information. Thank you so much. Point of information, Senator Lewis.
Thank you. Mr. Graham, just for clarity, Loveland Phase 2, those units will not be home ownership, right?
Those units will remain as affordable rentals.
So the rental income goes to?
The rental income stays with the property to be used for maintenance and stuff like that.
Okay, thank you. So just for clarity, can people ask it about if Phase 2 going to have a home ownership, and I'm hearing correctly that no, Phase 2 will not be home ownership?
Phase 2 has a period of time where it has to remain as affordable rental. Until such time, it will be affordable rental.
And that's about any other time approximately?
If I'm not mistaken, I think it's a 20-year period, a 20-year window.
Okay. Thank you very much for that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Lewis. Senator Novell Francis, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's pretty lonely over here. Mr. Graham, good afternoon. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. I'm good. How are you, sir?
No problem. In respect to now that you have the notice proceed, is there any other conditions whatsoever that is required to move this project along? Is everything cleared at this point?
Only one more item that we're waiting for from Housing Finance Authority, and that is the approval of the certificate of compliance. So
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. Come a little closer. Say again.
I said the only item that is still outstanding at this moment is the approval of the certificate of compliance with the HFA, so that the project can be, and the contractors can be given the affordable housing tax benefit certificates.
Okay. Is that a hindrance in any way, shape, or form? Any barriers there? This pending the certification?
We're just waiting on HFA to complete their review and sign off on that so we can get the certificates out to contractors.
E.D. Jones, do you have a timeline on which that will be completed?
Jamili Perez, Director of Housing. We are working collaboratively with JDC to make sure that our timeline aligns with when they are going to receive their first shipments. JDC has confirmed that they are expecting to get in some materials at the end of the month, and we continue to do our due diligence to make sure that they have that certificate prior to any type of materials coming in that they would need.
Okay. Is there any particular reason why there's a bottleneck or some delay in issuing that certificate? Or there just need to be that collaboration with JDC in order to make that happen?
Jamili Perez, Director of Housing. It's continued collaboration is needed, but we do have to do our due diligence and make sure that we do our thorough review of everything that is presented in front of us to make sure that we make an accurate decision. But as of right now, everything is pointing to us being able to issue that certificate at the end of the month or prior to them actually getting in materials.
Very well, thank you. Were there any appraisal done on any of this property prior to the negotiation or the final?
For the acquisition, yes, there were appraisals done. HFA did appraisal and we did appraisal as well.
Okay, and it's, I would imagine it's all satisfactory to both sides.
That is correct.
Okay. In respect to, will you consider yourself right now in terms of the development, is this a hybrid where you have ownership and a rental? Is this a hybrid? You'll be doing housing management as well as home ownership?
Yes, it's a hybrid where we do the housing management, and hopefully once most of the tenants at the Loveland 1, Bellevue Village and Calabash Boom sign up for home ownership and renovation, continue to go forward and they close a unit, then it will turn into a homeowner association, a HOA, that will do the management of the properties after.
Is there any particular matrix that's being utilized to determine whether or not this will be a beneficial project moving forward, or you could get your best bang for the buck on either side? Any matrix in terms of the home ownership versus rentals?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the one ideal point of a matrix is the equity in which residents will be gaining just from home ownership. Any property at St. John in particular, it's going to be appraised well over $600,000. So if you have a property that's appraised at a value that's X and your mortgage is Y, which is substantially lower.
1 minute.
The difference between X and Y, that delta is your equity that you own in your property. So that in itself shows you what equity you'll be walking away with.
So recognizing that issue and the matrix that's involved in this, is there any incentive, any encouragement, any support or subsidies afforded to homeownership similar that would be able to assist them with the property tax, future maintenance, responsibilities, insurance, for example? All of these things are hindrance or consideration in determining whether or not you want to own a property. Is there any subsidies that's being made available to support homeowners in this stead?
Yes, the matrix had to look at what your overall expense will be going forward monthly, to include insurance, to include property taxes, to include a HOA payment to maintain the properties and stuff like that. And your mortgage and your buying price will be adjusted to make sure that your monthly benefit that you pay out is within your budgeted amount and it would be sustainable by the individuals.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard my time call. I have just one question for Executive Director Jones.
Proceed. Please wrap up.
Mr. Jones, and my request to wrap up is there any infrastructure? Well, before that, in regards to, is there any similar projects that's being considered for St. Croix, especially in light of the situation at LBG and other homeowners, other home crisis, the homeowners crisis on St. Croix? Is there any similar projects that's being considered for St. Croix?
Mount Pleasant. Eugene Jones, Executive Director, HFA. Mount Pleasant.
Mount Pleasant, and how much, what about LBJ?
We're working on ALBJ, Senator. We don't have an answer yet. We gave Senator Joseph an update. I'll send you the same so you can take a look at what we're trying to do and how we're going to move forward.
Okay, and Mount Pleasant, how many units are we talking about at Mount Pleasant?
Mount Pleasant has 7 units. Mount Pleasant Phase 1 has 7 units.
Your name?
Alana Lavinier via HFA.
7, you say?
7. Phase 1 has 7 units, yes.
7 units. Okay. Very well. Thank you. I think that's definitely a disparity, and we need to do some additional work. But you know, when you look at 315 versus just 7 units on St. Croix, there is much work to be done to at least allow for some parity between the districts as it pertains to the utilization of this fund. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis.
Jamili Perez, Director of Housing. I did want to highlight that the RFP for Mount Pleasant was published yesterday, and that is currently open. And in addition to that RFP being open, the portal is open and accepting applications for single and multifamily development on St. Croix and St. Thomas.
Thank you for that. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the testifiers and, of course, the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I want to follow up with some questions relative to the sources of funds for the properties under JDC and that they have used to acquire these properties. For Loveland Land Phase 2, what source of fund is that? Is it CDBG DR?
Jamili Perez, Director of Housing. Yes, CDBG DR funds, and they did bring a private investment to the table as well.
Okay, they did bring a private investment?
Yes.
Okay, and what that private investment looked like?
The private investment for the Loving Land properties were 1.7 million.
Okay, 1.7 million. Okay, so the Loving Land Phase 2 property, that wouldn't be governed and have to also comply with LIHTC.
All properties are currently under an extended LIHTC agreement.
Good. That's what I wanted to get cleared up because I know in the executive director's comments, he only mentioned the 3 that are funded through HUD-MIT. So all of them have the extended low-income housing tax credit compliance to me, which is usually either 15 or some even go up to 30 years
Yes.
Mortgages. Okay, now for the CDBG DR, is that a loan for the Phase 2 Loving Land property, or is it a direct grant?
That is
25 million. Is it 25 million, and is it a direct grant?
Alana Lavinier via HFA. That is a direct grant.
Okay, and so with that direct grant, they have to maintain and use. Let me ask Mr. Graham. How are you doing today, Mr. Graham?
I am fine. How are you, Senator?
Good. Now, let me ask you, are you using the mixed income strategy method for your Love and Learn Phase 2, the properties, which would include market rate as well as maybe tenant-based or project-based vouchers? Phase 2 for your rental preservation, the 96 units. How are you using? Are you going to have market rate rentals or have some of your rental units receive subsidies, which are typically housing choice voucher?
Well, we do not use the market rate right now because the existing tenants are under the low-income housing tax credit guidelines.
Okay.
Market rate tenants are not a part of it, but we do have housing voucher tenants located in Love and Land, in all the communities, as a matter of fact, Love and Land 1, Love and Land 2, Bellevue, and Calabash.
Okay. So how many I know you are in transit, and I understand that. How many of your tenants in the Phase 2 receive subsidies under Housing Choice Voucher Program?
That information I don't have right now, but hopefully my staff will send that to me so I can answer you before your time is up.
Okay, and your subsidies, it's project-based. That's not coming through the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, is it?
No, my subsidy is tenant-based, so it comes through Housing Authority.
It does come from all of them? All of them come from the Housing Authority? Okay, good.
That's correct.
Okay, and I will ask that in the next block. Now, I wanted to understand, since all of the CDBG DR money is from is a grant, is there any, you have a grant agreement in place, correct? And is any of the rental money coming to the Housing Finance Authority, any portion
1
of
minute.
it for future home ownership, which would be aligned with your LIHTC requirements? Was that part of your agreement, your grant agreement?
Jamili Perez.
For Love and Land Go ahead, Jamili.
Jamili Perez, Director of Housing. Because that is a rental property, whatever proceeds are collected are used for the operation and maintenance of the property, as you cannot use any type of grant funding for operations and maintenance.
Okay, so I understand that. So this question is going to be to you then, Mr. Graham. Are any of the funding for the Phase 2 going to be put aside for the renters to be able to, in 20 years, as you represented on the record, to actually purchase these units?
Yes, we definitely would like to roll out similar initiative for Love Land Phase 2 when the time become available and you can convert to home ownership. Yes.
Okay, so I just had a concern because it is a grant and it's not a loan, and seeing that. Are these grant agreements available on your website, Mr. Jones?
They will be as of tomorrow, yes. They will be as of tomorrow.
They will be available tomorrow on our website.
Okay, that is very important. I have a final wrap-up question, Mr. Chairman. Have you, this is to Mr. Graham, have you executed any agreements, tenant agreements, those lease agreements with your tenants, which clearly indicates in the lease that they have the option to own? And it's spelled out clearly there, because that's the other issue that we've had with the past owners. It wasn't clearly stated and in their lease agreements. Do you have that stipulation that they are in fact would be eligible to purchase their units?
for the existing tenants of Loveland 1, Bellevue, and Calabash?
Yes.
Not sure if that's in the list, but they have documents from us moving forward with the homeownership initiative that they can participate in the process of becoming a homeowner. So we have documentation already submitted to individuals for them to give their interest if they want to be part of the homeownership initiative and to move forward and do so with us.
Okay, thank you. My concern, I'll wrap up with this. My concern is I don't want the residents to be in the same boat that they were in under the previous owner, where they couldn't show any documentation. Housing Finance Authority was unable to provide any record of them being eligible to purchase their home. That's why we are and were in that state where they were in limbo, thinking that they had the ability, which most, if not all, LIHTC financing structure allows you as a resident to purchase your home after 15 to 30 years. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Before I wrap up and let you go, Mr. Graham, let me ask you in respect to St. John, and in terms of your policy regarding rent abatements or rebates, when apartments or business are clearly in less than habitable conditions, such as when Calabash Boom was without wastewater for almost a month. So do you plan to offer rental abatement to those residents, or what other plans do you have to basically deal with those residents, if any?
Yes, the short answer is yes. The Director of Public Management said that they gave commitment to the tenants at Calabash Boom. Rent abatement will be afforded to them for that month they went without the good use of grey water for their flushing.
Very well. So it goes to show what type of management company you will be moving forward. Colleagues, that wraps up this portion of the agenda. So I'll give each of the testifiers 30 seconds to give a closing statement, starting you with Mr. Jackson. 30 seconds, closing statement.
Mr. Jackson is on?
No, I'm sorry. Graham. Graham, I'm all over the place. Graham.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been called Mr. Jackson, I've been called Senator Graham, I've been called lots of things today, but I really want to thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. I really regret not being there in person, but we inherited a situation with these housing communities in Loveland 1, Loveland 2, Bellevue Village, and Calabash Boom. But as most of the notice received on phase 2, second notice received, have been issued, we are pleased to say that we will move forward and do the repair work that is necessary to bring these units back into a good quality living environment that we intend to do, and convert to home ownership to the individual. Again, if you have not heard from us in St. John with your home ownership initiative, or you're not really interested, come out, support, come out to the town meeting that we have there, look at the opportunities of you owning your own home. And Loveland, you'll have your town hall meeting later on this month or early in March, as time as our schedule will permit. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity and for putting our concerns and our issues on the record and what we plan to do to address each of these issues. And thank you, HFA, for being a good partner with us going forward in these homeownership initiatives and rental rehab, and of course the Office of Disaster Recovery as well.
And thank you so much for your responses, and I look forward to seeing you in person, and I believe the residents will be very happy to see you in person at those meetings. I believe at those meetings also we need to have HFA there out there also at those meetings. So I look forward to those meetings, and thank you so much. And be safe.
Thank you.
Edie Jones.
Thank you, Board Chair, for allowing us to provide testimony on this very valuable subject, especially when it comes to home ownership. We pride ourselves in providing home ownership opportunities and making a way so that we can increase that supply of opportunities in home ownership. I have a great staff, and I appreciate what they've done this far and what we're going to be doing in the future. And I just thank you for the opportunity to come back and give you an update.
Well, I did not know I was board chair, but thank you for the promotion. But anyway, thank you for your responses. I must say that it was a pleasure working with you. Since you came on board, we have done some amazing things, moved some good legislation, approved some major opportunities, and I wish you well moving forward. Again, I gave you condolences for the passing of your mom, and we go talk.
Thank you.
The Committee on Housing, Transportation, Telecommunications stands in recess for 3 minutes.
Thank you, ladies.
I said 3.
Yeah, well.
We are back on the record. Mr. Chair, please read block 3 onto the record. Mr. Clerk, please read block 3. All day say Mr. Chair, what's going on?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Block 3 of the agenda. The committee will hear testimony from the Virgin Islands Housing Authority on the status of its operations and the state of affordable housing programs in the territory, including the Housing Choice Voucher, otherwise known as Section 8 program, with emphasis on current performance, major projects, and challenges affecting service delivery. Testimony will also address the growing number of constituent complaints regarding maintenance conditions at VIHA properties, including the status of maintenance operations, strategies to address deferred repairs, and any resource constraints contributing to these issues. The invited testifier is Mr. Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Before I do a mic check and an introduction of the testifiers, I want to introduce this young man sitting right behind me. This is Jaden Vital. He's a senior at the Havana Idahocan High School, and he's interning with my office. I've done interns from my first term 12 years ago, and that's the job training program. Mr. Vital aspires to be a mechanical engineer, and his favorite subject is math, so we need more young men and women who love math and reading. So, Mr. Vital, welcome, and I hope you enjoy your time with us in the office, okay? Very well. So we're going to introduce the testifier starting from my right. Please put your name on the record and your position, your title.
My name is Ingram Denise Brown. I'm the Director of Human Resources for the Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Welcome.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Chastity Jackson. I'm the Director of Asset Management at the Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator. Cecile Tong Foy, Chief Financial Officer.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senators. Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Afternoon, Edith.
Good afternoon. Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Emanuela Perez Cassius, Director of Resident Wellness and Empowerment at the Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Akela Anthony, Housing Choice Voucher Program Director, Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Hi, good afternoon. Edie Alexander, you can proceed with your testimony.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Marvin Blyden, Chairman of the Committee of Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, Vice Chair Senator Clifford Joseph, and committee members, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Fonseca, Senator Maurice James, Senator Carla Josephs, and good afternoon to the other distinguished senators present, legislative staff, the citizens of the U.S. Virgin Islands, the dedicated employees of the Virgin Island Housing Authority, and all the members of the public attending and listening.
Mr. Alexander, Senator Viale is also a member of this committee. Senator Viale is also a member of this committee.
Okay, thank you, sir. Senator, yes. Okay. My name is Dwayne Alexander, and I am privileged to serve as the Executive Director of the Virgin Island Housing Authority. I am accompanied today by our executive leadership team, Ms. Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Cecile Tong Foy, our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Akela Anthony, who is our Director of Housing Choice Voucher Program, Ms. Chastity Jackson, Director of Asset Management, and Ms. Ingram Brown, Director of Human Resources, and Ms. Emanuela Perez Cassius, Director of Resident Wellness and Empowerment. Together, this team is responsible for ensuring fiscal accountability and regulatory compliance, operational continuity, and long-term sustainability of public housing across the territory. It is both an honor and a solemn responsibility to appear before this committee on behalf of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority and our 172 public servants who carry out this mission daily. Their professionalism, discipline, and unwavering service, particularly through one of the most challenging periods in recent history, reflect the strength and resilience of this institution. Over the past year, the Virgin Island Housing Authority operated under the unprecedented uncertainty, including what has been the longest federal government shutdown in many years, if not in history. This prolonged disruption created real risk for housing authorities nationwide, particularly in areas dependent on federal funding streams and program continuity. Through this period, the Housing Authority maintained uninterrupted operations, protected critical housing services, exercised prudent financial stewardship, and remained fully prepared to respond to any operational or funding disruptions. At no point did we allow uncertainty to compromise our mission or the stability of the residents we serve. I appear before you not only as an administrator, but as a fiduciary of public resources and a steward of an agency entrusted with the well-being of thousands of families of the Virgin Islands, including seniors, veterans, and working households whose housing security depends on an effective governance and sound policy. Today's testimony provides a comprehensive overview of the Housing Authority's operational performance, strategic initiatives, fiscal management, and the challenges confronting the Housing Authority over the past year. We will outline the progress in rehabilitating aging public housing stock, advancing major redevelopment projects, expanding affordable housing access through the Housing Choice Voucher Program, and promoting economic mobility through homeownership initiatives such as WIM's Delight Homeownership Program. We will also candidly address pressures impacting the housing sector, including escalating construction costs, rising insurance premiums, evolving federal regulatory requirements, and the growing need for long-term sustainable funding solutions. The mission of the Housing Authority remains firm to preserve and expand access to safe, decent, and affordable housing while strengthening the social and economic fabric of our communities. However, the mission cannot be achieved by any single entity alone. It requires continued legislative partnership, sound public policy, intergovernmental collaboration, and strategic investment. We value this legislature's oversight, engagement, and support, and we will look forward to continuing our collaborative efforts to modernize our housing infrastructures, improve service delivery, and ensure that every public dollar entrusted to the Housing Authority is managed with transparency, efficiency, and accountability. Together, we are not merely maintaining housing units, we are stabilizing communities, safeguarding vulnerable populations, and building stronger and more resilient Virgin Islands. The Virgin Island Housing Authority administers one of the territory's largest public sector portfolios, currently overseeing 22 public housing developments across 12 asset management properties, totaling 2,426 residential units that house thousands of Virgin Islanders. Through strategic repositioning, demolition of obsolete housing stock, and redevelopment aligned with modern federal standards, the Housing Authority inventory is expected to stabilize at approximately 2,000 modern units designed for long-term sustainability, resilience, and efficiency. The Housing Authority Capital Fund functions not only as a housing delivery system, but as a major economic investment platform for the territory. Federal housing funds are consistently leveraged with private financing, tax credit, disaster recovery, resources, and territorial contributions, multiplying the impact of every public housing dollar invested. In practical terms, the Housing Authority routinely transforms each dollar of direct subsidy into several dollars of total development investment, injecting significant external capital into the Virgin Islands economy while minimizing strain on the local government resources. At the same time, the Housing Authority modernization strategy produces measurable long-term cost savings by replacing distressed, high-maintenance housing with modern, energy-efficient developments. The Housing Authority is reducing energy repairs, lowering utility costs, extending asset lifespans, and stabilizing operational budgets. Based on comparable public housing redevelopment benchmarks, modernized public properties typically generate 20 to 40% reduction in annual maintenance costs, 15 to 30% decrease in utility and energy expenditures, significant decline in vacancy-related revenue losses, extended capital replacement cycles of 20 to 30 years. Over the life of these redeveloped assets, these efficiencies translate into millions of dollars of an avoided operating and capital costs that can be reinvested into additional housing, residence, and community improvement. Further, all new Housing Authority developments are designed as disaster-resilient infrastructures, incorporating hurricane-rated construction standards, improved drainage, hardened utilities, and modern building systems. These investments significantly reduce post-storm repair expenses, insurance exposure, resident displacement, and long-term public liability. And disaster-prone jurisdictions, resilient construction has been shown to reduce recovery costs by 25 to 50%. Following major storm events, preserving public investments and accelerating community recovery. Together, these strategies position the Housing Authority not simply as a housing provider, but as a steward of public infrastructure, economic development catalyst, and long-term fiscal stabilizer for the territory. Housing revitalization and redevelopment projects. The Walter I. M. Hodge Revitalization represents one of the Housing Authority's most comprehensive rehabilitation efforts to date, encompassing 20 residential buildings and a newly enhanced community center, office, and maintenance facility. This project has significantly improved living conditions, building systems, and site infrastructure while preserving affordable housing for current residents. As of the close of fiscal year 2025, Walter I. M. Hodge maintained a strong occupancy rate of close to 94%. That was 248 units that was developed, 232 occupied, demonstrating both the demand for quality, affordable housing and the success of the revitalization and restoring community stability, safety, and livability. In 2025, the Housing Authority received 3 prestigious national awards, reflecting meaningful external validation of the Housing Authority's revitalization strategy and its commitment to a high-quality, resilient, affordable housing. These recognitions are not ceremonial. They represent peer-reviewed national competitive distinction awards by leading housing and finance organizations across the United States. The 2025 Rural Community Impact Development of Distinction Award by the Novogradac Journal of Tax Credit for Excellence in Community-Centered Affordable Housing Redevelopment, I. M. Hodge received that award. The second award was the 2025 Affordable Housing Award of Merit, presented by the National Association of Housing and Redevelopment Officials, which is known as NARO, recognizing the Housing Authority innovative revitalization efforts of positive community impact. And finally, the 2025 Affordable Housing Tax Credit Coalition, Charles L. Edson Tax Credit Excellence Award for Resilience and Healthy Housing. Number 2, Estate Duno Redevelopment is also known as 2-2 Phase 1. The 2-2 redevelopment represents one of the Housing Authority's most significant recovery and reinvestment initiative. The project is progressing on schedule and is entering a critical transition phase from construction to resident reoccupancy. The first residential buildings at the Duno is expected to begin lease up in August 2026. And the Housing Authority has already launched an aggressive outreach campaign to reconnect all former residents who retain a right to return. This effort includes direct contact, public notices, and coordinated communication to ensure eligible families are informed, prepared, and positioned for reoccupancy as units become online. There has been no extensions to the contract completion date. The anticipated substantial completion date remains June 9th, 2027. Construction is planned to be delivered in phases, which would allow us for early occupancy. The current goal is to turn over buildings 1 through 7, along with the community clubhouse, by late 2026, with the remaining buildings being scheduled for completion in 2027. The strategic importance, the phased turnover strategy will allow the Housing Authority to begin restoring housing opportunities well before the final project is completed, supporting early lease-up, accelerating right to return fulfillment, and stabilizing families' displacement for an extended period. Combined with strong project controls and adherence to original schedule, the Duno redevelopment reflects improved capital oversight, disciplined execution, and strengthening internal capacity. As Duno transitions from a construction to occupancy, it stands as a cornerstone to the Housing Authority's broader recovery, demonstrating the authority's ability to deliver complex redevelopment projects while maintaining transparency, accountability, and resident-centered approach. The 22 North Senior Redevelopment, 22 Phase 2, 22 Phase 2 focus on expanding safe, accessible housing for seniors, a rapid growing population in the Virgin Islands. The project will replace the former Housing Authority Central Office site in Anna's Retreat with a new 5-story residential building containing 64 accessible units designed to specifically support aging in place. The former Central Office structure has been demolished, and the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners has approved the construction contract with J. Benton Construction. Financial closing is targeted for the second quarter of this year, with full project completion anticipated by June 2028. This redevelopment reflects the Housing Authority commitment to dignity, accessibility, and long-term housing security for seniors. D. Hamilton Jackson Terrace and Alfonso Gerard Place revitalization. The comprehensive revitalization of D. Hamilton Jackson Terrace officially closed on January 24, 2025, with a ceremonial groundbreaking held on March 14, 2025. This project will rehabilitate 106 residential units while converting 4 units into community service spaces to support residents program, social services, and on-site engagement. The D. Hamilton Jackson Rehabilitation Project 9% low-income tax credit is approximately 73% completed, and the 4% low-income housing tax credit is approximately 44% completed as of January 2026. This project is ahead of schedule, and we expect that all buildings to be completed by September of 2026 and 100% leased up by December of 2026. And currently we have 6 buildings completed, which is 44 units, and 39 of the 44 units is occupied for 89%. The Williams Delight revitalization and home ownership transition. The Williams Delight represent a landmark shift in public housing policy within the territory, transitioning residents from rental assistance and to home ownership through the HUD Section 5H homeownership program. To date, 58 families have successfully became homeowners, with the additional 42 households actively in the closing process. This initiative promotes economic mobility, wealth building, and long-term community stability. Further strengthening the efforts, the Housing Authority was awarded $500,000 and American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds through the government of the Virgin Islands Office of Management and Budget. These funds provided $15,000 in down payment and purchase assistance to 20 homeowners, significantly reducing the financial barriers to home ownership. 13 families are qualified to receive the funding from the remaining $200,000 of the $500,000 that was awarded. The new senior housing on St. Croix, previously named Stony Ground Revitalization Project, is a multi-phase new construction initiative designed specifically to support seniors aging in place. While the location of the project is planned to be shifted to another location contingent on the satisfactory execution of a land swap agreement between HUD and the territory, the development is planned to integrate on-site supportive services in partnership with the Department of Human Services and the community-based nonprofit organizations, creating a holistic housing and wellness model. Phase 1 includes 98 residential units across 4 buildings and will serve as replacement housing for residents of the Wilford Pedro Home Wim Gardens community. 22 North redevelopment phase 3 and Lucinda Millen revitalizations. These projects remain under active evaluation, pending further analysis of construction costs, financing structures, and funding availability. And discussing crisis to recovery, the public housing inventory and occupancy, the Housing Authority public housing portfolio consists of 22 developments organized into 12 asset management, totaling to 2,426 units across the territory. 1,165 units are in St. Thomas, 1,261 are on St. Croix. As of December the 31st, 2025, the portfolio occupancy reached 91%, reflecting a continued stabilization and recovery following years of hurricane-related damages and disaster-driven unit loss. The occupancy is no longer constrained by applicants' demand, but the pace of units restoration and rehabilitation. As of December the 25th, 2025, 554 households remain active on the public housing waiting list, confirming strong community need and demonstrating that lease-up activity is governed solely by unit readiness. As of December the 31st, 2025, the Housing Authority has more than 400 units actively in the recovery pipeline, most of them in undergoing maintenance-led term rehabilitation, and the other undergoing capital rehabilitation or reposition. This dual-track rehabilitation strategy allows the Housing Authority to accelerate lower-cost unit turnaround while simultaneously addressing severely deteriorated units requiring full modernization. Upon completion and steady lease-up, these units are projected to raise effective portfolio occupancy by the end of the fiscal year 2026, representing a strategic effort to recover available housing stock. The physical conditions and inspired of public housing, the Housing Authority has fully transitioned to HUD's national standards for physical inspections of real estate for public housing, which places heightened emphasis on residents' health, safety, and livability. As of December 2025, the average inspired score is 70%, up from 53%, a 17-point gain in 1 year based on these HUD inspections. 100% of all scheduled inspired inspections are completed across both districts. Multiple sites in St. Croix communities achieved strong scores ranging from 78 to 87. Targeted remediation is underway at lower scoring properties. Corrective actions are tracked and enforced through a closed-loop system that includes quarterly in-house inspections aligned with the Inspire standards, corrective action plans directly mapped to deficiencies categories, and strategic outsourcing for specialized and high-impact repair trades. This approach ensures deficiencies are identified, prioritized, corrected, and verified with accountability. The maintenance operations continue to stabilize significantly through 2025, reflecting improved staffing alignment, schedule controls, and performance oversight. The Housing Authority managed public housing maintenance with clear focus on resident health and safety and strong prioritization and active supervisory oversight. Emergencies and life-threatening work orders are addressed immediately, while routine and non-emergency work orders are completed well within the HUD accepted standards. Maintenance performance highlights more than 20,000, to be exact, 19,374 of 20,162 work orders was completed in 14.2 days for 96%. And far as emergency work orders, it was 409 emergency work orders closed out and within 24 hours for 100%. 100% of all emergency work orders resolved within 24 hours and in full compliance with the HUD requirements. The average routine work order completed in 14 plus days significantly outperforms the HUD accepted benchmark for 30 days or less. While work orders volume remains elevated due to aging infrastructure and deferred maintenance, all requests are actively tracked, prioritized, and reviewed by supervisory staff to prevent escalating into health and safety concerns. This sustained level of production and responsiveness reflects the Housing Authority transition from reactive maintenance to proactive, performance-driven operating models that protects residents and preserve public housing assets. In 2025, all asset management properties, which is all 12 of them, and both districts received a FOS rating of an A. And both districts, emergency work orders completion and non-emergency work order completion. This represents a dramatic operational turnaround from the prior year when 8 properties received a projected F rating for non-emergency work orders and 2 properties received an F rating for emergency work orders. This improvement reflects the successful implementation of performance tracking, accountability measures, clearer protocols, enhanced supervision, and data-driven maintenance management. The tenant accounts receivable and rent collection as of December 31st, 2025. The total tenant accounts receivable, the TARS, is 1.11 million, reflecting a 25,143 month-over-month reduction. Portfolio rent collection rate is at 94%. St. Thomas, St. John is at 96, and St. Croix is at 89. While receivables remain elevated due to legacy errors accumulated over multiple disaster impact years, the Housing Authority has implemented layered mitigation strategies, including structured repayment agreements, rent abatements tied to rehabilitation timelines, enforcement actions when appropriate, expanding digital payment platforms to improve accessibility and compliance. These measures stabilizes cash flows while maintaining fairness and residents' engagement. The public housing recovery to stabilization and operational transformation. Over the past several years, the Housing Authority has undertaken one of the most comprehensive operational recovery efforts in its history. At the onset of this administration, the authority foundation systems of property management, maintenance, compliance, and asset oversight was slightly compromised. The core business processes was fragmented and deferred maintenance had accumulated across the portfolio. Performance matrix were declining and internal accountability structures had eroded. These systematic challenges resulted in the Housing Authority becoming designated a troubled housing authority underneath federal oversight, a status that reflects years of compound operational deficiency rather than isolated issues. At that time, the occupancy level was unstable, the work orders backlog was unmanageable, inspection scores were deteriorating, and the resident services delivery was inconsistent. Rather than treat this designation as a limitation, the Housing Authority leadership approached it as a mandate for comprehensive reform. Over the last 2 years, the Housing Authority has focused on operational foundations from the ground up, redirecting management processes, reestablishing performance accountability, modernizing maintenance operations, implementing data-driven performance monitoring, and aligning agency efforts around service excellence. A new component of this transformation will be the Housing Authority transition to a paperless operating environment, replacing fragmented manuals, processes with integrated digital systems that improve efficiency, transparency, and real-time decision-making. As part of these systems upgrades, the Housing Authority is deploying an advanced operational platform that will provide real-time dashboards through AI, tracking all maintenance activities across the portfolio, including work orders volume, response times, completion rates, preventive maintenance schedules, and asset performance trends. These tools will allow leadership to proactively manage resources, identify emerging issues, strengthening accountability, and continuously improve service delivery. Through disciplined execution and sustained oversight, the Housing Authority has moved rapidly from instability to stabilization and now into a measurable operational recovery. While formal removal from the troubled status remains subject to HUD's administrative process, the Housing Authority current performance indicators reflect that we believe to be an effective operational exit from that designation within 1 to 2 years, an achievement that typically requires significant longer timeframes for housing authorities nationwide. As part of the Housing Authority Comprehensive Recovery and Agency-wide Professionalism Initiative, the Housing Authority recently completed a leadership and management training through the Institute of Real Estate Management, an internationally recognized institution that has set the standards for property management education and ethical practices since 1933. This premier program, widely regarded as the gold standard across real estate and affordable housing industry, was completed by all property managers and all assistant managers and key supervisory personnel throughout the public housing portfolio. The training emphasizes modern asset management, financial stewardship, regulatory compliance, resident relations, and operational excellence, with a strong focus on professional ethics, accountability, and sound decision-making. Through this comprehensive course, the Housing Authority has significantly strengthened its property management skills, which enhances internal controls, improve regulatory performance, and install nationally recognized best practices into our daily operations. Building on this momentum, the Housing Authority is further advancing workforce excellence by enrolling all maintenance supervisor in a specialized professional training through the National Association of Housing and Redevelopment Officials, including the completion of a certified maintenance manager program. This nationally recognized certification strengthens preventive maintenance, capital asset preservations, safety protocols, and regulatory compliance, and workforce supervision, all core drivers in long-term housing performance and control costs. Simultaneously, the Housing Authority Property Management Leadership Team is actively pursuing the accredited residential manager, which is the ARM designation, a professional designation through the Institute of Real Estate Management, reinforcing the mastery of industrial best practices and residential operations, financial controls, risk management, and ethical governance. Together, these coordinated investments in human capital, combined with the Housing Authority modernization of digital systems and real-time performance oversight, represent a fundamental shift from a reactive Housing Authority administration to a proactive, performance-driven operation. These directly support the Housing Authority rapid recovery from trouble status, reduce operational risk, improve asset longevity, enhance resident services delivery, and position the Housing Authority for sustained excellence and accountability well into the future. Thank you. The Housing Choice Voucher Program, formerly known as Section 8, remains as the Housing Authority's most critical tool for addressing housing instability amongst very low-income families, seniors, veterans, and persons with disability. This federal-funded program enables eligible households to secure decent, safe, and sanitary housing within the private rental market while paying an affordable portion of their income towards rent, with the balance subsidized through federal assistance. With an annual operating budget of $14 million, the program currently has 2,092 vouchers. As of December 31st, 2025, 1,301 households are actively receiving assistance, representing a utilization rate of 62. While market conditions have constrained fully leasing activity, the Housing Authority anticipates achieving full budget utilization by the end of the fiscal year as leasing efforts intensify and housing placements continue. Demand for assistance remains extraordinarily high, reflecting both an ongoing affordable housing shortage and the rising cost of living within the Virgin Islands. The program operates within an increasing competitive private rental environment, escalating rental prices, a shrinking supply of long-term rental units, and a rapid expansion of short-term vacational rentals, including Airbnb-style properties, have placed significant pressure on affordability and landlords' participation. These market forces directly impact the Housing Authority ability to place families, sustain leasing levels, and absorb rent increases within available federal funding. The Housing Authority administers both tenant-based vouchers, which allow families to select housing on the open market, and project housing-based vouchers, which are attached to specific affordable housing development. As of December 31st, the tenant-based waiting list includes 4,137 applicants, while the project-based waiting list across 6 developments totals 3,830 applicants. While long waiting times and market challenges, the Housing Authority has intentionally kept both waiting lists open to ensure that ongoing access and equality for families seeking assistance. Equity. Looking ahead to fiscal year 2026, the Housing Authority is implementing targeted strategies the enhanced program efficiency, expand housing opportunities, and landlord engagement through a collaborative effort with Patterson and Associates. The Housing Authority is leveraging staff, talent, and digital innovative to modernize outreach efforts, expand the program visibility, and attract new landlords to the voucher program. These initiatives include digital marketing campaigns, data-driven landlord recruitment strategies, and community education efforts designed to demystify program participation and highlight the benefits of working with the Housing Authority. In parallel, the Housing Authority is actively cultivating partnership with government agencies, nonprofit organizations, developers, private sector stakeholders, and increasingly the supply of voucher eligibility housing to increase. These collaborations aim to diversify available housing stock, support mixed income developments, and create long-term affordability solutions that can withstand market uncertainties. During the fiscal year of 2025, the Housing Authority HCV program experienced a substantial increase in landlord rent increase requests, many exceeding 30% of the existing contract rents. These requests reflect a broader market inflation and a property cost pressures, but far exceeds the current funding allocation can substantially support. In response, the Housing Authority has been required to negotiate reductions and request increases where possible, or in some cases, assist families with relocating to units within approved payment standards. These pressures underscore the growing affordability gap and the critical importance of ongoing funding flexibility and housing supply expansions. Underneath the HCV program, you have several major program components, which is the mainstream vouchers. The mainstream voucher program is designated to assist non-elderly individuals with disabilities by providing access to stable, affordable housing within the community. Since its launch in January 2021, the Housing Authority has received 75 vouchers under this initiative. As of December 31st, 2025, 19 families are housed with an additional 10 placements targeted during the current fiscal year. Although nearly 1,900 applicants were notified of eligibility opportunities, only a small subset qualified and secured housing, highlighting the acute shortage of accessible units within the private rental market. The FYI, which is the Foster to Youth Independence. The FYI program supports young adults transitioning out of foster care who are at high risk of homelessness by providing tenant-based rental assistance coupled with supportive services. Since its start in fiscal year 2021, the Housing Authority has administered 24 vouchers under this initiative. As of December 31st, 2025, 4 families are receiving assistance, with 3 youth successfully housed. Program expansion remains dependent on consistent referrals and interagency coordination with the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services to identify and support eligible participants. The EHV, the Emergency Housing Voucher Program, was created to rapidly house individuals and families experiencing homelessness or fleeing domestic violence, sexual assault, trafficking, or stalking. As of December 31st, 2025, 13 families have been housed underneath this initiative. Rising rental costs have significantly increased per unit subsidy requirements, placing pressure on available funding. The United States Department of Housing and Urban Development has projected that the EHV funding may not be sufficient to sustain the program through most of the fiscal year of 2026, and has encouraged the housing authorities to transition eligible households into a traditional HCV program. To prevent displacement, the housing instability, the Housing Authority implemented a waiting list preference effective January the 1st, 2026, allows an EHV household to transition seamlessly into the tenant-based housing choice voucher program who are eligible. This administrative plan amendment ensures continuity of housing support and protects families from returning to homelessness. All EHV participants have been formally notified in this transitional process. The single room occupancy program, through partnership with meeting the needs of our community, the SOO program provides targeted assistance for individuals and families requiring supportive housing environments. The programs currently administer 8 vouchers with 5 families housed as of December 31st, 2025. The VASH program, which is the Veterans Affairs Support Housing. The VASH program combines housing vouchers with supportive services of homeless veterans through coordination between HUD and the Department of Veterans Affairs. As of December 31st, 2025, 7 veterans are housed within the territory. Continued success is closely tied to the consistent VA referrals and supportive services coordination. Ongoing marketing pressures and operational enhancements, the Housing Choice Voucher Program continues to operate under substantial market stress driven by rapid escalating private rental prices, competition from short-term vacational rental platforms, and limited landlord participation in certain geographical areas. The Housing Authority is intensifying landlord recruitment efforts, simplifying leasing process, enhancing customer service, and modernizing operational systems. The Housing Authority is also preparing for full implementation of the HOME and Inspired V regulatory framework to strengthen compliance, improve inspection standards, and enhance program transparency while seamlessly participant experience. By streamlining participant experience. Resident wellness and empowerment. Over the past 3 years, the Virgin Islands has implemented the Bright Path Initiative as a central framework guiding all resident services and community stabilization efforts. Bright Path represents a deliberate shift away from the reactive crisis management to a holistic long-term model focused on housing stability, economic mobility, and family self-sufficiency. The initiative is built on the understanding that housing alone is not enough to achieve lasting stability, that sustainable outcomes require coordinated access to employment, utilities, food, security, healthcare, financial literacy, and supportive services. Our Bright Path functions as an integrated services delivery model that aligns housing operations with workforce development, social services, community partnership. Rather than addressing emergencies in isolation, the initiative identifies root causes of instability and intervene early to prevent lease noncompliance, evictions, and family displacement. The progress achieved in 2025 reflects the continued execution and progress of this long-term strategy, demonstrating measurable improvements in resident stability, employment outcomes, and community engagement. A foundational element of the Bright Path Initiative and the Housing Authority Comprehensive Household Assessment System, through structured intake reviews and ongoing case management, families are categorized as vulnerable, moderate stable, or stable based on income consistency, employment status, health factors, and support needs. This data-driven framework enables the Housing Authority to proactively deploy resources where risk is highest, preventing crises before they escalate into housing loss. Through coordinated partnership with social services providers, residents identified as vulnerable receive targeted assistance that include utility payments, support to prevent service shut-off, essential appliances replacement to maintain habitable living conditions, emergency rental stabilization resources, and connections to food and health care programs. These early interventions directly reduces lease violations, minimize eviction filings, improve unit conditions, and protect the Housing Authority's housing assets while allowing families to remain housed and regain stability. Once immediate stabilization is achieved, the Bright Path shift households towards economic mobility and long-term independence. Workforce development is a central pillar of this effort, and in 2025, the Housing Authority intentionally aligned redevelopment activity with resident employment opportunities through the Section 3 program. This approach ensures that public investment not only improve the housing stock, but also create direct economic benefits within the community undergoing revitalization. As a result of this intentional alignment, 68 residents secured employment, 95 residents completed workforce training programs, approximately $2.1 million was invested in the Section 3 certified local businesses, 12 local businesses expanded capacity through redevelopment contracts, and 67% of job hours at the Walter I. M. Hodge Revitalization Project were performed by Section 3 workers. These outcomes demonstrate that when redevelopment is paired with structured workforce policy, housing investment becomes more a powerful engine for the local economic growth, skills development, and community wealth building. The Family Self-Sufficiency Program remains a cornerstone of the Bright Path framework, providing intense, long-term case management designed to help families increase earned income, reduce reliance on subsidies, and build financial stability. By the fourth quarter of 2025, the program supported 35 active participants and delivered 174 individual coaching and case management sessions during that quarter alone, reflecting a high-touch service model focused on accountability and goal achievement. 18 new participants enrolled during the year, exceeding annual targets, and 13 residents secured employment, reducing effectiveness of sustained engagement and structured planning. The FSS program continued to serve as a pipeline for residents transitioning from crisis stabilization into economic dependence. Resident leadership and shared governance had expanded dramatically underneath the Bright Path program. Resident councils are now active in approximately 80% of the Housing Authority's communities, strengthening communication, increased resident participation, and fostering collective accountability for community conditions. These councils play a direct role in shaping community programming, addressing neighborhood concerns, and strengthening collaborations between residents and management. Resident voices has further been institutionalized with agency governance. Resident commissioners now serve as the chair and the vice chair of the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners, reflecting a historic commitment to inclusive leadership and ensuring that policy decisions directly incorporate resident perspectives and experiences. The Housing Authority Section 3 program has become the center driver of economic mobility within redevelopment efforts. The program is intentionally designed to convert federal capital investments into local opportunities by prioritizing residents hiring and workforce training and small business participation. Rather than treating Section 3 as a compliance obligation, the Housing Authority has elevated into a strategic economic development tool, building local talent pipelines, strengthening neighborhoods, businesses, and ensuring revitalization dollars circulate within the Virgin Islands economy. This model demonstrates that the housing revitalization can simultaneously improve physical infrastructure and deliver generational economic opportunity. Strategic partnerships continue to multiply Bright Path's impact and extend services without duplicating limited public resources. In 2025, the key collaborations include workforce training and job placement through the EQUIS Workforce Solution Program, financial literacy and home ownership preparedness workshops in partnership with First Bank, the Internal Revenue Bureau, and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Establishment of the Housing Authority first on-site mental health center and the Marley and Marley Additions community through collaboration with Greater Changes. These partnerships strengthen residents' outcomes, improve service accessibility, and maximize the impact despite constrained public funding. While Bright Path has produced measurable gains in stability, employment, and community engagement, progress remains fragile due to instability of federal funding streams. The Resident Wellness and Empowerment Department relies heavily on competitive grant programs that lack long-term predictability. In the late 2025, the housing authorities nationwide, including the Virgin Island Housing Authority, experienced unexpected funding holds, delays, and program cancellations, affecting core resident services and workforce initiative. This uncertainty disrupts staffing continuity, limits program scaling, and places essential stabilization services at risk, and redevelopment activities and compliant demands increase. For these reasons, the Housing Authority respectfully seeks dedicated legislative funding to ensure the sustainability and expansion of resident wellness and economic mobility services. Stable funding will allow the Housing Authority to expand household stabilization assessment and early intervention capacity, strengthen utility, appliance, and emergency assistance partnership, scale workforce training and FSS programming, invest in data systems to track outcome and ensure transparency, protect approximately 1,700 public housing families from preventable instability. The Bright Path Initiative has proven that when housing assistance is paired with coordinated services, early intervention, workforce alignment, and in resident leadership, family stabilizes, compliance improves, and economic mobility becomes achievable. Public housing transforms from a last resort safety net into a platform of opportunity, growth, and long-term independence. With the sustained legislative investment, the Housing Authority is prepared to build on this momentum, deepen outcomes, and ensure that the public housing across the Virgin Islands serve not as a stopping point, but as a launch pad for family stability, workforce success, and community prosperity. For the financial information for the Housing Authority, the Virgin Island Housing Authority management is responsible for establishing and maintaining the proper internal control structures to safeguard its assets and ensure accounting data is accurate and present in conformity with the generally accepted accounting principles, which is known as GAAP. Each year, an independent auditor audits our agency. The Housing Authority audited financial statements for the year ended and December the 31st, 2024, found no incidents of material weaknesses of internal control, but received a qualified opinion because the audited actuary report for the pension plans of and for the year ended September 2024 was not available at the time of the audit. To date, the Housing Authority has not received its fiscal year 2024 financial assessment, which is our 5 score from the U.S. Housing and Urban Development Real Estate Assessment Center, which is known as REACT. Operating activities, the Housing Authority received its operating revenues to support its operating expenditures primarily from dwelling rents, operating subsidies, and grants provided through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The Housing Authority 4 major programs are the asset management projects, referred to as AMPS, the Housing Choice Voucher Program, the COCC, which is the Central Office Call Center, and Capital Fund, which is known as CFP. The Housing Authority long-term fiscal conditions continues to improve, yet it is important to note that without its efforts to streamline its operations and with anticipated financial support from the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands, the agency will be able to provide a better quality of life for its residents. The HUD provides operating subsidies to the Housing Authority for the operations and the management of an asset management portfolio. For fiscal year 2026, the Housing Authority projected to receive $20,512,476 for the fiscal year 2025, and received $20,630,335 for the period ending January 2026. The Housing Authority received $1,454,049 to manage its 12 asset management projects. Based on dwelling rent billed as of December 2025, the Housing Authority projects current fiscal year income of approximately $5.4 million. The increase in occupancy rate, which is key, at the communities has increased the Housing Authority age accounts receivable, which are primary residents' past due rents and unreported income. The total age receivables and period ending December the 20th, 2025 were 1.1 million, or approximately 20% of total revenues billed. The agency strategy is to reduce its balance, is to contact delinquent tenants, to enter into a repayment agreement, provide direct support through resident wellness and empowerment. And if none of this mentioned strategy is effective, file forcible entries and detain this case in the court. The Housing Choice Voucher Program, with federal funds received by HUD, the housing subsidy, commonly referred to as the the housing assistant payment, which is HAP, is paid to the landlords directly by the Housing Authority on behalf of the participating eligible family. The family then pays the difference between the rent charge and the landlord, and charged by the landlord, and amount subsidized by the program, equaling about 30% of the family's income. Of its 2,167 tenant-based rental assistance TBRA vouchers for fiscal year 2025, the Housing Authority expended $17.6 million on housing assistance payments, which is HAP, for approximately 1,426 families to lease private homes. Conversely, the Housing Authority received $17.5 million of HAP funds. The average monthly HAP payment increased from 966 in 2024 to 1,089 in 2025, 11% increase. The COCC, which is the Central Cost Center, is responsible for the management and the overall accountability of the Housing Authority. The COCC earns management fees from asset management, which is the AMPS, the Housing Choice Voucher Program, and the Capital Fund Grant, and other programs. For the fiscal year 2025, the Housing Authority earned $2.8 million in management and bookkeeping fees. And the fiscal year 2026, the COCC projected a balanced budget of $4.8 million for both revenue expenses. The Capital Fund Program, the HUD provides a Capital Fund grant annually to the Housing Authority for development, financing, and modernization of the Housing Authority's public housing developments and for management improvements. The Housing Authority has 24 months from the obligation start date to obligate a minimum of 90% of the authorized amount of each Capital Fund grant and 48 months to expend 100% of the grant. Each year, the Housing Authority receives approximately $11 million in Capital Fund grants. For the fiscal year 2026, the Housing Authority, HUD authorized and made available to the Housing Authority $11,302,036 compared to $11,305,884 in 2025, a slight decrease of 3,848. For fiscal years 24 and through 26, HUD authorized a total of $33,530,493 and dispersed $19,081,156, with the remaining funds to be drawn of $14,449,307. The human capital strategy oversight, the strategic focus, and our strategic shift towards rectifying the impacts of natural disasters, refocusing on our long-term standing maintenance challenges, and addressing the backlogs of our aging portfolio. We are committed to enhancing our internal capabilities. This entails a deliberate move away from the reliance on external consultants and contractors, redirecting our focus towards developing our core competencies in property management, achieving excellence, and this domain necessitates a well-trained, knowledgeable workforce equipped with the necessary skills and tools to drive our mission forward. Training and development. We have intensified the focus on our staff training and development. Each department has a detailed training plan featuring monthly goals tailored to enhance staff proficiency and performance. Moreover, our recruitment strategy transcends traditional job postings. We aim to forge strong partnership with local educational institutions such as the University of the Virgin Islands, actively participate in job fairs, and host open houses. These initiatives are designed to engage directly with prospective candidates, providing them with a comprehensive oversight of the career opportunities available at the Housing Authority. Our initiative taking approach to employee development and engagement is anticipated to significantly enhance our service delivery standards while cultivating a more cohesive, motivated, and efficient workforce by implementing these initiatives. We are laying the groundwork for sustainable improvement that will yield a stronger, more resilient future for both our employees and our residents we serve. The Housing Authority is unwavering in its commitment to realizing its vision of fostering sustainable communities where families can thrive economically, where we are dedicated to improving lives and strengthening communities through the provision of quality, safe, and affordable housing. This commitment not only supports the well-being of our residents, but also contributes to the overall vitality and resilience of the communities we serve. Together, we are building a brighter future for all. In closing, the Virgin Island Housing Authority has decisively moved beyond a crisis management. We are no longer reacting to problems after they occur. We are anticipating risks, performance in real time, and executing a disciplined recovery strategy built on accountability, transparency, and results. In just a brief period, the Housing Authority has stabilized operations that has deteriorated over many years, restored professional standards across management and maintenance, modernizes systems, strengthening resident services, and aligning public investments with workforce opportunity. The progress achieved in 2025 is not incremental. It represents a fundamental transformation in how public housing is managed in the Virgin Islands. While challenges remain, particularly with aging properties, escalating construction costs, and capital fund limitations, the Housing Authority has the structure, the leadership, the data, and the strategic direction necessary to confront these pressures head on. We enter 2026 positioned not simply to comply with federal requirements, but to deliver sustained, improved, and housing quality, financial stewardship, resident stability, and community outcomes. The recovery is real, it is measurable, and it is accelerating. With continued legislative partnership and other government and community investment, the Housing Authority will not only preserve affordable housing, we will strengthen neighborhoods, protect public assets, expand economic opportunities, and ensure that the public housing serves as a foundation for stability and upward mobility for thousands of Virgin Islanders. The Virgin Island Housing Authority stands ready to move from recovery to excellence. Thank you for your leadership, your oversight, and your commitment to the people we serve. I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Edie Alexander.
Yes.
For that most comprehensive, long testimony. Before I go to my colleagues for their 6-minute round, I have a couple areas in your testimony I want to speak to. But before I go there, I need to put something on the record. In respect to all of the different trainings, certification, etc., I want to speak to how we treat each other. Common courtesy, common respect. I have gotten calls from employees and in respect to people being treated a certain way, and I don't stand for that. I must say that property management is not easy at all. You get it from the tenants, you get it from employees, and the like. But respect carries you a long, long way in this field. I've done it for over 30 years. It takes you a long, long way. And you must respect people and meet them where they are, no matter who they are or what you feel or think about them. I've been getting texts. I've been getting calls. And when we bring on new managers, the first thing you need to know, honestly, is that we here in the territory, we respect each other. And we have a culture. And we operate a certain way in terms of how we address people and not talk down to people in certain ways. In addition to that, when it comes to the residents, I've had residents call me all the time. Especially when I used to work with you. I respond. That's what I do. I still do the same thing. Nothing has changed. And I go and see what they're talking about. I investigate.
Right.
I do my due diligence. We have elderly residents that say they can't plant like bush tea. Simple tea bush. That's what we want to encourage them to do that. That's what we want. That's what you need when it comes to your elders. And you can't fail a hard inspection for planting bush tea in your garden. Never. Ever, ever. That can never happen. And when we have individuals who don't understand the culture or even want to listen or comprehend what folks are saying, that's a problem with me, personally. And it becomes personal to me. Not only as a senator, but as a Virgin Islander. And I don't accept that. That's unacceptable in my position. Let me ask you though, in respect to, I think I have some new staff here. In respect to your personnel, is Francis still there?
Yes.
Or Alicia is still there?
Yes.
Definitely.
Did she apply for that position?
No, she did.
She didn't?
No.
Very well. I know you have lost some individuals who have been there for a long time in your modernization department also, correct?
Yes.
Have you replaced them
Yes.
as yet?
Yes, we have.
Okay. Did any local individual apply from the Housing Authority?
Yes.
Okay. So who do we have in those positions? Who do we have in those positions?
We have a young man from interstate, and we have a young lady that's from local. She's local.
I'm seeing a lot of folks from the States. We don't have no local talent? No, I'm being real. Don't we have any local talent?
Yes, we do.
I'm happy that you're doing the training and certifications now. But I'm a little frustrated, to be honest with you, with what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing. But I will continue to do my due diligence. And I usually give individuals a chance to prove themselves. But most of the time, from the time I've been there many, many years ago, over 30 years now, many folks come and they go.
Mm-hmm.
To me, in my opinion, many of them come to just build a resume and keep it moving. But the locals remain planted. They remain there. And I applaud you, and I ask that you continue to do trainings to make sure there's capacity and that they are prepared, willing and able to basically go in those positions, because they ain't got no place to go anyway. I just wanted to put it on the record. Let me ask you, though, in respect to your testimony, because I was listening attentively, and I'm happy to see that your scores has gone up. I'm happy to see that Duno is finally moving forward. Yes. I was the last manager there, as a matter of fact. I was the one to actually shut it down because of the issue that was there at the time. But I've been getting a lot of calls from those same individuals as to what they need to do in order to have their preference upheld, which was promised to them. And one young lady told me she went to Harris Court to the office, and the folks told her they didn't know what she was talking about. I say impossible. I say I don't believe that.
No.
Because as you said, you're trying to search them out to make sure they have their preference correct.
That's correct.
So I just wanted to make sure there's no disconnect. So I told them to go back and basically, I don't know if they went to Section 8 by mistake or Housing Authority. I don't know what they did, but I told them to go back and inquire again because it's happening. So let's see if we can tweak the outreach to make sure that folks are not discouraged. Okay? Sure. But I'm glad to see that Bente is doing an excellent job and it's going up pretty quick. You spoke to 400 units actively in the recovery pipeline when it comes to vacant unit. We have 400 vacant units?
Yes.
That's
right.
A lot.
It is.
Wow. So what percentage are we doing by contract and what percentage are we doing in-house?
So I would say about, we have about 400, I'd say about maybe 150 we'll try to do in-house, and others we do by contract. Based on the numbers that we had in the past and the cost, we averages about we think that we can have a contractor, each contractor do about 5 units apiece.
But at the same time, usually what we did, as you know, is based on the condition of the unit, because it's an easy turn, that should be done in-house automatically and a quick turn. But the one that's real difficult, of course, MAD will take care of that because that's what it's for. You know, so I was just inquiring about what percentage is in-house and which percentage is on the MAD. And finally, before I go to Senator Joseph, your tenants receivable, your TARs, you said you have had a $25,000 month reduction. Did EVAP had anything to do with that?
Say that again?
Did EVAP have anything to do with that?
Yes, it did.
You failed to mention that in there.
That, yes.
Yeah, because that's why that program was there, and that's why I advocated and came to the Housing Authority to assure that you guys actually implemented a program for the residents.
Yes.
I'm happy to see that. But nonetheless, congratulations on all the new things you're doing, and I'll chip in as we go along. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, well, good afternoon to the whole management team from the Housing Authority. Better that way. And to you, Mr. Dwayne Alexander.
Yes, sir.
I guess we're getting it together. It's clear, but the testimony is, I don't know about comprehensive, but it's surely loaded. Yes. That's for sure. What's your average and a complaint of a repair in an apartment? What's the average turnaround time on a repair?
So the average turnaround time when you come to and it varies at various different sites, but typically it takes us about 14 days on average, and that's average over the 20,000 work orders that we've done. But we would like to specifically be anywhere, the industry standard is 3 to 5 days for a non-emergency work order. But HUD says that if anything less than 30 days or anything less than 20 days, you're doing good. But we want to be following pretty much industry standards, getting to that 3 to 5 days.
Okay, so you're working on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how is your maintenance department? Fully staffed? You need employees?
So we are fully staffed, not totally staffed, but I want to be clear. We have about 73 employees working in maintenance. And most of our maintenance, in terms of industry, you have about one maintenance person to every 75 to 100 units, or one maintenance person if the property is distressed. You have one for every 50 units. We, in our case, we got about 70-something units. We have about 73 employees, but we only have about 1,700 units. So we have enough. We just have to be able to coordinate their efforts. And
could you give me a breakdown in district?
Yeah. Good. Thank you. So we have a total of 74 maintenance employees, and we have 43 in St. Thomas and 31 in St. Croix.
Okay, because, I mean, I'm listening to your days, and if you're talking about repair and it's passing 3 to 5 days, so if a person got, within the repairs, they have a, based on the need, like I was saying, if you got a leak, you take in 5 to 7 days. The amount of gallons of water gets away in 5 to 7 days before you repair a leak. So I'm kind of questioning, how do we get to these 3 to 5, 7 days?
So a good question, Senator Joseph. I'm talking about non-emergency work orders.
Okay.
We have that time. Emergency work orders, we address them within 24 hours. And for a fiscal year last year, we had 409. We done them all within 24 hours.
Okay, on page 4 of your testimony, what construction-rated standards have you or will be employed for the new Virgin Islands Housing Authority developments?
Afternoon, Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So some of those new construction resiliency. So what we've done on similar to what we did on Walter I. M. Hodge, we are looking at starting with improvements on the roofing. So every public housing community would have its roof replaced or repaired throughout 2026. And then we're going through each site, repairing all the structural cracks, imperfections on the exterior walls to improve those, to have them more resilient to water penetration. And also going to each site and looking at the windows and doors and making them more hurricane impact resilient.
Okay. Also on page 4, the authorities. Okay, you say you're within Walter M. Hodge. You say you're working on 100% occupancy at Walter M. Hodge, but there have been reports to us the occupancy at Walter M. Hodge. There's been report about substandard work on the buildings, to include electrical issues. Can you explain what the issues are?
1 minute.
Are you experiencing, and how are these repairs going to be fixed? What's the complaints that are coming in from Walter M. Hodge?
So Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. There are some electrical issues that we're dealing with, trying to figure out. Some of the buildings are experiencing issues where the voltage, in especially the kitchen areas, we are having issue. We are working with the Water and Power Authority. We met with them to try and figure out what exactly the issue is and why is it happening. We have several electricians that are also working with us on the J. Benton team to figure out that issue.
I will go in there 'cause I want to make sure that the type of money that we're spending, that we get the warranty that's needed, because this building has just been opened back out to the public.
Yes, it is.
Good. The two high rise. I mean the 60. Let me stick to it. Could I finish? Are you employing the appropriate consultants to ensure that the 60-2 North Senior redevelopment units design is fully ADA compliant?
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So yes, we do. Each one of the development projects has a special ADA consultant on the development team. So those requirements are not only federal, they're local, and it's what we do. We make sure we also have a 504 coordinator on board and part of the team to ensure that those requirements are met.
Thank you for your response. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Clifford Joseph. And also, based on HUD policy, they have no choice. They have to comply with 504 recommendations. Mr. Alexander, your ACAP. I'm going to ask question. I'm going to ask other questions. Your ACAP. I have a copy of the 24 ACAP here on my phone. You working on a new ACAP?
Yes.
Oh, when is scheduled to be
When is that?
go out for public comments? First of all, ACAP is a occupancy, admission and occupancy policy. That's our ACAP. Admission and occupancy policy. When is that policy scheduled to go over public comments?
Within the next month.
For the next month?
Yes.
Okay, I look forward to seeing a new ACAP and having discussions in respect to whatever changes that's in that ACAP.
Yes.
Because that's what guides the policies of the Housing Authority, correct?
That's correct. As far as occupancy, you 100% correct. Yes.
Okay, very well. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Director Alexander and the whole of the housing staff. I do have to repeat what the chairman said. Very detailed presentation. And you know, you can see that the housing authority operates at a different, I'm gonna say at a different standard from most of the reports that we get here. A lot of information, and it's good information. And it also gives us the ability to be able to monitor and provide our oversight. I wanted to go real quickly to the emergency work order completion.
Yes.
So I think it's 24 hours is the standard. That's what it is.
That's correct.
Okay, and so you got an A for that. So that means the large majority of them are being done within 24 hours.
That's correct.
And then the non-emergency work order completion, the standard is 30 days, and you're at 8.1 days.
Yeah, when we combine the rest of the data, it's actually at 14 days, but that's still way below the HUD standard.
Okay, yeah, that's great.
And I didn't mention before, well, I did mention in our report, we are transitioning our system that we'll be having dashboards, which is driven by AI, so that we can be able to get real-time statistics and we can better manage those processes a lot better than what we have in the past.
Okay, so for 2025, you completed 14,173 routine work orders. So that means that's more than 1,000 work orders a month.
Yeah.
So what is the crew? That's in-house, and what percentage was contracted out?
So actually, Senator, thank you for asking that question. It's really a little bit more than 19,000 we done for that month. And the drivers of that is the residents' calls, but also we do the inspections. We try to be proactive and go in a unit and identify the issues and then go back and generate the work orders. And when we generate the work orders, then that helps us correct the problems in the unit.
Okay, and those residents, those were the ones you mentioned with the Section 3? Some of them were used for those?
No.
No? Those Section 3 residents were used with the contractors then?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, that's good. And 444 emergency work orders. I want to go real quickly to Bovoni community, because it seems like, you have to find something that is a concern. So the final score for Bovoni was 52. That's on page 8 of your report. What are the special issues that Bovoni is having?
Thank you again, Senator. That's a very good question. Bovoni, we have a lot of water problems there. We have a lot of plumbing problems there. And actually, we have a unit right now for the whole building, that whole stack. When we have an issue with a stack in one of the units, we got to change that whole stack in that building. And we've been getting some very expensive pricing for it, but we are trying to adjust and address all the issues in their buildings. But the water is the number one problem that we have over there. And long term, we're looking at a strategic plan to actually start doing that whole facility over in phases.
Okay, talking about the water in Bovoni, I know in Building E, which is all the way up on the hill, I've gotten some complaints myself, the water pressure.
Yes.
I know that comes through the Dunu line, comes all the way up. Is there any solution for the pressure in Building E, especially on the top floors, other than a pump station?
So we're working on any issues that we get at Bovoni, any emergency issues. We try to address it quickly, and we try to assign a contractor to address the problem. But basically, that whole development needs to be planned at some point for complete modernization.
Okay. So I want to address an issue now with the federal shutdown. You say you were able to basically maintain paying your full staff. So you took money from the operating reserves to be able to sustain yourself during that time?
Through our fiscal responsibility, and I'll give credit to our chief financial officer being so prudent in managing our affairs. We had HUD requires you to have at least 4 months
Operating reserves.
reserves.
Right.
And we was positioned to have more than that in the event that the shutdown would have lasted. We was in position, we had more than 4 months reserve. Our main concern is the Housing Choice Voucher Program. We only have about $300,000 over there in operating funds, and we do not have enough money to make the HAP payments if the government would stay shut down and the money wasn't there. So the HCV was more a concern than public housing.
Okay, and you know, being that I'm the chair of the Health Hospitals and
Time.
Human Services Committee, Mr. Chair, if I can just wrap up. I was looking at your age accounts receivables, and I was comparing it to what I actually see for the hospitals. I wish the hospitals was 10% of how you are. Obviously, you know, the hospital have to treat everybody.
Yes.
So it's a big difference. But I have to congratulate you on your receivables. I see you have an aggressive billing and collection strategy. And being that, what is 30% of the rent, so there should really be no reason why you're not doing well in that area. So I think it's a big improvement from last year. I can see the numbers are good. So congratulations. I would caution you on the financial reserves because I know those are the areas that if a hurricane was to come, you'll need those reserves, and those are the things that HUD looks at closely. They're not going to say, oh, a hurricane come and you had to put windows and do this kind of stuff. So overall, I can see why you're rated an A in many areas. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. And it's not only 30%, 30% minus utility allowance, which even it should be even better for the residents. And there should be no excuse for any resident wanting to pay rent to the Housing Authority because it's based on income. Senator Viale, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reference to Williams Light home ownership, tell me where you're at. I know you spoke about those units that were already converted. I think you said you have about 48 other units that you're getting ready to close on. What's the status? Just walk me through. I know this has been a period of time that you've been going through this Williams Light home ownership.
Good afternoon, Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So we have sold the 58. We have about another 48 to have completed. We have about 32 people that are in the beginning part of the process of the home ownership. And
So that's 32 of the 48?
Of the 48. And then the remaining families are currently in process with the $200,000 that we received.
So the 58, those are homeowners that have already closed off and everything. They have a deed for the property?
Yes.
Okay. And 42, the $200,000 is going to be sufficient for those 42?
No, it only takes care of 13 families, the 13.
Okay, so the remaining 29, what's the plan?
I figured you would be able to come up with this body. We've been petitioning the body and Governor Bryan to continue to provide that $15,000 assistance.
So you have a need for 29 potential homeowners at $15,000 each?
It's more like the 32. Yes.
It's more like the 32?
Yes.
Okay. And after you have, so we'll definitely look into that. After you have exhausted the 32, that is it for the Williams Light project, or are there other homes that can be converted?
That would be it for the existing homes. The other part of that redevelopment would include the demolition of the homes that are structurally unsound, and then we are going to provide the availability to buy lots.
And that would be how many lots?
We haven't done the subdivision mapping yet, but it would be a considerable amount, probably around 100.
Yeah, because I see a lot of abandoned structures in that particular neighborhood, just dozens and dozens when you drive in. So there's no way that the federal government would sell those remaining units as is, and the potential buyer sign some type of liability waiver?
The federal government would not. Department of Housing and Urban Development cannot. We cannot do so.
The senior housing at Stony Ground, and you spoke about possible relocation. Give me some more information about that. So the Stony Ground site is going to change to what?
There are 2 parcels that the Housing Authority is in negotiations with the territory to swap for the Deshabert property. On that property, on the Deshabert property right now, the territory is already leasing from us for Department of Health services that are provided there at that site. So because of...
Okay, wait. So you're trying to swap out the Deshabert site?
That is correct.
Okay, but now you're presently leasing a portion of the Deshabert site to Department of Health?
Correct.
Okay, and the site where they had the modular units, they have given up the lease. I see them moving the units out last week and this week.
Yes, that lease expires at the end of this month.
Okay, now go back to the Stony Ground. What was the reason to relocate from the Stony Ground site?
The acquisition, we ran into a problem with the acquisition. Some of the family members that were titled to that property passed away. And so legally, they did not feel comfortable moving with the acquisition as well.
This wasn't the former Arthur Richards Junior High School site?
No, it is not. The site is across from, close to the Stop and Shop, in front of the Stony Ground property owned by the Housing Finance Authority.
Okay. Kennedy, I don't hear a lot about John F. Kennedy. What is the plan for John F. Kennedy? We have a lot of abandoned units in John F. Kennedy, correct?
Yes, 2026, you'll see a lot of the movement on the Kennedy property.
1 minute.
We are putting the development efforts in place with our developer, relocating some of the families outside the blast zone. So you will be seeing a lot of that start to happen in the next couple of months.
Okay, but is the overall plan to rebuild Kennedy, or at least the upper portion of Kennedy?
Yes, there will be some stability in modernizing the existing buildings temporarily until the new construction can be put in place. But it would be, I would say right now it's scheduled for about 2028 for new development.
Okay, and the new development would be similar to what they did with Walter I. M. Hadge and D. Hamilton Jackson, where they're using the existing structure and rehabbing and renovating?
No, we're going to put a new structure there.
They're going to put a new structure there?
Yes. 2026, 2027, we will be doing some modernization of the existing buildings that are outside the blast zone, but the full new development will be coming right after.
Okay. The monies that were earmarked from this body for the basketball courts, et cetera, utilizing the Epstein account, have you received any of those monies?
Well, we have not. Those funds, as of last week, Friday, we are in communication with Department of OMB, yes, Office of Management and Budget to receive those funds. The bid solicitations are sitting, waiting.
Well, haven't you made this request from last year?
Yes, we did.
So you're just continuously following up?
No, we had communication through Senator Blyden's office, so there is some movement we expect, hopefully by the end of this week.
Okay. And you recently brought in some additional individuals on the mainland in management position. Can you name those individuals and the areas that they're over?
Yes. So in asset management, we have Chastity Jackson, and HR, we have Ms. Ingram Brown.
That's it?
No, and in modernization, we have Mr. Gregory Hampson.
Gregory Hansen?
Yes.
Sound like a local name. It's somebody from the mainland, or that's a local individual?
From the mainland. Hampson.
Oh, Hampson.
Yes.
Okay, that's definitely stateside. That's not. In terms of upward mobility for individuals who are presently working on staff, you had no individuals that were able to move up locally?
Yes.
Did you move them up?
Yes, if they qualify for the position, we always move people up.
Okay, I think you answered but didn't answer the question. I was saying in reference to the positions that you presently have or that you recently filled, there were no one locally that could assume any of those positions.
Not from the pool of applicants that we had. We took the best qualified person and the pool of applicants that we had for the position.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Bielli. Senator Lewis, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, I really wasn't going to do this, but I have to ask. Lord, I had Jones all morning. I got the same barber. Sorry about it. Mr. Alexander.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I do apologize.
Yes, that's all right.
But, getting back to the line of questioning the former Senator Carl, I'm going to just get straight to the point real quick because you had numerous of your employees call today, call different senators about some of the people you're bringing in and how they speak to the employees and how they treat the employees. I'll tell you offline, namely about one in specifically. But, I think you maybe need to look into that and you know who you bring in to address those matters,
Okay.
If it's a matter of, I think things could be done in a reasonable way and a professional manner,
For sure.
You ain't running no daycare, you ain't running no prison camp neither.
That's right.
It's a professional setting, so let's, treat everybody with respect and so forth. Next time I ain't gonna be so nice. I just let you know. Ahead of time, Ms. Pell, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
We start with the lighter stuff first. I know the roads going through your communities belong to Public Works. Correct?
That is correct.
Have you and your team really ever, engaged Public Works about some of the areas, different roads going through your communities, namely Corwin Terrace community in St. Thomas?
About naming them?
No, not naming. I
Oh.
said namely Corwin Terrace.
Oh,
the road.
repair.
Yeah, road repairs. I think those roads should be on their list of roads, and that's those roads in deplorable condition. Even the roads to get into Contant Knolls as well should be in, on their list. I just think that it would be good for the two agencies to have this communication moving forward.
Oh, we do. We do have good communication with Department of Public Works.
No, but what about roads?
But not those two roads. I haven't heard anything about those, but I'll look into
Okay,
that.
put them
Definitely.
in your list. And then in same Corwin Terrace, and I'm pick Corwin Terrace and Canton Knolls, because that was the most recent that came to me. What about the work being done inside the units? Some people talked about cabinets, even in Bovoni, cabinets and doors and different things. They've been complaining about tiles coming up, and they've been complaining. Where the complaints go, I don't know. They've been calling names. We won't get into that today, but I'm just asking: do we have a comprehensive plan to really work on these units? Shuffle around people as we do things or whatever. How we're going?
Yeah, so thank you for asking that question, Senator. Typically, if the unit is in disarray, we relocate them to another unit. But we are working on a plan to address that whole entire development. As the units come offline, we have a strategy to put them back online because we are challenged for units. We have about 554 people on our waiting list. But our overall strategy is to get Bavoni on our list to do a complete do-over by 2028.
Okay.
So that gives us 2 years. So this on our schedule. We have a plan to redo.
How many people you have in maintenance? How many employees?
74.
In St. Thomas? So that's
No,
overall?
we have 42 or 43 in St. Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, housing used to be known for the team, the maintenance team, till I had people who could have lent to education. Not no more.
Right.
What's going on? The housing communities used to take pride with the grass cutting and taking all the grass up to your kneecap.
Yeah.
Oh, and I know they've been raining a lot. They say, I ain't trying to be funny, but I'm just saying, what's going on? We used to take a better pride in the housing communities. those places should be well groomed, manicured, whatever you want to call it, landscaped.
Yeah, thank you again for that question, Senator. What happens is that we have aging infrastructure and our assets are just crumbling. And what happens when you normally have these units years ago, you could probably turn them over in 3 to 4 or 5 days.
We're talking about grass.
Okay. Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we spend so much time inside the unit because of the units deteriorating. We cut back on some time on the outside, but we address that moving forward. We'll make sure we put a better focus on that.
All right. And let's move into safety. What about cameras and so forth? Do we have those in the housing community?
Yes, we do. We have them in some of our communities.
In some?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I think that's it for me at this time.
Very well. Senator Lewis? Ms. Pell, before you go, CEO Pell, I know you gotta leave, you gotta catch a flight. Quickly, because I know, like you said last week, Friday, you spoke to the director of OMB. I thought everything was done. What's the hold up?
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. I am not sure, but this morning I did make sure to contact the office. I'm just waiting for a response.
Very well, I'll follow up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Director Alexander, for your State of the Territory address regarding housing.
No, we're turning into comedians.
It was very, very comprehensive, thorough, and well appreciated. I certainly think that you cover all the grounds, and I just try to make a light moment, but certainly we appreciate the information that you imparted on us. It was very, very good and detailed. So I too have been receiving the calls in regards to the new employees, and I think that the message that I heard from them is in respect to just a caution of how they're approaching this new position and this responsibility and how they're talking to individuals. Virgin Islands have a low tolerance for individuals that try to belittle them or disrespect them. I just ask that you make sure that individuals are culturally sensitive to Virgin Islanders and how they deal with their employees or their subordinates under them. So I ask for you to just take a close look at that, and yourself and certainly Ms. Pell as well as Ms. Perez Casillas could certainly be able to support in calming that situation that you seem to be experiencing there.
But yes, sir.
Thank you. In regards to the funding that you talk about, you have a $11 million annual funding. I wanted to know how much of that is spent locally, circulated within our economy, and benefits some of our local contractors.
Thank you for that question, Senator. All of that $11 million, let me go back. At least $10 million of that money, minus $1 million or something of that money, goes back into the local economy because we use that to do any for modernization of the units that we have in our communities. So we spend that money back on the contractors on our properties for the most part, for all capital improvements.
Excellent. I appreciate that. I think that is something that you might want to highlight as well, because it helps to circulate some of the monies locally. In regards to the Louis Brown villas in the inspections of 2025, I saw that there was a decline. I'm not sure if there was an error there, but there was a decline in the number. The 2024 inspection reveals 73, and then I saw 58 for 2025. What happened in that space?
So I would have to put that on the difference between a REACT inspection and the difference between an Inspire inspection. Most of the REACT inspections sort of focus on the outside of the building, and the whole development of the Inspire inspections is to put the focus inside the units so that the federal government clearly understand that folks are living in safe and decent and sanitary properties. So I think that the property on the outside looked nice, where the inside has some issues. So now they have to put the focus a little bit better on the inside of the property. Now that's what we've been experiencing from our inspections as well.
So have you given any after action directive in regards to that in terms of ensuring that that occurs?
Yes, when they have emergencies or anything along that line, they get cited for that. And all the deficiencies, they get cited for that. So as time goes on, they know exactly what the inspector is looking for and how to address the problems.
Okay, good. In respect to alternative energy, is there any effort being made, similar to some of your other facilities in terms of establishing alternative energy?
Yes, sir. We have been looking into alternative energy for years. So most of our new developments just coming online a little bit more energy efficient systems that we're putting on in our properties. That's why I mentioned in my testimony that the reduction that we have in the utility costs and the reduction in some of the other categories, but definitely we are looking at energy efficient opportunities there.
Okay, and of course you're pursuing grants that may be available through the Energy Office and other availability as well, I would imagine.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question, Senator Novell. We are always looking We're always looking for grants, whether it's from our finance department or from our resident wellness and empowerment department. We are looking for grants. Every time a new NOFA come out, we circulate it to see if it has anything in there that we can apply for. But thank you for that question, sir.
Excellent. In regards to the tower, that tower that's deteriorating over at Kennedy, I know that Ms. Pell left, but I wanted to know what's being done, or when do you intend to have that tower removed? Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes, sir. We are working on most of our communities. That Kennedy site we have slated for the end of 27. But we are looking to address that as sooner than later.
Yes, much sooner than later. Again, it presents some safety issues. We have children in that community that play around there, so I think it's important that we're able to do that. As well as the fence line. The fence line was taken down, I think maybe a year or two ago. And I think that it needs to, I often just wonder if, that's a major thoroughfare. If a vehicle go off the road there, what could happen? We need to really ensure that our fence line go back up as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
All right, and I know that my colleague touched on in terms of the surveillance cameras and infrastructure security, but I know that has been something that the previous executive director, Graham, had worked on before, and I think that is so necessary. We went all the way to New York to look at some of the systems that was available there, and I'll truly like to see us get those surveillance cameras in those communities that don't have it right now. We just try to get that in place as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for moving from crisis management to accountability, transparency, and results. Kudos to you. And again, thank you for the State of the Territory address regarding housing. You're making some progress there, and we appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Senator Nova. Yes,
Thank you, Senator Francis, for your line of questioning. Before I go to Senator Carla Joseph, Edie Alexander, in my correspondence, I asked for testimony in respect to major projects and challenges affecting service delivery and other areas. Right, I want to speak a minute about service delivery. And I asked for these testimonies as a result of stuff that's happening on the ground. Service delivery. I know at the Housing Authority, again, I commend you for the training that you have done, the last training you had. But we need more individuals who actually are open. For instance, you have many individuals in Housing Authority communities of elder or not up to par in terms of reading documents. And many times they're told to just sign here, sign there, what have you. And then other times when they bring in someone to assist them, it's a problem. You know, there's tension that is pushed back, like why you have this person here or what have you. I'm just asking, moving forward, we have training in that space in terms of service delivery, because at the end of the day, you have many challenges, many that comes to me in terms of I did not read this. I was told to sign this and that and the other, back and forth. So we just need to work on that moving forward. Okay? And also, in respect to maintenance and maintenance operations, I know I've always asked for a plan. You spoke to some of that in your testimony when it comes to maintenance and the repairs of the unit, because, of course, we know they're old. And it's a challenge every day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, to me, that disconnects also because here it is, you have residents complaining that they don't get their work orders fixed. No one is coming to the units. I've actually assisted some of them putting in a work order. They're still in the same condition a year later. But at the same time, other individuals who put in work orders, the officers, they're not going to that unit because of the housekeeping issues, etc. So there are like I said, a lot of moving parts. We need to just put them together and connect the dots. That way we can move forward expeditiously, which will bring down your numbers in terms of your inspection, and at the same time, it'll improve service in terms of the resident not complaining so much about maintenance issues. So we just need to work on those little small things that make a big difference, okay?
Yes,
moving
sir.
forward. Senator Joseph, Carla Joseph, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to my former, but still at heart, housing authority where I worked for a significant amount of my life. And of course, everybody knows I'm from Bavoni Housing Community and Oswald Harris Court. And I am going to tell you, I am truly impressed with where I'm seeing the housing authority going. I want to start off, first of all, with looking at a very vulnerable population within our housing authority. Of course, I'm talking about our elderly. I'm really pleased to see that you have on your radar to construct another senior development in St. Thomas, and one, I guess this will be the second one in St. Croix, because Louis Brown also has a senior development there. So let's look at what we have existing first. The Lucinda Millen home. Of course, that's a big issue for me because I get a lot of complaints from our elderly regarding the situation there. I know when you, Mr. Alexander, was the assistant executive director,
Yes.
We did a major rehabilitation of that.
Yes, we did.
That facility. But I'm still getting some complaints regarding the roof and leaks. Has that been addressed?
Yes, yes. We have put that out to bid, and the bids came back, and the bids that we received was just way out there. So HUD suggested that we go back out again because we had picked one individual. We picked one individual for it, and they suggested that we go back out to get a pricing on it. But we did send a contractor out there to actually, in a sense, patch it. We want to replace the whole entire roof.
Okay, so you're still going to be putting out the bid, or has the entire roof been replaced? Just so I'm clear, and the listening public is clear.
Yeah, the whole roof has not been replaced yet. We're going to replace the whole entire roof.
Okay, so you have to send it out to bid again. then.
Yes.
When are you planning to do that?
It should be out now, or it should be going out very soon.
Okay, all right. So I'm hopeful that, because this has been a very vexing issue for me, especially for some of those residents who are elderly. That is a very critical area. I want to also ask you regarding Berg's home. What's happening in that space? I mean, I drove through there a couple days ago. And what are you looking at as far as Berg's home? Berg's home, I believe, may be one of our most aged properties within the housing authority stock. Are you looking to do any demolition, major or significant rehabilitation to that community?
Yes, that's in our overall plan to redo that community as well. I go through that community quite often. Actually, I attended a resident meeting there last week. We had a resident meeting there last year with VIPD. But yes, definitely we like to be able to get that place renovated. All of our communities we like to get renovated, and we have them on our refresh plan over the next several years.
Okay, very good. Refresh plan. So you have, unlike most of the government agencies that come before us, I always use housing to be that judge on where they're supposed to be as far as reporting. And you have a strategic plan that you got approved by HUD. Is it a 5-year or 3-year?
Yes, you have 1 year and a 5-year plan. But what I was talking about, Senator Joseph, is our refresh plan on how we're going to redo our developments in the future. We had a 10-year plan to do all of our developments over, and then we had to refresh it because of the escalating costs of construction and escalating costs of insurance. So we had to refresh it and go another direction. But we're still going on that same path to address everything.
Okay. Now, I wanted to turn to the fiscal area, and, your CFO had a great influence, your current, in my ability to manage federal monies. And plus, we received some great training from the federal government, too. But I noted here that you got a letter which found no instances of material weaknesses of internal control, but
1 minute.
a qualified opinion because the audited actuarial reports for the pension plans of and for the year ending September 2024 was not available at the time of the audit. What does that mean? The pension plans actuarial report was not available. What pension plans are you referring to?
Cecile Tongfoy, Chief Financial Officer. The Virgin Islands Housing Authority, in conjunction with the government of the Virgin Islands, received the pension plan, and that's what we use. However, the issue is the fiscal year, the local government is a September year end, whereas VIHA is a December year end.
Have you encountered this before?
Yes, ma'am. Every fiscal year. So one of the issues to address it, and director will make the decision, is VIHA is going to change its fiscal year.
Time.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have one more item I wanted to highlight. I noted, and this is my just recollection in my history, this is the first time I noted on page 16 that you've had a resident commissioner serving on your board as a chair and vice chair. Who is your resident commissioner? Who is the chairman of the Housing Authority Board and the vice chair?
You want to speak there?
Good afternoon, Emanuela Perez. The chair of our board is Mr. Abif, and our vice chair, Simba Abif, in the St. Thomas district. Yes, and he's the resident commissioner. And in the St. Croix district, we have Ashley Archibald. And the board, within its wisdom, elected them to be the chair and the vice chair last year.
Okay, thank you. One more wrap-up question, and this is a vital question because I'll tell you, we just had a very long discussion earlier this morning regarding homelessness, and I noted that, we put money towards mental health vans and everything for our local government entity, and I just wanted to give kudos to you because I see here you have established the first on-site mental health center in Marley and Marley Additions through a collaborative effort. And that's why I use my training from the Housing Authority to do the work here, because I know the Housing Authority, bar none, you get things done with whatever little resources that you have to meet the needs of the most individuals who have the greatest needs in our community. So I really want to commend you on that. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 6 minutes. And welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. And good afternoon, especially the people of Williams Delight and the governor of the Virgin Islands. I need to make a correction that I heard earlier concerning Williams Delight. And this is what I need the public to know before I carry this further, because I'm really tired of this now. 58 homeowners in Williams Delight, that's true. But 37 of those people became homeowners before the governor's grant initiative. 14 of those were from 2000 to 2002. 13 of those were from 2014 to 2019. 10 of those were from 2022 to 2024. So imagine from 1995, when this homeownership program started, only before the governor, only 37 people were granted homes. I heard it said that Virgin Islands Housing Authority is waiting for the governor and the legislature for the $15,000 for the additional 31 people. I just sent every single senator in this legislature the letters signed by Governor Bryan and I. And by the way, look at the date of the letter. 31 grantees. So I picked up the phone and I called Director Julio Raima and I asked him about the $15,000 for each one of those people. And he said he is waiting for the Virgin Islands Housing Authority to request the money, the funds. Apparently there is a process that needs to be followed. So I'm going to ask Mr. Alexander, the CEO, because I've said over and over again, I don't believe that senators have to micromanage any agency or department's operations. Have you requested from Director Julio Raima the additional funds for the 31 grantees that Governor Bryan and I signed letters for that you received? That is the question right now.
Thank you for that, Senator James. I'm underneath the impression there's only $200,000 left on the table, which will supply at least for the additional folks that we have. We have 11 folks that's in the queue right now that we are going through the process with. We signed the documents. We have the unit scheduled to be addressed or repaired. And repairments in these units has been going anywhere between 25 and I've signed off on as high as $75,000. To answer your question on the record, I have not asked for the $15,000 as of yet until we completed the rehab in these units. But we will definitely ask for them. We expended the $300,000, we should still have the $200,000 on the table.
So the answer is no, you have not requested the funds for the $15,000 grants for each one of those 31 people that we signed the letters for last year, 2025. And so those people, let me ask this then. So those people have not received those grant letters from you, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority?
I'm not 100% sure. I have to get back to you on that.
1 minute.
So this is February, and by the end, let's say the next 4 months, they haven't gotten the grant letters, and then December rolls around and they haven't gotten the grant letters. Then it seems to me as if maybe I would need to take this further. And that's all I'm going to say to you right now, because I'm not going to wait until December.
Well,
I'm just telling you right now, I am now at this point telling you on the record that Maurice James, attorney Maurice James, will definitely take action against the Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Okay.
You have to provide those people with those grant letters that were signed August 2025 by Governor Bryan and signed by me later. They need to know that they are eligible for $15,000 and that you have not requested the $15,000 for each of those persons from OMB Director Julio Raima. That's all I'm going to say to you today.
Okay.
No nonsense anymore from me. If I have to do what I have to do, I'm going to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. Director Alexander, I recommend that you tomorrow request those funds, please. It's important to the senator and to all of us, especially the residents, that you just go ahead and request the funds. And not, in addition to that, I did put in a request for additional $300,000 from the same first-time home buyers program.
Thank you,
to reprogram those funds for those individuals. Let's just get it done. It's not a lot of money, but it goes a far, far way in respect to those individuals, okay?
Thank you very much.
I'm done with that. It's very important. Okay, colleagues, we're going to wrap up because we have the next set of testifiers waiting in the chambers. So I'm going to give you 1 minute to do a wrap-up. Edie Alexander.
Okay.
And thank you again for all you do. And as I stated, at the end of the day, it's all about the residents, because without them, none of you would be there, nor myself. So it's important that we must respect and work with on behalf of the residents.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So, Chairman Marvin Blyden, thank you again for the opportunity to present today. The Virgin Island Housing Authority stands at a defining moment. For years, we have operated underneath the weight of aging infrastructure, deferred maintenance, and hurricane devastation and federal compliance challenges. But today, we are no longer in a posture of explanation. We are in a posture of execution. We are rebuilding, we are stabilizing, and we are professionalizing this authority at every level. Our focus is clear: restore and modernize our housing stock, increase our occupancy responsibly and efficiently, strengthen our compliance and financial controls, deliver safe, dignified housing to the families we serve. Housing is not simply a program line item. It is economic infrastructures. When housing works, workforce participation improves, children's perform better, healthcare outcomes stabilizes, and communities become safer and more resilient. We recognize the magnitude of federal resources now flowing into the territory. With that investment comes responsibility to execute. With discipline, transparency, and measurable outcomes, that is the standard we are all holding ourselves to. The redevelopment of Dunu and other modernization efforts are not isolated construction projects. They represent a generational shift in how public housing operates in the Virgin Islands. We are moving from a reactive crisis management to performance-driven asset management. We welcome oversight, we welcome partnership, and we welcome accountability. But most importantly, we remain committed to the families who depend on us, the seniors, the working parents, the children who deserve stability, safety, and opportunity. This is not simply about buildings, it's about restoring confidence. It's about rebuilding communities, and it's about ensuring that this moment of federal investment translates into lasting economic resilience for the people of the Virgin Islands. thank you for your time, your partnership, and commitment to the housing as a pillar of sustainable economic development. Thank you.
Thank you again for your testimony. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications stands in recess for 3 minutes. We're back on the record. Mr. Clerk, please read Block 4 for the record.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. Block 4 is the consideration of offer to accept real property, road plot number 1-1 Spanish Town, road plot 2-1 Estate Annenberg and Shannon Grove, road plot 5-1, road plot 10-1, and road plot 11-1, Estate Blessing St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, in lieu of property taxes in accordance with Title III, Section 2494A, Virgin Islands Code.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We have the testifiers already in well,
Sorry,
and also those online. So what I'm going to do is do a mic check with those online first, and then we're going to come to the well and have those individual identify themselves and state who they represent. Let's start online. You may state your name for the record, please, and who you represent. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr. Chair. David Bourne with Jahangir Zakaria.
Welcome.
For St. Croix Renaissance Group, please.
Very well. Next.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Jahangir Zakaria, and we are here at St. Croix Renaissance Group for the testimony.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Do we have anyone else online?
Not on our side.
Okay, very well. Thank you. We will start with Commissioner Roberts. Please recognize the mic of the testifiers.
Good afternoon, Vincent Roberts, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Park and Recreation.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nadia Harrigan, Acting Chief of Staff, Legal Counsel, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Shalma Moorhead, Assistant Tax Assessor, Office of Lieutenant Governor.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Lawrence Romney, Tax Assessor, Lieutenant Governor's Office.
Afternoon, Mr. Romney.
Good afternoon, Brent Laird, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Afternoon, Mr. Leadam. Okay, very well. We're going to start with the Renaissance Group. Please proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, and distinguished members of this committee and the legislature of the Virgin Islands. My name is Jahangir Zakaria. I'm the authorized representative of St. Croix Renaissance Group Triple LP. I am accompanied by our senior counsel and business advisor, Mr. David A. Bourne. We appreciate the opportunity to testify and to present our request for your consideration. We're here today for the purpose of seeking legislative approval of a request submitted to the Office of the Lieutenant Governor for a conveyance of a certain real property in lieu of payment of real property taxes, pursuant to Title 33 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 2494A. We are also here to clarify the nature, purpose, and public benefit of that request. Now, St. Croix Renaissance Group Triple LP is the owner of certain parcels which are either roadway plots or tracts of vacant lands, including road plot number 1-1, Spanish Town, road plot 2-1, Estate Annenberg and Shannon Grove, road plot 5-1, Estate Blessing, King's Quarter, road plot 11-1, Estate Blessing, King's Quarter, road plot 10-1, Estate Blessing, King's Quarter, and plot 12A-8, Estate VI Court Lands, King's Quarter. Now, Section 2494A of Title 33 authorizes the Lieutenant Governor with appropriate approvals to accept the conveyance of real property to the government of the Virgin Islands in satisfaction of delinquent real property taxes, where such conveyance serves the best interest of the territory. This statute reflects the legislature's recognition that, in appropriate circumstances, public ownership of certain lands may provide greater long-term value to the people of the Virgin Islands than continued efforts at tax collection on properties that are difficult to develop, maintain, or utilize. Our request is made squarely within the framework and intent of this statute. In addition, pursuant to the terms of the St. Croix Renaissance Group's renewed Economic Development Commission Benefits Agreement dated August 20, 2021, which is the second renewed EDC certificate, there exists a contractual provision requiring the company to do a land transfer of parcels of land to the government of the Virgin Islands as an in-kind fulfillment of its charitable contribution, obligations, and to extinguish certain outstanding real property taxes. This is presented in the second renewed EDC certificate attached as Exhibit 1 at section Roman 4, 1, page 5 of the certificate. Previously, pursuant to the mandate of its second renewed EDC certificate in 2022, St. Croix Renaissance Group conveyed plot 12A-A, Estate VI Corp. Lands to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation for use as a drag strip through warranty deed dated November 21, 2021, and recorded on July 20, 2022. See second renewed EDC certificate attached as Exhibit 1, section Roman 4.1, page 5. Also see Exhibit 8. In April of 2024, St. Croix Renaissance Group submitted a written request to the Lieutenant Governor and Tax Assessor requesting that the remaining obligation to transfer the roadway parcels be completed expeditiously. This is presented in letter of April 23, 2024, attached hereto as Exhibit 2. The parcels are listed above. We went over the parcels before in my testimony. Accordingly, the conveyance request before you today is supported not only by statutory authority under Title 33, but also by binding contractual obligations arising from Renaissance Group's EDC benefits agreement. This further underscores the legitimacy, necessity, and public purpose of the proposed conveyance. These parcels are not traditional income-producing properties. These parcels consist of roadway plots, rights of way, or undeveloped vacant tracts that are functionally integrated into surrounding infrastructure upon which the government has encroached. Their configuration, location, and physical characteristics significantly limit their independent economic use or private development potential. This is presented in maps and as-built surveys attached as Exhibit 3. Because these parcels have been encroached upon by the South Shore Port Road, they are no meaningful use to our company. At the same time, they continue to accrue real property tax obligations in addition to real and concerning liability issues. The transfer of these parcels to the government for a public bike path between sports and recreation facilities is a clear and obvious benefit to everyone. The roadway plots at issue, when taken together, comprise more than one half of the continuous roadways, specifically plots 1-1 and plots 2-1, connecting the Melvin Evans Highway to the South Shore Container Port facilities. A careful review of the relevant maps and surveys demonstrates that one half of this roadway traverses the privately owned parcels referenced above, while the remaining half is situated on public land. For many years, there has been a widespread but incorrect assumption that the entirety of this roadway constituted a public road. In fact, a substantial portion of this roadway remains in private ownership. Over time, this mistaken assumption has become increasingly problematic as traffic volumes to and from the South Shore Port have grown substantially, and as significant roadway improvements have been undertaken across the entire corridor, including on the portion of the roadway that remains the property of St. Croix Renaissance Group. As part of its original submission in 2021 and again in its renewed submission in 2024, St. Croix Renaissance Group submitted an independent appraisal of the roadway parcels completed on February 4, 2021 at its expense. See receipt attached as Exhibit C6, attached for the express purpose of supporting the proposed land transfer. Copy of the appraisal attached as Exhibit 4, and letter valuations are attached hereto as Exhibit 5. Subsequently, the Office of the Tax Assessor undertook its own valuation analysis of the road parcels. That evaluation based on assessment values and the St. Croix Renaissance Group appraisal was submitted to this committee as part of the letter request for approval. In that determination, the tax assessor concluded that the aggregate value of all road parcels, these are like 5 road parcels, is $535,400. Importantly, the appraised value of the total roadway parcels exceeds the amount of outstanding real property taxes due for tax years 2016 through 2019, which total $531,608.06. This copy of the 2025 property tax bill is attached as Exhibit 7. This transaction includes a land swap of property in satisfaction of delinquent real property taxes pursuant to Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Section 2494A1, specifically as to roadway plot 1-1, Spanish Town, as well as the remaining roadway plots being conveyed to the government of the Virgin Islands. Accordingly, this committee should note that the total appraised value of the roadway plots should be considered in evaluating the overall transaction. This is our request, of course. That total value is $535,400 under the tax assessor's valuation. By completing this transaction for the roadway plots, together with its prior conveyance of plot 12-A-A, Estate VI Court lands to the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, St. Croix Renaissance Group will have fully complied with the land transfer transaction and charitable contribution provisions of our second renewed Economic Development Commission certificate. That conveyance of the 12-A-A, Honorable Chairman and Senators, the road drag racing now takes place very successfully and has contributed considerably to the commerce and benefit of the Virgin Islands in general and St. Croix in particular. The company respectfully and earnestly requests that this committee exercise its authority under Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Section 2494A4, to approve the proposed transfer of lands in part as a land swap in satisfaction of real property taxes. Our request seeks to resolve the situation in a manner that benefits both government and the community. By conveying these parcels to the government of the Virgin Islands in lieu of outstanding real property taxes liabilities, St. Croix Renaissance Group proposes to transfer ownership of lands that are already functionally public in nature or that are well suited for public use, infrastructure planning, environmental stewardship, or future development initiatives. This approach provides several important benefits. First, it allows the government to acquire ownership of strategically located parcels without expending public funds for acquisition. In effect, the territory receives real property assets in exchange for tax obligations that may impede business development. Second, it places control of roadway plots and vacant tracts in public hands, where they can be integrated into long-term land use planning, transportation systems, utility corridors, environmental management, or community development efforts. Third, it resolves long-standing tax liabilities in a transparent, lawful, and cooperative manner, consistent with the statutory framework established by this legislature and the contractual commitments made under the EDC program. Fourth, it promotes administrative efficiency by reducing the burden on the Office of Lieutenant Governor and Tax Assessor to pursue enforcement actions. St. Croix Renaissance Group has a long-standing commitment to responsible stewardship, regulatory compliance, and constructive engagement with the government of the Virgin Islands. Our work on St. Croix has consistently focused on environmental remediation, economic revitalization, and sustainable development. This request is consistent with that broader mission. In fact, we house Diageo USVI on our property, and we support their operations in many ways, and to make sure that they are produce rum close to their capacity and generate the cover over funds for all of us in the Virgin Islands. We also wish to clarify that this conveyance request does not involve core operational assets, revenue generating properties, or lands essential to our ongoing redevelopment efforts. Rather, it is limited to parcels whose highest and best use is more appropriately in public ownership. We believe that when evaluated objectively, this request meets the statutory and contractual standards applicable to this matter. It represents a fair exchange, promotes efficient land management, fulfills St. Croix Renaissance Group ADC obligations, and advances the long-term interests of St. Croix and the U.S. Virgin Islands as a whole. In closing, I want to thank members of this body for your time, your service, and your commitment to thoughtful governance. We respectfully request your approval of this conveyance in lieu of payment of real taxes, property taxes, and your support in allowing this matter to move forward in a manner that benefits both the government and the community. Mr. Bowen, sitting on my right here, and I are prepared to answer any questions you may have and to provide any additional documentation or clarification that may assist you in your deliberations. Thank you for your time and consideration and the opportunity to testify. I am available to answer any questions, sir. I affirm this testimony is true and correct to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you.
And thank you once again.
Thank you, COO Zakaria, for your testimony. Tax Assessor Romney, you may proceed with your testimony. Who is testifying on behalf of the Lieutenant Governor's Office? Counsel, you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Senator Marvin A. Blyden, all other members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, all other senators present, listening, and viewing audiences. I am Nadia D. Harrigan, Esquire, Acting Chief of Staff, Legal Counsel, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. I am accompanied by Mr. Brent Laird, Tax Collector, Mr. Ludens Romney, Tax Assessor, and Ms. Shalma Moorhead, Assistant Tax Assessor for the Division of the Real Property Tax within the Office of Lieutenant Governor, LGO. Mr. Chairman, we were invited to give testimony to support our request to approve the government's acceptance of real property in lieu of payment of real property taxes based on Title 33 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 2494A. Specifically, St. Croix Renaissance Group LLP has requested to convey several roadway plots to the Office of the Lieutenant Governor on behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands in lieu of payment of real property taxes in conformance with Title 33 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 2494A. Pursuant to Title 33 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 2494A1, the Lieutenant Governor, on behalf of the government of the United States Virgin Islands, is authorized to accept real property in lieu of the payment of or to satisfy a debt resulting from the non-payment of real property taxes owed to the government. The St. Croix Renaissance Group LLP or SCRG owns roadway plots 1-1 Spanish Town, consisting of approximately 2.30 acres, 2-1 Estate Annaberg and Shannon Grove, consisting of approximately 1.04 acres, 5-1 Estate Blessing, consisting of approximately 0.334 acres, 11-1 Estate Blessing, consisting of approximately 0.66 acres, and 10-1 Estate Blessing, consisting of approximately 0.206 acres, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, hereinafter the roadway plots. Pursuant to Title 33 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 2494A2, SCRG submitted a letter to the Office of the Lieutenant Governor requesting to convey the aforesaid roadway plots to Lieutenant Governor on behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands in lieu of paying real property taxes owed in the amount of $531,608.06 for 2016 to 2019 tax years. This amount includes penalties and interest. Pursuant to Title 33 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 2492A2, the tax assessor conducted an actual view of the roadway plots and valued the roadway plots at $535,400, utilizing the cost approach and factors from an appraisal report, which was paid for by the taxpayer SCRG. Title 33 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 2494A3 states in pertinent part that no real property shall be accepted for a less amount than the outstanding taxes plus penalties and costs. Therefore, because the tax assessor valued the roadway plot at $535,400, which exceeds the real property taxes owned by SCRG in the amount of $531,608.06 for 2016 to 2019 tax years, we respectfully recommend your approval. Title 33 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 2494A6, states that any real property accepted by the government pursuant to this section shall be conveyed and used by the Housing Finance Authority to provide affordable housing and home ownership as provided under Title 21 of this code, or by the Department of Housing, Parks, and Recreation for the development of recreational facilities, including car racing tracks. Emphasis added. Because the government of the Virgin Islands Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreations intends to utilize the roadway plots for the Houston Cornelius Bike Coasting Park, as evidenced in a letter dated October 21st, 2025 from the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, the conveyance in lieu of payment of taxes satisfies the subsection 6 of Section 2494A. In support of our request, we have submitted a letter of transmittal of real property tax assessment final valuation from the Office of the Tax Assessor, evidence the value of the roadway plots, several survey maps, property record card, and real property tax status report, evidencing real property taxes owned by SCRG, a quitclaim deed dated May 9th, 2002 between St. Croix Alumina LLC and St. Croix Renaissance Group LLLP, conveying inter alia plot number 1, Estate Spanish Town, Kings Quarter, plot number 2, Estate Annenberg and Shannon Grove, remainder plot number 5, Estate Blessing, Kings Quarter, plot number 10, Estate Blessing, Kings Quarter, and plot number 11, Estate Blessing, Kings Quarter, evidencing that SCRG owns the aforesaid roadway plots, a letter from the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation dated October 21st, 2025, evidencing the intended use of the roadway plots, and a copy of Title 33 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 2494A, government's acceptance of real property in lieu of payment of real property taxes. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to testify on this matter. We request the committee's favorable approval. We are available to answer any questions that you or members of the committee may have.
Thank you so much, Attorney Harrigan. Commissioner Roberts, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good day, Honorable Senator Marvin Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, members of the committee, Honorable Senators of the 36th Legislature, listening and viewing audience. I am Vincent Roberts, Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the proposed acceptance of real property owned by the St. Thomas Renaissance Group, LLP, or SCRG, in lieu of outstanding real property taxes pursuant to Title 33, Section 2494A of the Virgin Islands Code, and the Department's intended recreational use of the roadway parcels for the proposed Houston Cornelius Bi-Coastal Park. The Department views this proposal as consistent with our statutory mandate to expand public recreational opportunities throughout the territory. Title 33 of the VI Code, Section 2494A, subsection 6, requires the government agency to accept the property to identify the intended public use. The department has reviewed the statutory framework and formally confirms the property will be used exclusively for public recreational purposes like the proposed Houston Cornelius Bi-Coastal Park. We are proposing the facility to be named in honor of current Police Chief Houston Cornelius, who established and has coordinated the annual bi-coastal competitions that have become a community tradition. In an effort to curb violence, Chief Cornelius have provided our children with a meaningful recreational activity. This use aligns directly with DSPR's statutory mission under Title 3 and Title 32 of the Virgin Islands Code to provide safe and accessible recreational opportunities for residents. The parcels identified consist primarily of roadway corridors and associated right-of-ways, which inherently limit the type of development that can occur on them. As such, DSPR intends to develop the parcels as a structured outdoor recreational facility designed specifically for bike-hosting events. The property is envisioned as a controlled downhill riding environment utilizing the natural grade of the roadway network. This adaptive use allows the government to convert otherwise limited use infrastructure into a safe, organized recreational venue for the public. The SPR continues to coordinate with the Office of the Lieutenant Governor regarding parcel identification and survey verification, title confirmation, easement clarification, land use designation for the government resident recreational purposes. The department's October 21st, 2025 correspondence confirmed DSPR's willingness to accept jurisdiction of the parcels exclusively for recreational purposes. The letter formally documented government intent regarding public use as contemplated under the statute. Upon transfer, the property will be recorded as government-owned recreational land under DSPR jurisdiction, ensuring it remains dedicated to public use. The Department of Sports, Park and Recreation fully supports acceptance of this SCRG roadway parcels transfer pursuant to Title 33 of the VI Code, Section 2494A, and is prepared to assume jurisdiction for public recreational use. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am available to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Roberts, and I thank all the testifiers for the testimony. Before I go to my colleagues for a line of questioning, I need to go ask for a point through council in respect to what's before us, because after reviewing both of the submission, which I actually got February 9th, as well as the 150-page submission that I got this afternoon, the document and the tone are both basically the same. And my question is, in respect to SCRG, which is seeking to transfer just one of the properties, roadway plot 1-1, in order to satisfy its tax obligations, and is seeking to transfer the other 4 properties to satisfy the contractual obligation that come along with your EDC tax benefits. Is that correct, Attorney Bowen?
Senator, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is David Bourne, B-O-R-N-N. The package of the 5 parcels, principally parcel 1-1 and the other parcels, are all collectively part of this land transfer. They are all billed together, and hence they are all part of the land of the tax swap under the provisions of 2494A. Does that clarify the issue?
Let me ask a question in respect to the properties. Which one satisfies the tax obligation? Because you spoke about tax obligation and you also spoke to EDC benefits. So which one is going to which? It got to be either or. It cannot be both of the one and the same. That's my question and clarification.
Senator, they work together. First of all, there was, as part of the beneficiaries, a modified EDC tax certificate. There is a provision for the beneficiary to make a land transfer of in one part the parcel for the drag strip, which was completed in 2022, and the second part being the roadway plots, which is this present transaction. The tax obligation that arises, that relates to the roadway plots, is listed by the tax assessor under one parcel ID number for all 5 plots. And so all 5 plots fall under the tax swap agreement.
What the total of the obligation, the tax obligation? What the total of the tax obligation?
total tax obligation is $531,000. And pardon me, Senator, but check here. $531,000, $608.06.
And the reason why I'm trying to get clarity, Attorney Bourne, is because where is it in writing in respect to all 5 properties? Because I know it's basically talking about a one property, but you're saying it's all part of the same? But where is that in writing?
All of the properties, there are individual plot numbers. But if you look at the tax bill, which is Exhibit 7 in the attached package, you will see that all of the parcels are listed on the tax bill under one property tax ID number. Hence, they all flow to the obligation that arises from the tax bill of $531,608.06.
Yeah, I see that. Let me ask very well. Let me ask counsel to clarify for me specifically my question on what we need to do moving forward.
Chair Blyden, in reviewing the documents, the submission from SCRG did not specifically state exactly what parcels they were seeking to convey. Where I gathered that understanding was from the testimony from the Lieutenant Governor's office. So what the group is saying is that they have already conveyed, which, the deed is in there, Plot 12A-A Estate VI Corp Land, King's Quarter, to the government, and that was conveyed by warranty deed dated November 19, 2021. And perhaps that is a property that is to meet the obligation that they have with the VI Economic Development Commission. But what is before this body, this body has nothing to no jurisdiction, or, it really does not concern this body.
Please speak into the mic. Please speak into the mic.
Okay, the conveyance with the government on behalf of their obligation with the EDC. What is before this body is a conveyance of road plot number 1-1 Spanish Town, road plot 2-1 Estate Annaberg and Shannon Grove, road plot 5-1 Estate Blessing, King's Quarter, road plot 11-1 Estate Blessing, King's Quarter, and road plot 10-1 Estate Blessing, King's Quarter, which are supposed to be the properties, although not clearly stated, the properties that are supposed to be conveyed in lieu of the property taxes that are owed to the government. And based on the evaluation from the tax assessor, those 5 properties do meet the requirements of the Title 33, Section 2494A, in the sense that the valuation meets the amount and actually exceeds it by about $4,000 for the property taxes that are owed.
Okay, so counsel, you're basically stating, even though the letter dated April 2024 stated that the proposal to donate the additional roadway plots to the GVI after appropriating appraisal and fulfillment of its charitable obligation under the second renewed EDC certification, Article 4, Section 1?
Chairman, I almost said Your Honor, Chairman Blyden, the plot that was already donated to the government
Correct.
is plot 12A-A, Estate VI Corp lands, and that was deeded to the government November 19, 2021. And that is a property that the group, I believe, is stating that meets their EDC obligation. But what is before this committee is the conveyance of certain parcels in exchange, in lieu of the payment of property taxes. But what I did...
Point of information.
Right, go ahead, Attorney. One moment, Senator. Conclude, Attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so as I had stated before in the letter, in other words, when it comes to a conveyance of property, it should have just clearly stated. What it says is that St. Croix Renaissance Group, LLLP, is the owner of certain parcels which are either roadway plots or tracts of vacant lands, including, and it lists the plot, road plot number 1-1, Spanish Town, and it lists the plots. But the throughout the document, it did not state that,
Correct.
We are seeking to convey and list the 5 parcels to the government in lieu of the property taxes.
And that's why I asked for clarification. It is not clear.
Yeah.
But let me go to Senator Marie Sims. You're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am following up on your question. The second extended and second modified certificate from the Virgin Islands Economic Development Commission for the St. Croix Renaissance Group on page 5 states beneficiary may donate in fee simple approximately 4.35 U.S. acres, drag strip land and road plots, collectively referred to as plots, value no less than the aggregate value of the in-kind and cash contributions over the term of this certificate, which I believe is 10 years. And so 10 times 45 is 450,000. I'm still also not clear on what you ask. Which is which? Are they the applicant saying that the transfer of these plots will satisfy both their EDC in-kind contributions and the cash contributions over the next 10 years, so they don't have to do any contributions to the Virgin Islands, the government of the Virgin Islands, and will also extinguish their real property taxes that they owe in the amount of what the tax assessor came up with. Is that the understanding here today?
May I respond to the question?
Of course.
Senator James, the EDC certificate is the starting point of this transaction, but it is not the ultimate point of the transaction. And as we indicate in the testimony, the original listing of the parcels owned, of that listing, plot 12-A-A was previously conveyed. That is out, that is done.
Correct strip.
What was then an issue was, how do we proceed with the conveyance of the remaining parcels, which were all roadway parcels? At the time of the original request, the value of parcel 1-1, plot roadway plot 1-1, according to the appraisal, was more than the amount of the property taxes owed in 2020, at the time this was initiated. However, we also discovered in the course of coming forward to this point that all of the roadway parcels are billed under one property tax ID number. They are not separate bills. So we had to proceed, as we have stated here today. What is left on the table, we've taken one parcel off the table. What remains on the table are the 5 parcels, which all comprise property tax ID 2-082-030-0301-00. And that, because of the delay in time of completing the transaction, has accumulated not just tax for the years 2016 to 2019, but also penalties and interest. And this transfer, with a value in excess of that total sum, will satisfy that obligation. Mind you, during this entire period of the property taxation, the government has been occupying at least half of these parcels. So we would be essentially paying property taxes on what the government was using. Does that clarify the issue for you?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, proceed.
Attorney Bourne, the only appraisal that matters to us is the appraisal that is required under 2494A, which is the tax assessor's appraisal of the property.
Correct.
That's the only one that matters to us.
That is correct.
Not that road plot number 1-1 was assessed at more than. No. All 5 of these plots, and if we really want to go into the tax bills, I can really go deep into the tax bills as to the valuation of these properties, but I'm not going to do that this afternoon. But the tax assessor is saying that the final value is $535,400. And all I'm trying to find out is, my position is it got to be either or. That's it. Not both charitable contributions and in lieu of real property. That's, unless you can convince me otherwise, and the Lieutenant Governor, I'll sit and listen. Thank you.
Senator Maurice James, that's just my point. You cannot. You cannot. To the legal counsel, to the chair, are we right in what we are saying or not? Can you break it down for us, please? Break it down for the
Chair
public.
Blyden, the obligation in regards to the property taxes that is owed to the government through the Lieutenant Governor's office, that obligation has to be satisfied separately to the obligation to the Economic Development Commission. In other words, the properties that are being offered or purportedly being offered to satisfy the tax debt cannot be used also for the satisfaction of the EDC obligation under their amended contract. So it's one or the other, but again, the EDC is not before, their obligation under that contract is not before this committee. So the only thing that this committee is dealing with and has jurisdiction over is the acceptance of the properties in lieu of payment of the property taxes. And that needs to be clearly stated in terms of the properties that are being conveyed to the government.
Very well. The committee will take a 2-minute recess. We stand in recess for 2 minutes. we back on a record. Do I have motion?
Motion, Mr.
Motion, Senator Carla Joseph.
Where's my page now? Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to disapprove the conveyance and acceptance of real property, Road Plot 1-1 Spanish Town, Road Plot 2-1 Estate Annersburg and Shannon Grove, Road Plot 5-1, Road Plot 10-1, and Road Plot 11-1 Estate Blessing St. Croix, Virgin Islands in lieu of property taxes in accordance to Title 33, Section 2494A of the Virgin Islands Code. I so move.
Very well. Consideration of offer to accept real property, Road Plot 1-1 Spanish Town, Road Plot 2-1 Estate Annersburg and Shannon Grove, Road Plot 5-1, Road Plot 10-1, and Road Plot 11-1 Estate Blessing, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, in lieu of property tax in accordance with Title 33, Section 2494A Virgin Islands Code, was properly moved by Senator Carla Joseph and seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca. Roll call.
Senator Clifford Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Marie C. James.
Yes.
Senator James, yay. Senator Carla Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Kurt A. Verley. Senator Verley, absent. Senator Marvin Blyden.
Yay.
Yay. Mr. Chair, we have 4 yay, 3 absent.
Very well. The consideration of offer to accept real property, Road Plot 1-1 Spanish Town, Road Plot 2-1 Estate Annersburg and Shannon Grove, Road Plot 5-1, Road Plot 10-1 and Road Plot 11-1 Estate Blessing, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, in lieu of property taxes in accordance with Title 33, Section 2494A Virgin Islands Code, is approved and will be, is disapproved, and
The Lieutenant Governor shall be so notified.
Lieutenant Governor shall be notified duly. Point of personal privilege, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make it clear why that motion was made to the listening public. And of course, it was based on our legal counsel's scrutiny that we need to have a clear conveyance of the property from the property owner, and that was not done. We have no clear letter indicating that to even the lieutenant governor of these parcel of land, although they have sent the correspondence, it was not clearly indicated and for the record, and so this would be for prosperity and perpetuity, we would need to have that documentation clearly outlined in a letter that the parcel owner is going to be conveying these property to the government of the Virgin Islands in lieu of taxes. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Senator Carla Joseph. We had a long day today in respect to the different committees and non-for-profit organizations and agencies that came in front of us. We dealt with homelessness, housing, stability. We dealt with the non-profit organizations, and also we dealt with this bill, this proposal that just came before us. But nonetheless, I'm going to give Council, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to just give a closing statement before we wrap up.
On behalf of the Honorable Tregenza A. Esquire, Lieutenant Governor, thank you for allowing us to provide testimony today. Thank you.
Very well. Attorney Bourne, are you still there?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I'll give you 30 seconds to give a closing statement.
We will review and abide by the motion to the extent that we can.
Thank you so much. And again, I want to thank my staff, central staff, legal counsel, security, media, and everyone that was involved in actually putting this hearing together. It was a very productive day. And in closing, Commissioner Roberts, I'm going to need a last say.
Thank you, Senator, for the opportunity to testify. The department stands ready to take ownership of the property when everything is figured out.
Very well. And I want to thank my members for hanging here with me all day. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications is hereby adjourned.